Daniel Brooks sat in the sterile waiting room of Massachusetts General Hospital, watching his 16-year-old sister Sophie lean against their mother's shoulder, her face pale and drawn from weeks of unexplained fatigue and bruising that wouldn't heal. His father Mark paced near the window, fingers drumming against his worn leather briefcase, the same one he'd carried to Lincoln High School for 20 years of teaching English to teenagers who rarely appreciated Shakespeare the way he did. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting everything in that sickly hospital glow that made Daniel's skin crawl, reminding him of the night his grandmother died in a room just 3 floors above them. He pulled out his phone, pretending to scroll through messages from his girlfriend Maya. But really he was just trying to avoid the crushing weight of worry that pressed down on all of them like a physical force. Sophie had always been the bright spot in their modest suburban household in Newton, Massachusetts. The kid who painted murals on her bedroom walls and won the state art competition last spring. The daughter who made their father laugh after long days of grading papers and dealing with budget cuts that threatened his job every year. Now she looked fragile, breakable, nothing like the girl who'd beaten Daniel at basketball in their driveway just 2 months ago, trash-talking him the whole time with that infectious grin that could light up the darkest room. Dr. Patricia Chen entered the waiting room with a manila folder clutched against her white coat, her expression carefully neutral in that way doctors practiced when they had news that would change lives forever, and Daniel felt his stomach drop before she even opened her mouth to speak. "Mr. and Mrs. Brooks, I need to speak with you about Sophie's test results," she said quietly, her eyes flickering briefly to Daniel and Sophie before settling back on their parents with an intensity that made the air feel thick and heavy. Mark stopped pacing immediately, turning from the window with hope and fear warring across his face, while Elaine stood slowly, her hand reaching for her daughter's shoulder in a gesture that seemed almost protective, almost guilty. "Can we speak privately?" Dr. Chen asked, glancing at a small consultation room across the hall. But Mark shook his head firmly, his teacher's voice steady despite the tremor Daniel could see in his hands. "Whatever you need to say, you can say it in front of our children. We don't keep secrets in this family." Daniel would remember those words later, would feel them like shards of glass cutting through everything he thought he knew, because in less than 5 minutes, Dr. Chen would prove that statement to be the cruelest kind of irony. "Sophie has aplastic anemia," Dr. Chen began, and Daniel watched his mother's face go even paler than his sister's, watched her grip tighten on Sophie's shoulder until her knuckles turned white against the navy blue fabric of the hoodie. "It's a rare condition where the bone marrow stops producing enough new blood cells, which explains the fatigue, the bruising, and the recent infections," the doctor continued, her voice professional but kind, the tone of someone who'd delivered devastating news too many times to count. Mark moved closer to his family, his hand reaching for Elaine's free hand, and Daniel saw his mother flinch slightly before accepting the touch, a reaction so subtle he might have imagined it if he hadn't been watching so carefully. "The good news is that it's treatable. We caught it early, and with the right approach, Sophie's prognosis is excellent," Dr. Chen said, and Daniel felt the tension in the room ease slightly, saw his father's shoulders drop with relief. "However, we need to run some additional genetic testing to determine the best treatment protocol, and during our preliminary screening, we discovered something unusual that requires further discussion." The word "unusual" hung in the air like a threat, and Daniel noticed his mother had gone completely still, frozen in a way that seemed unnatural, as if she'd stopped breathing altogether while waiting for whatever bomb Dr. Chen was about to drop on their already crumbling sense of normalcy. Dr. Chen glanced down at her folder, then back up at the family with obvious discomfort creasing the corners of her eyes. The kind of look that made Daniel's journalist instincts flare up with the certainty that something was very, very wrong beyond just his sister's medical condition. The genetic screening revealed that Sophie and Daniel share maternal DNA, which is expected, but the paternal markers show no genetic relationship to Mr. Brooks, she said carefully, each word precisely chosen, clinically delivered like she was reading from a script designed to minimize the emotional impact of information that would detonate like a grenade in the center of their family. Mark's face went blank with confusion, his hand still holding Elaine's even as he processed words that didn't make sense in the context of his 23 years of marriage and 2 decades of raising children he'd believed were his own flesh and blood. "I'm sorry, I don't understand," Mark said slowly, his teacher's mind trying to work through a problem that had no logical solution within the framework of everything he thought he knew about his life. Elaine made a small sound, almost like a whimper, and pulled her hand away from Mark's grasp, wrapping both arms around Sophie protectively while her eyes filled with tears that she blinked back rapidly, her whole body trembling with what Daniel suddenly recognized as not shock but guilt. The kind of guilt that came from secrets kept too long in the darkness. "What Dr. Chen is saying," Elaine whispered, her voice breaking on every word, "is that Mark isn't their biological father." The silence that followed was the loudest thing Daniel had ever experienced, a crushing weight of revelation that pressed down on his chest until he couldn't breathe properly, couldn't think beyond the simple, devastating fact that the man who taught him to ride a bike and helped him with calculus homework and sat through every boring school play wasn't actually his father. Mark stood perfectly still for what felt like hours but was probably only seconds, his face cycling through expressions too quickly to track. Confusion giving way to hurt, giving way to disbelief, giving way to something that looked like his entire world collapsing inward like a dying star. "That's not possible," Mark said finally, but his voice lacked conviction, and Daniel saw the moment when his father, the man he'd always thought of as his father, started replaying 23 years of marriage in his mind, looking for the cracks he'd missed, the signs he'd ignored, the truth that had been hidden behind every kiss and anniversary dinner, and whispered, "I love you," in the darkness. Sophie started crying, quiet sobs that shook her thin shoulders, and Elaine held her tighter while staring at Mark with an expression that mingled guilt and defiance and something else Daniel couldn't quite identify, but looked almost like relief, as if finally having the secret exposed was somehow less painful than carrying it alone for all these years. "We should continue this conversation somewhere more private," Dr. Chen suggested gently, gesturing toward the consultation room again, but nobody moved, all of them frozen in this moment where everything familiar had suddenly become foreign and threatening. Daniel found his voice first, cutting through the horrible silence with a question that burned in his throat like acid. "Who is our biological father?" he asked, looking directly at his mother, watching her face crumple with the weight of a secret she'd carried for over 2 decades. Elaine closed her eyes, tears finally spilling down her cheeks, and when she opened them again, she looked directly at Mark instead of Daniel, as if she owed him the truth more than she owed her own son. "Victor Langford," she whispered, and Daniel saw Mark actually stumble backward as if the name had physically struck him, his back hitting the wall behind him hard enough to make a dull thud that echoed in the small waiting room. "The Victor Langford?" Mark asked incredulously, his voice rising with each word, and Daniel's mind raced because even he knew that name. Everyone in Massachusetts knew Victor Langford, the billionaire investor whose face appeared on business magazines and whose donations funded half the hospitals and museums in Boston, including probably this very building they were standing in right now. "You had an affair with Victor Langford?" Mark's voice cracked on the question, but Elaine shook her head quickly, desperately, like the distinction mattered, like it could somehow make the betrayal less devastating. "It wasn't an affair, it was an arrangement," she said quietly, and those words opened up a chasm of new questions that Daniel wasn't sure he wanted answers to, wasn't sure any of them were ready to hear. 23 years of marriage dissolved in a hospital consultation room while Sophie sat outside with a nurse, and what Mark Brooks learned in those 15 minutes would haunt him for the rest of his life. Daniel sat beside his father on the sterile blue chairs that lined the small private room, watching his mother pace back and forth in front of the closed door like a caged animal preparing to fight for survival, her carefully maintained composure finally cracking under the weight of secrets that could no longer be contained. Dr. Chen had excused herself after ushering them into the room, her professional distance a mercy that none of them had thanked her for, leaving the 3 of them alone with a truth that felt too big for the small space with its generic landscape paintings and box of tissues that Mark hadn't touched despite the tears streaming silently down his face. Elaine's hands twisted together in front of her body, fingers interlacing and separating in a nervous rhythm that Daniel had never seen before, as if she were literally trying to hold herself together through sheer physical force. "I need you to understand the context," Elaine began, her voice shaky but determined, and Mark let out a harsh laugh that sounded more like a sob, the kind of sound that came from deep in the chest where hope went to die. "Context," Mark repeated, his teacher's voice dripping with sarcasm that Daniel had never heard directed at his mother before, not in 23 years of marriage that suddenly felt like an elaborate fiction. "Please, Elaine, give me the context for why you had 2 children with a billionaire while I believed they were mine. I'm absolutely fascinated to hear how you're going to justify this." Elaine stopped pacing and turned to face them both, her blue eyes meeting Mark's brown ones with something that looked almost like defiance beneath the guilt and fear. We were drowning, she said simply, and Mark's jaw clenched so hard Daniel could see the muscle jumping beneath his skin. 24 years ago, you'd just gotten your teaching position at Lincoln High, and we were living in that terrible apartment in Cambridge with black mold in the bathroom and heat that barely worked in winter, Elaine continued, her voice growing stronger as she built her case like a lawyer arguing for acquittal. Your mother had just been diagnosed with stage 4 cancer, and the medical bills were crushing us even with insurance. We were $20,000 in debt and sinking deeper every month, and you were working 2 jobs while trying to establish yourself at the school. Daniel remembered his grandmother only vaguely, remembered his father's exhaustion during those years when Mark would leave for school at 6 in the morning and not return until after 10 at night, having taught all day and then waited tables at a restaurant in Boston to make ends meet. We all struggled, Elaine, Mark said quietly, his voice hollow. That doesn't explain why you betrayed me, why you lied for over 2 decades, why you let me raise another man's children while his voice broke, and he pressed his palms against his eyes like he could physically push back the tears that wouldn't stop falling. I met Victor at a fundraiser for the hospital where your mother was receiving treatment, Elaine said, and Daniel saw his father's hands drop from his face, saw the fresh wave of pain cross his features at learning the betrayal had roots in his own mother's suffering. He approached me at the bar. I'd gone there to escape for a minute because I'd just seen your mother after another round of chemo, and she looked so frail, so close to death, and I was terrified of losing her and losing you to the grief and exhaustion that was consuming you. Elaine's voice cracked, but she pushed forward. We talked for maybe 20 minutes, just casual conversation about nothing important, and then he asked me about my life, really asked, the way people with too much money sometimes do when they're bored at charity events they only attend for tax write-offs. Mark stood abruptly, his chair scraping against the linoleum floor with a harsh sound that made Daniel flinch. I don't want to hear about your meet-cute with your billionaire baby daddy, Mark said viciously, and Daniel had never heard his father sound so cruel, so broken. I want to know when you decided to destroy our marriage. Was it before or after you climbed into bed with him? The words hung in the air like poison, and Elaine's face flushed with anger and shame in equal measure. It wasn't like that, she insisted, her voice rising to match Mark's. He called me 3 days later, asked to meet for coffee, said he had a business proposition that might interest me given what he'd learned about our financial situation. Daniel's journalist mind, the part of him that had been trained to ask questions and follow threads until stories unraveled completely, finally engaged through the shock and hurt that had paralyzed him since the waiting room. What kind of business proposition? He asked quietly, and both his parents turned to look at him as if they'd forgotten he was there, forgotten that he was the product of this arrangement, and had every right to understand exactly what had been traded to bring him into existence. Elaine sank into the chair beside Mark's abandoned one, her defiance crumbling into exhaustion that seemed to age her 10 years in an instant. Victor had built his fortune in venture capital and real estate investment, but he'd never married, never wanted the complications of a traditional family or the public scrutiny that came with being a visible husband and father, she explained, her voice distant now, as if she were reading from a script she'd memorized long ago. But he was 42 years old, watching his competitors' children inherit business empires and carry on family legacies, and he'd started to regret not having heirs of his own. Specifically, children who carried his genetic material, but wouldn't complicate his carefully constructed public image or make demands on his time and attention. The clinical way she described it made Daniel's stomach turn, made him feel less like a person and more like a commodity, a genetic investment portfolio that had been commissioned and purchased. So he offered to pay you to have his children, Mark said flatly, sitting back down heavily like his legs could no longer support him. He offered to pay off all our debts, cover your mother's remaining medical expenses, and provide a trust fund that would ensure we'd never struggle financially again, Elaine said quietly, and Mark made a choking sound that might have been a laugh or a sob. The agreement was simple. I would have his children, raise them as Mark's, never publicly acknowledge Victor's paternity, and in exchange, he would deposit money into an offshore account every month, enough to cover our mortgage, Daniel's education, Sophie's future, everything we could never afford on a teacher's salary. Daniel felt like he was going to be sick, felt the walls of the small room closing in as he tried to process what his mother was telling them. You sold us, he said, his voice barely above a whisper, and Elaine's head snapped up, her eyes meeting his with desperate urgency. I saved us, she corrected firmly. Your father was killing himself working 2 jobs, his mother was dying, and we were going to lose our apartment. I made a choice that ensured you both grew up with stability, with opportunities, with a father who was present because he wasn't working himself to death trying to keep us afloat." Mark stood again, but this time he didn't yell, didn't argue, just walked to the door and pressed his forehead against it like he needed the physical barrier to keep him from running away from this nightmare. "Did you sleep with him?" Mark asked the door, his voice so quiet Daniel barely heard it, and the silence that followed was answer enough. "3 times, Elaine finally answered, and Mark's whole body jerked like he'd been electrocuted. Once for each conception attempt. Daniel was conceived on the first try, but Sophie took 3 attempts over 6 months. The clinical detachment in her voice was somehow worse than emotion would have been, made the whole thing feel sterile and transactional in a way that stripped away any possibility of forgiveness or understanding. "Where did it happen?" Mark asked, still facing the door, and Daniel wanted to scream at him to stop asking questions, stop excavating details that would only create more pain. "A hotel suite Victor kept at the Four Seasons for business meetings," Elaine said. "Each time, I told you I was going to a girlfriend's baby shower or a work conference. You never questioned it because why would you? You trusted me completely, believed every word I said, and I used that trust to betray you in the worst possible way." Mark finally turned around, and his face was dry now, all the tears cried out, leaving behind something harder and colder that frightened Daniel more than the grief had. "Did you love him?" Mark asked, and Elaine shook her head immediately. "No, never. It was purely transactional. I barely knew him beyond those 3 encounters," she said, but Mark laughed bitterly. "And that's supposed to make it better? That you sold your body and your integrity for money, that you commodified our children, that you let me fall in love with kids who weren't mine while their biological father sent checks from his mansion." Daniel stood abruptly, unable to listen to any more, feeling like his entire identity was disintegrating. "Does he know about us?" Daniel demanded, looking at his mother. "Does Victor Langford know he has 2 grown children walking around Massachusetts? Or were we just anonymous genetic material he purchased and forgot about?" Elaine's hesitation was answer enough, but she spoke anyway, each word carefully measured. "He knows. The arrangement included quarterly updates on your development, photographs, report cards, medical records," she said, and Daniel felt his knees weaken at the realization that he'd been observed his whole life by a stranger who'd funded his existence but never claimed him. "He's followed your entire lives from a distance, received every school photo, knew when you made the honor roll or won the journalism award. He's been watching you both grow up like you were characters in a story he'd commissioned but never planned to participate in." Mark moved so fast Daniel barely saw it happen, his hand slamming against the wall with a bang that echoed like a gunshot in the small room. "You sent him pictures of my children?" Mark roared, his teacher's composure finally shattering completely. "You let some billionaire stranger watch them grow up. Let him think of them as his while I changed their diapers and nursed them through nightmares and taught them to read?" Elaine stood to face him, her own composure cracking now. "They are his, Mark. Biologically, genetically, they are Victor Langford's children, and pretending otherwise doesn't change that reality. Doesn't change the fact that he gave them opportunities you never could have provided no matter how many jobs you worked or how much you sacrificed." The truth of her words hit like a physical blow, and Daniel watched his father's face crumble as the reality settled in. Every opportunity Daniel had enjoyed, from his private college education to the study abroad program in London, from Sophie's art supplies to the house in Newton with the good school district, all of it had been purchased with Victor Langford's money, funded by a transaction that had turned Daniel and Sophie into commodities bought and paid for before they'd even existed. "So what now?" Daniel asked, his voice cracking. "What happens when Sophie gets better? Do we just go back to pretending? Do I keep calling Mark Dad, while knowing it's a lie? Or do we all just acknowledge that our entire family was built on a transaction?" Elaine reached for him, but Daniel stepped back, unable to bear her touch right now. "Victor wants to meet you," she said quietly, and the room fell silent again. "He called yesterday, after the hospital contacted me about the genetic testing results. He knows the secret is out now, knows there's no way to contain this, and he wants to be part of your lives moving forward." Mark made a sound like he'd been punched. "Absolutely not," he said immediately. "I don't care what his DNA says. I don't care how much money he has. Those are my children. I raised them, I love them, and he doesn't get to swoop in now and play father because it's suddenly convenient." But even as he said it, Daniel could hear the desperation in his voice, the fear that biology might matter more than love when billions of dollars came with the package. He's offering to set up trust funds in both your names, Elaine continued, ignoring Mark's outburst. $50 million each, full access when you turn 25, plus immediate funds for Sophie's treatment and any other medical expenses. He wants to publicly acknowledge you as his heirs, bring you into the Langford legacy, give you access to opportunities and connections that could change your entire lives. Daniel felt the weight of that offer settle over him like a blanket, suffocating and tempting in equal measure. $50 million, more money than most people would see in 10 lifetimes, enough to never worry about student loans or medical bills, or any of the financial stress that had driven his mother to this arrangement in the first place. And what does he want in return? Daniel asked, because he'd learned enough about the world to know that billionaires didn't give away $50 million without expecting something back. He wants you to take the Langford name, legally change your surname, participate in family business functions, eventually work for Langford Investments if you're interested. Elaine listed off the conditions like she'd memorized them from a contract. He wants the world to know that Victor Langford has heirs, wants to claim you publicly the way he never could before. Mark's laugh was hollow and broken. So he wants to buy them, again, just this time with their full knowledge and consent. The accuracy of that assessment hung in the air, undeniable and ugly. And Daniel felt something in his chest crack wide open as he realized his entire existence had always been a transaction. His value measured in genetic material and future legacy, rather than the person he'd become under Mark's loving, but financially limited guidance. Victor Langford walked into the Brooks family home 3 days later like he owned it, and in a way, Daniel supposed he did. Every mortgage payment, every property tax bill, every renovation over the past 23 years had been funded with his money. The man who stepped through their front door in Newton bore little resemblance to the photographs Daniel had frantically Googled after leaving the hospital. Those business magazine covers and Forbes profiles that showed a polished corporate titan in $1,000 suits shaking hands with politicians and tech moguls. This version of Victor Langford was somehow both more and less impressive in person. Tall and imposing at 6'2", his dark hair streaked with distinguished silver, wearing casual expensive clothes that probably cost more than Mark's monthly salary, moving through their modest suburban home with the easy confidence of someone who'd never questioned his right to occupy any space he chose. Sophie sat on the couch beside Maya, Daniel's girlfriend, who'd insisted on being there for moral support after Daniel had called her sobbing the night of the hospital revelation, unable to process the truth alone. Mark had refused to be present for this meeting, had taken a personal day from school, and driven to his brother's house in Vermont, unable to watch his wife welcome her billionaire baby daddy into the home Mark had believed was his family's sanctuary. Elaine stood in the living room doorway wringing her hands, her usual composed demeanor shattered by 3 days of Mark's cold silence and Daniel's angry questions about every detail of the arrangement, every lie she'd told, every way she'd manipulated their lives. "Thank you for agreeing to see me," Victor said, his voice deep and cultured, the kind of accent that came from expensive boarding schools and Ivy League universities, and Daniel wanted to laugh at the absurdity of this stranger thanking them for allowing him into their lives when he'd been puppeting. Those lives from the shadows for over 2 decades. "I'm Victor Langford, though I suppose you already know that," he continued, his blue eyes, Sophie's blue eyes, Daniel realized with a jolt. "But the genetic testing changed everything," Victor continued, unaffected by the tension radiating from every person in the room except himself. "Once Sophie's medical condition required that screening, I knew it was only a matter of time before the truth came out. And I've learned over 40 years in business that you can't fight inevitability, you can only position yourself to capitalize on it." Daniel felt his hands clench into fists at the casual way Victor described their family's destruction as a business opportunity to be capitalized on, like their pain was just another market fluctuation to be leveraged for profit. "So you're here to make your offer official," Daniel said flatly. $50 million in exchange for us becoming your public heirs and taking your name. That about sum it up? Victor smiled slightly, and it was the smile of a shark who'd found wounded prey in the water. "Not exactly," he said. "The offer is more complex than your mother's brief summary suggested, and I think you'll find the terms quite generous when you understand the full scope of what I'm proposing." Elaine moved into the room then, perching on the arm of the couch near Sophie, her hand reaching for her daughter's shoulder in a gesture that had become habitual since the hospital, as if she needed constant physical contact to reassure herself that Sophie was still there, still hers despite the revelations. "Victor, maybe we should ease into this," Elaine suggested quietly, but Victor shook his head decisively. These are adults, Elaine. Well, Daniel is, and Sophie is mature enough to understand the reality of her situation, Victor said dismissively, and Daniel saw his mother's face flush with embarrassment at being chastised like a child in her own home by the man who'd bought her silence and her body 24 years ago. Sophie's medical treatment will cost approximately $800,000 over the next 2 years, assuming no complications, Victor stated bluntly, and Sophie went pale while Maya sucked in a sharp breath. Your insurance through Mark's teaching position covers about 60% of that, leaving roughly $320,000 out of pocket. Money that I know for a fact neither you nor Mark have access to, despite the monthly deposits I've been making into your account for the past 23 years. The implication hung in the air like a noose. Without Victor's money, Sophie's treatment would bankrupt what remained of the family, would force them to choose between her life and their financial survival. You bastard, Daniel breathed, finally understanding the leverage Victor had engineered. You waited until we were desperate, until Sophie's life depended on money we don't have, and now you're using that desperation to force us to accept your terms. Victor's smile widened slightly, neither confirming nor denying the accusation. I'm offering solutions to problems that would exist regardless of my involvement, he corrected smoothly. Sophie needs treatment she can't afford. I can provide that immediately, no strings attached, no conditions, because she's my daughter and her well-being matters to me. She's not your daughter, Daniel snapped, his voice rising. You're a sperm donor who paid for the privilege. You don't get to call her your daughter after 23 years of treating her like an investment portfolio you check on quarterly. Victor stood then, his height and presence filling the room in a way that made Daniel instinctively step back despite his anger. I understand you're upset, Victor said calmly, his businessman's voice designed to de-escalate while maintaining dominance. You've just learned that the man you believed was your father shares no biological connection to you, that your mother made choices you consider betrayals, that your entire life has been shaped by an arrangement you never consented to. These are significant emotional challenges, and I don't minimize your feelings. The patronizing tone made Daniel's blood boil, made him want to physically throw this stranger out of their house despite knowing that Victor probably had lawyers and security teams who could make Daniel's life miserable if he tried. But feelings don't change facts, Victor continued, moving closer to Daniel with the measured steps of a predator approaching prey. The fact is that you carry my DNA, my genetic legacy, my biological inheritance, and whether you accept it or not, that makes you my son in every way that matters in terms of legal rights, inheritance claims, and family obligations. Maya stood abruptly, her protective instincts overriding her usual deference to authority. You don't get to walk in here and claim them like property, she said fiercely, her accent thickening with anger. They have a father, a real father who raised them and loved them and sacrificed everything for them. And you showing up with money doesn't erase 23 years of Mark being their actual dad in every way that matters. Victor turned his piercing gaze on Maya, and Daniel saw her waver slightly under the intensity of his attention, the weight of his presence and power that had probably intimidated countless business rivals into submission. And you are? Victor asked, his tone making it clear he considered her presence an unwelcome intrusion into family business. I'm Maya Rodriguez, Daniel's girlfriend, and I'm here because he needed support dealing with a man who thinks people can be bought. Maya shot back, refusing to be dismissed. I've researched you, Mr. Langford. I work in media, and I know your reputation. You're known for hostile takeovers, for acquiring companies and stripping them for parts, for leveraging desperation into profit, and that's exactly what you're doing here. Victor's expression shifted to something resembling respect, the way a chess player might appreciate an opponent's unexpected move. You're right, he said simply, and the admission seemed to surprise everyone in the room. I built my fortune by identifying undervalued assets, by recognizing opportunities others missed, by leveraging circumstances to create advantageous positions. And yes, I'm applying those same principles here because they work, because human behavior follows predictable patterns just like markets do. The cold calculation in his words made Sophie start crying silently, tears streaming down her pale face as she listened to Victor describe their family crisis as just another business opportunity. But you're wrong about one thing, Victor continued, his attention shifting back to Daniel. I'm not here to buy you. I'm here to offer you a choice that you wouldn't have otherwise, to provide options that Mark's love and sacrifice can't create no matter how much he wants to. Elaine finally found her voice, standing from the couch arm and moving between Victor and her children with a desperate energy that bordered on hysteria. "Victor, please, you said this would be easier. You said we could present this as an opportunity rather than an ultimatum," she pleaded, and Daniel felt a fresh wave of anger at realizing his mother had coordinated this meeting with Victor beforehand, had planned this ambush together. "This is an opportunity," Victor said, his patience clearly wearing thin with Elaine's emotional display. "Let me lay out the complete offer so everyone understands exactly what's on the table." He pulled a folder from the leather briefcase Daniel hadn't noticed him carrying, setting it on the coffee table with a definitive thud that silenced the room. For Sophie, immediate payment of all medical expenses, access to the best specialists in the country regardless of insurance networks, and a $50 million trust fund accessible when she turns 25. Victor began, ticking items off with the efficiency of a man who'd made this presentation in boardrooms countless times. For Daniel, $50 million in trust, immediate settlement of all student loans, and a position at Langford Investments with a starting salary of $300,000 annually if you choose to accept it. The numbers were staggering, obscene, the kind of money that could erase every financial worry Daniel had ever had and create generational wealth that could support his future children and grandchildren. For Elaine, a lump sum payment of $10 million as compensation for fulfilling the terms of our original arrangement and maintaining discretion for 23 years. Daniel's head snapped toward his mother, who had the grace to look ashamed but not surprised, confirming that she'd known about this payment all along. "And what do we have to do for this money?" Daniel asked, his voice hollow because he already knew the answer, could already feel the trap closing around them with the precision of a mechanism designed by someone who'd spent a lifetime manipulating people into positions where they had no choice but to surrender. "You legally change your surname to Langford within 60 days, Victor stated, pulling documents from the folder and spreading them on the coffee table with the casual efficiency of a man who'd already assumed their acceptance. "You participate in a public announcement of your paternity, a press conference, media interviews, social media presence establishing you as my heirs. You attend family functions and business events as representatives of the Langford legacy. You allow me reasonable access to build relationships with both of you moving forward." The words sounded reasonable when Victor said them, almost benign, but Daniel could hear the underlying current of ownership, the transformation from autonomous individuals into branded assets of the Langford empire. "And what if we refuse?" Sophie asked quietly, her voice small but brave, and Victor's expression softened slightly when he looked at her, the first genuine emotion Daniel had seen from him since he'd walked through their door. "Then I pay for your medical treatment anyway," Victor said gently, and the room fell silent with shock. "Because you are my daughter, Sophie, regardless of whether you acknowledge that publicly or take my name. And I'm not going to let you suffer because of pride or principle or your brother's understandable anger at the circumstances of your conception." The kindness in Victor's voice when speaking to Sophie was somehow more disturbing than his earlier cold calculation. Made him seem almost human, almost sympathetic despite the manipulation underlying every word. "But understand that refusing my offer means choosing a harder path," Victor continued, his attention still on Sophie. "It means watching your mother continue working 2 jobs to pay off medical debts, means Daniel sacrificing his career opportunities to help support the family, means Mark working until he's 70 because he can't afford to retire. It means struggling when you don't have to, suffering when relief is being offered freely." Daniel moved to the coffee table, picking up one of the documents, a legal contract thick enough to intimidate, filled with clauses and subclauses that would take a team of lawyers to properly interpret. "This isn't being offered freely," Daniel said quietly, his finger tracing over a section labeled Public Appearances and Media Obligations. "This is a purchase agreement disguised as generosity. You're buying our names, our identities, our loyalty to a man we've never met, and packaging it as family reunion." Victor didn't deny it, didn't even try to argue, just stood there watching Daniel read the contract with an expression that might have been pride in his biological son's intelligence or satisfaction at seeing his investment paying dividends. "Every relationship is transactional, Daniel," Victor said finally. "Love is a transaction. Your parents' marriage was a transaction where Mark provided stability and devotion in exchange for Elaine's companionship and the fiction of biological children. Parenthood is a transaction. Parents provide resources and guidance in exchange for legacy and the satisfaction of watching their genetic material propagate into the future. I'm just being honest about the terms where most people pretend the transaction doesn't exist. The cynicism in Victor's worldview made Daniel feel sick, made him want to reject everything this man represented, even as his practical mind calculated how much easier life would be with $50 million, how much Sophie's recovery would be simplified, how his mother could finally stop pretending and Mark could. What? Watch his children take another man's name, while that man claimed credit for raising them? I need to think about this, Daniel said finally, setting the contract back on the table like it might contaminate him through prolonged contact. I need to talk to Mark, need to understand what accepting this means for him, for our family. Victor nodded like he'd expected this response, had probably calculated exactly how long it would take Daniel to come around to seeing things his way. Take a week, Victor said, pulling a business card from his pocket and setting it on top of the contract. After that, I'll need an answer because Sophie's treatment can't wait indefinitely, and the longer you delay, the more complicated this becomes legally and financially. He moved toward the door, and Elaine followed him like she couldn't help herself, like 23 years of secret coordination had created patterns she couldn't break even now with everything exposed. Think carefully, Daniel, Victor said from the doorway, his commanding presence somehow even more imposing in the frame of their modest home's entrance. You're angry now, feeling betrayed and manipulated, and those feelings are valid. But don't let pride cost you and your sister the future you both deserve. Mark raised you well, gave you values and love and everything he had to give. But he can't give you what I can, and choosing him over me isn't loyalty. It's just another kind of sacrifice, another generation perpetuating the cycle of financial struggle that drove your mother to me in the first place. Mark Brooks sat on his brother's porch in rural Vermont drinking coffee that had gone cold 2 hours ago, and when Daniel pulled up the gravel driveway in his old Honda, he saw his father. The man he still couldn't stop thinking of as his father, aged 10 years in the time it took to walk from the car to the weathered wooden steps. The drive from Newton to Burlington had taken 3.5 hours. 3.5 hours of Daniel rehearsing how to tell Mark about Victor's offer, about the $50 million and the name change, and the choice that felt less like opportunity and more like a final betrayal of everything Mark had sacrificed. Maya had offered to come, but Daniel needed to do this alone, needed to face the man who'd taught him to ride a bike and throw a baseball and be a decent human being in a world that often rewarded cruelty and selfishness. Mark's brother James had greeted Daniel at the door with a tight hug and a whispered, "Be gentle with him," before disappearing into the house, leaving father and son alone on the porch with the October wind stripping leaves from the maple trees that surrounded the property. "I knew you'd come," Mark said quietly, not looking at Daniel, his gaze fixed on the mountains in the distance like they held answers to questions he was too afraid to ask. "Your mother called," said Victor made his formal offer, said you have a week to decide whether to become a Langford and leave Brooks behind. The pain in Mark's voice was physical, tangible, and Daniel felt it settle in his chest like a stone pressing down on his lungs until breathing hurt. "I haven't decided anything yet," Daniel said, climbing the steps slowly like approaching a wounded animal that might bolt if he moved too fast. "I came here because I needed to talk to you before making any decision, needed to understand how you feel about all this." Mark let out a bitter laugh that sounded more like a cough, finally turning to look at Daniel with eyes that were red-rimmed from crying or lack of sleep or both. "How do I feel?" Mark repeated, his teacher's voice stripped of all its usual warmth and authority. "I feel like I've been living someone else's life for 23 years, like every memory I cherish is contaminated by the knowledge that I was essentially a well-paid babysitter for another man's genetic experiment." The harsh words made Daniel flinch, but he forced himself to sit on the porch railing facing Mark, forced himself to not look away from the devastation in his father's eyes. "You weren't a babysitter," Daniel said firmly. "You are my father in every way that matters. You taught me to read, helped me with homework, drove me to soccer practice, sat through every school play, even the terrible ones, talked me through my first heartbreak. Victor Langford paid for my existence, but you made me who I am." Mark's face crumpled, and for a moment Daniel thought he might cry again, but instead he just shook his head slowly. "But I didn't make you, did I?" Mark said softly. "Your intelligence, your drive, your talent for writing. Those came from Victor's genes, his DNA, his genetic legacy that he so carefully selected your mother to carry. I taught you to tie your shoes and ride a bike, but the fundamental pieces of who you are came from him." Daniel felt anger flare hot in his chest at hearing Mark diminish himself. Hearing the man who'd been his hero for 23 years talk about himself like he was worthless in comparison to a billionaire who'd never changed a diaper or nursed a fever or stayed up all night helping with a science project. That's bullshit, Daniel said harshly, and Mark's eyebrows rose at the curse because Daniel rarely swore, especially not at his father. Intelligence and talent mean nothing without someone teaching you how to use them. How to be a good person with those gifts instead of just another rich asshole who thinks money makes them better than everyone else. Daniel stood, pacing the small porch with agitation that mirrored the turmoil in his chest. Victor Langford might have contributed some genetic material, but you contributed everything else. Every value I hold, every principle I try to live by, every understanding I have of what it means to be a decent human being came from watching you. Not from some DNA sequence I inherited from a stranger who bought my existence like a commodity. Mark set his cold coffee on the porch railing, his hands shaking slightly. Then why are you here, Daniel? He asked quietly. If I'm your real father and biology doesn't matter, why did you drive 3.5 hours to ask my permission to take another man's name and his money? The question hung in the air like an accusation, and Daniel couldn't answer because Mark was right. If Daniel truly believed that Mark was his father in all the ways that mattered, he would have refused Victor's offer immediately, wouldn't be standing here weighing the pros and cons of betraying the man who raised him. Because it's $50 million, Daniel finally admitted, the words feeling like glass in his throat. Because it's Sophie's medical treatment fully covered with the best specialists in the country. Because it's Mom never having to work 2 jobs again, and you being able to retire someday instead of teaching until you drop dead in a classroom. Because it's opportunities and connections and a future that I can't build on my own no matter how hard I work or how many principles I hold. The honesty of it felt like a confession, like admitting to a sin he hadn't fully acknowledged until he spoke it aloud. Mark nodded slowly, unsurprised, and Daniel realized his father had already worked through this calculus, had already understood that rejecting Victor's offer meant choosing poverty and struggle on principle alone. Your mother made the same argument 24 years ago, Mark said, his voice distant now, lost in memory. She came to me after meeting with Victor. I didn't know it was Victor at the time. She said it was a friend who wanted to help with my mother's medical bills. And she asked me what I would sacrifice to save my mother's life and give our future children a better life than we could provide on a teacher's salary. Daniel sat back down on the railing, suddenly exhausted. What did you say? He asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. I said I'd sacrifice anything except my integrity and my family, Mark replied. I told her we'd find another way, that we'd work harder, borrow more, do whatever it took without compromising who we were. And she smiled and agreed and never mentioned it again. His voice broke on the last words. She agreed to my face and then went behind my back and made a deal that destroyed everything I thought we'd built together. I don't want to do to you what Mom did, Daniel said quietly, tears finally spilling down his cheeks. I don't want to smile and agree and then go behind your back and take Victor's money and his name. But I also don't know how to turn down an offer that could change all our lives when I know that refusing it means Sophie might not get the best treatment, means you'll keep working yourself to exhaustion, means we all keep struggling when we don't have to. Mark reached over and put his hand on Daniel's shoulder. The familiar gesture that had comforted Daniel through every childhood crisis and teenage heartbreak, and the normalcy of it made Daniel cry harder. You're not your mother, Mark said gently. You came here to have this conversation honestly instead of making decisions in secret and justifying them later. That takes courage and integrity, and those are things I taught you, things that have nothing to do with Victor Langford's DNA. He squeezed Daniel's shoulder. But I also taught you to be practical, to look at situations clearly without letting emotion cloud your judgment. And practically speaking, refusing Victor's offer because it hurts my feelings is just pride disguised as loyalty. The words shocked Daniel into looking up at his father, seeing something in Mark's expression that he'd never seen before. Acceptance mixed with resignation mixed with a love so deep it was willing to sacrifice itself. Are you saying I should take the offer? Daniel asked incredulously. Are you giving me permission to become a Langford and take his money and let him claim me as his son? Mark pulled his hand back, standing from the rocking chair and walking to the edge of the porch, his back to Daniel as he spoke. I'm saying that being your father means wanting what's best for you even when it destroys me, Mark said, his voice thick with emotion. I'm saying that if I truly love you, and I do, Daniel, more than I've ever loved anything in my life, then I have to be willing to let you go if that's what's best for you and your sister. Daniel stood, moving to stand beside Mark at the porch railing, both of them looking out at the mountains that were turning purple in the fading light. "I've spent 3 days thinking about this," Mark continued. "I've run through every scenario, every possible outcome, every selfish and selfless reason you might have for accepting or refusing Victor's offer. And the truth is that the only reason for you to refuse it is to protect my feelings and my pride." He turned to look at Daniel directly, tears streaming down his face openly now. "And if you sacrifice your future to protect my pride, then I've failed as a father because I raised you to make smart decisions even when they're painful, not to cripple yourself emotionally and financially out of misplaced loyalty to a man who can't give you what Victor can." The selflessness of it was almost too much to bear, and Daniel wanted to argue, wanted to insist that love mattered more than money, that family was more than biological connection. But the practical part of him, the part Mark had taught to think clearly, knew that his father was right. "Sophie needs to be the priority," Mark said after a long silence. "She's 16 years old with her whole life ahead of her. And if Victor's money means she gets the best possible treatment and never has to worry about medical debt or insurance coverage, then we'd be selfish to refuse it because we're uncomfortable with how the money came into existence." Daniel nodded, knowing Mark was right but hating the truth of it. "But what about you?" Daniel asked. "What happens to you when I become Daniel Langford and Sophie becomes Sophie Langford and we're attending charity galas with Victor while you're still teaching high school English to kids who don't appreciate Shakespeare?" Mark's smile was sad and genuine. "I keep teaching because that's what I love. Keep living in the house your mother and I bought. Keep being the man who raised you even if the world doesn't acknowledge that connection anymore," he said simply. "I don't need the Langford name or Victor's money or public recognition to know that I was your father when it mattered, during the years when you were being formed and shaped and taught how to be human." He turned back to the mountains. "And maybe, if I'm lucky, you'll still call me Dad sometimes when Victor's not around to hear it. Still come visit this hypothetical Vermont cabin I might buy with the settlement money I'll probably demand from Elaine in the divorce." The casual mention of divorce shocked Daniel. "You're leaving, Mom?" he asked, though he realized immediately it was a stupid question. Of course Mark was leaving Elaine after 23 years of lies and betrayal. "Already filed the papers," Mark confirmed. "Met with a lawyer in Burlington yesterday. Turns out having another man's children and pretending they're your husband's for over 2 decades while accepting regular payments from said man counts as both adultery and fraud, so I should get a favorable settlement." The bitterness in Mark's voice when talking about the legal proceedings was understandable, but Daniel heard something else underneath. Hurt so deep it had calcified into a kind of protective cynicism, a defense mechanism against feeling too much. "What will you do?" Daniel asked. "After the divorce, after everything changes?" Mark shrugged. "James has been asking me to move up here for years, help him run his carpentry business. Live somewhere quiet where nobody knows about the scandal that's probably going to explode once Victor makes his public announcement about his secret heirs." He glanced at Daniel. "I assume his announcement will include the juicy detail about the married woman who bore his children while her husband remained clueless. Because men like Victor don't pay $50 million for heirs without maximizing the PR value of the dramatic reveal." Daniel hadn't thought about the publicity angle, hadn't considered that accepting Victor's offer meant becoming a news story, a headline, maybe even trending on social media as the secret billionaire bastards whose suburban teacher father got cuckolded for 23 years. "I'm sorry," Daniel said inadequately, knowing the words couldn't touch the magnitude of what Mark had lost and would continue to lose as the story unfolded. "I'm sorry Mom did this to you. Sorry Victor targeted our family. Sorry that accepting his offer feels like betraying you even though you're giving me permission." Mark pulled Daniel into a hug then, the kind of tight embrace he used to give when Daniel was small and had nightmares, the kind that made you feel protected even when the world was terrifying. "You're not betraying me," Mark whispered fiercely. "You're surviving in a world that your mother and I created through our choices. Her choice to make that arrangement, and my choice to be blind to the truth for 23 years, because I loved her and wanted to believe in our family." They stood like that for several minutes, holding on to each other and the relationship they'd built over 23 years, both knowing it would never be the same after this moment, but neither willing to let go first. "Will you do something for me?" Mark finally asked, pulling back to look Daniel in the eyes. "Anything," Daniel promised immediately. "Before you accept Victor's offer, investigate him thoroughly," Mark said seriously, his teacher's instinct for research and critical thinking overriding his emotional devastation. Use those journalism skills I helped you develop. Dig into his past, his business practices, his other relationships, because men like Victor Langford don't. Daniel drove back to Massachusetts that night with Mark's words echoing in his mind, with his father's blessing feeling more like a burden than permission, with the weight of a decision that would reshape his entire identity pressing down on him like physical force. His phone buzzed repeatedly with messages from Maya asking how it went, from Sophie asking when he'd be home, from his mother asking if Mark was okay. But he ignored them all, needing the silence and darkness of the highway to process what had just happened. Mark had essentially given him permission to leave the Brooks name behind, to become Victor Langford's son in public record and family legacy. But he'd done it in a way that made Daniel feel the full weight of that choice rather than making it easier. The old Honda's heater barely worked, and Daniel drove through the October night shivering not from cold, but from the recognition that accepting Victor's offer meant admitting that money and opportunity mattered more than loyalty and love, that biology and wealth could rewrite 23 years of fatherhood in a single legal document. His phone rang, Maya's name lighting up the screen, and this time Daniel answered, needing to hear a voice that wasn't trapped in the tangled web of the Brooks-Langford family drama. "How is he?" Maya asked immediately, her concern evident even through the phone's speaker. "Destroyed but trying to be noble about it," Daniel said, his voice rough from crying and the emotional exhaustion of the past few hours. "He basically gave me permission to take Victor's offer, said I should prioritize Sophie's treatment and our future over his feelings." "That's very selfless," Maya said carefully, and Daniel could hear the unspoken question underneath. Was it too selfless, the kind of martyrdom that made accepting the offer feel like betrayal rather than opportunity? "He also told me to investigate Victor before signing anything," Daniel continued, grateful for Maya's practical journalism background that would understand why this mattered. "Said I should figure out why Victor's making this offer now after 23 years, what changed, what he's not telling us." There was a pause on the line, and Daniel could practically hear Maya's mind working through the implications. "That's actually a really good point," Maya said slowly. "I've been so focused on the emotional drama and family destruction that I didn't think about the business angle. But you're right, billionaires don't suddenly develop paternal feelings without reason." Her voice grew more animated, the way it always did when she caught the scent of a good story. "Victor Langford has a reputation for strategic moves, for playing the long game in business acquisitions. What if claiming you and Sophie publicly is part of some larger strategy?" Daniel felt his own journalist instincts kick in, pushing past the emotional turmoil to see the shape of a story that might be hiding beneath the surface. "I need access to business records, financial filings, anything that might show what Victor's been up to in the past year," he said, his mind already cataloging sources and contacts who might help. "And I need to find out if he has other children, other family members who might be affected by suddenly acknowledging Sophie and me as heirs." "I'll help," Maya offered immediately. "I have contacts at business publications, people who cover the financial sector and the Boston tech scene. If Victor's planning something big, someone's probably heard rumors or seen patterns in his recent moves." The relief Daniel felt at not having to investigate alone was immense, a reminder that even in the midst of family destruction, he had people who supported him without ulterior motives or secret arrangements. "There's something else," Maya said hesitantly. "I did some preliminary research after Victor left your house, just basic Google searches and social media scanning. Did you know he has a legitimate son? Thomas Langford, 28 years old, works for Langford Investments as vice president of acquisitions." Daniel's hands tightened on the steering wheel. "He has another son?" The implications hit him immediately. If Victor had a legitimate heir who'd been working in the family business, why did he need to publicly claim Daniel and Sophie now? According to his LinkedIn and various business profiles, Thomas has been groomed to take over the company eventually, Maya continued. "He went to Harvard Business School, worked at Goldman Sachs for 3 years, then joined Langford Investments 5 years ago. He's basically the perfect corporate heir." She paused. "Which makes me wonder how he feels about his father suddenly announcing 2 secret siblings who are about to inherit $50 million each and share claim to the Langford legacy." Daniel's mind raced with new questions, new angles to investigate. If Victor had a legitimate son who'd been positioned as the heir apparent for years, suddenly introducing 2 illegitimate children threatened not just Thomas Langford's inheritance, but his entire identity and future. Thomas has to be furious, Daniel said, thinking through the scenario. His father built an empire, groomed him to inherit it, and now suddenly there are two more heirs splitting the legacy. I'd be pissed if I were him. Maya made a thoughtful sound, which means Thomas might be a good source of information about Victor's real motivations. Enemies and threatened heirs tend to be very forthcoming about someone's secrets when they have something to gain from exposing them. The strategic calculation in her voice reminded Daniel why he loved her. Why having someone who could think clearly when emotions ran high was invaluable. I need to meet him, Daniel decided. Need to understand what Victor's told him about Sophie and me, what Thomas knows about the arrangement, how he's responding to suddenly having siblings he didn't know existed. He glanced at the dashboard clock, nearly midnight, too late to start calling contacts or digging through public records. But his mind was too wired to sleep even when he made it back to Newton. Meet me at my apartment tomorrow morning, Maya said. I'll pull everything I can find on Victor and Thomas Langford overnight, build a profile of their business activities and personal relationships. Then we can plan how to approach Thomas without him immediately slamming the door in your face. Daniel ended the call as he crossed back into Massachusetts, the Boston skyline appearing in the distance like a promise or a threat, depending on how he chose to interpret it. Somewhere in that glittering city, Victor Langford slept in his penthouse apartment or mansion, or whatever billionaires called home. Confident that his offer would be accepted because he'd calculated every angle, leveraged every pressure point, created a situation where refusing seemed impossible. But Mark's warning echoed in Daniel's mind. Find out what Victor's really after. Understand the game before agreeing to play. Use the skills you've been taught to investigate rather than just accept the narrative being presented. The journalist in Daniel recognized the shape of a story that was bigger than just a family drama, saw the outline of something more complex and potentially darker than Victor's seemingly generous offer suggested. Why now? Why, after 23 years of comfortable distance and quarterly updates, did Victor suddenly need public heirs? What had changed in his business or personal life that made claiming Daniel and Sophie worth the risk of scandal and publicity? And how did Thomas Langford factor into this equation? Was he complicit in his father's plan, or was he another victim of Victor's manipulation? Another person whose life was being rearranged to serve the billionaire's larger strategy? Daniel and Maya sat in her small Boston apartment surrounded by printouts, laptop screens, and enough coffee cups to fuel a newsroom as they pieced together the puzzle of Victor Langford's life. And what they discovered in those first hours of investigation made Daniel's blood run cold with the realization that his biological father was far more dangerous than he'd initially believed. Maya had worked through the night as promised, her journalist's network yielding connections and sources that painted a picture of Victor Langford that went far beyond the polished businessman image presented in Forbes profiles and business magazines. Okay, so here's what I've found, Maya said, gesturing to her laptop screen where multiple tabs displayed everything from securities and exchange commission filings to archived news articles to court records that required paid access to specialized databases. Daniel leaned closer, reading over her shoulder while nursing his third cup of coffee and trying to ignore the exhaustion pulling at his consciousness after driving back from Vermont at midnight. Victor Langford's net worth is currently estimated at $4.2 billion, Maya began, pointing to a Forbes article from 6 months ago. He made his fortune primarily through venture capital investments and strategic acquisitions of undervalued companies, which he would restructure, strip of valuable assets, and either resell at profit or absorb into his larger holding company, Langford Investments. The clinical description of corporate predation matched what Daniel had read in his own preliminary research, but Maya's expression suggested there was more to the story. But about 18 months ago, his business activities changed significantly, Maya continued, opening a new tab showing SEC filings. He started divesting from his usual aggressive acquisition strategy, selling off several major holdings, liquidating assets that had been part of his portfolio for decades, basically consolidating his empire in ways that suggested either retirement planning or preparation for some major change. Daniel felt his stomach tighten with the implications. "You think he's dying," he said flatly, and Maya nodded slowly, pulling up another screen that showed a different kind of document. Medical facility visitor logs that she'd somehow obtained through sources Daniel didn't want to examine too closely. 3 months ago, Victor started making regular visits to Massachusetts General Hospital's oncology department, Maya said quietly, highlighting the dates on the screen. Weekly appointments at first, then twice weekly, Then he spent 4 days admitted under a privacy protocol that's typically used for high-profile patients who don't want their conditions leaked to the press. The same hospital where Sophie had been diagnosed, Daniel realized with a jolt. His sister's genetic testing and Victor's cancer. Treatment happening in the same building, the revelation of paternity and the urgency of Victor's offer suddenly making horrible sense. If he's dying, then suddenly claiming heirs isn't about family reunion or paternal feelings, Daniel said, his journalist's mind working through the implications. It's about legacy, about ensuring his empire doesn't get dissolved or absorbed by competitors after his death, about establishing a line of succession before he's too sick to control the narrative. Maya's expression was grim. It gets worse, she said, opening yet another tab that showed a complex corporate structure diagram. Langford Investments is structured in a way that requires direct biological heirs to maintain control. There's a provision in the company bylaws that states if Victor dies without legitimate offspring who meet certain criteria, control of the company passes to a board of directors who can vote to sell or dissolve the entire enterprise. But he is Thomas, Daniel protested, thinking of the legitimate son Maya had mentioned the night before. Why would he need Sophie and me if he already has an heir who's been working in the company for years? Maya pulled up Thomas Langford's business profile, the professionally photographed face of Daniel's half-brother, staring out from the screen with the kind of polished confidence that came from Ivy League schools and family wealth. That's where it gets interesting, Maya said, her voice taking on the excited tone she used when a story started revealing its hidden layers. I called a contact who works in Boston's financial sector, someone who covers mergers and acquisitions for the Business Journal. And she told me that there have been rumors for the past year about problems between Victor and Thomas, some kind of falling out or disagreement about the direction of the company. She scrolled through her notes. Apparently Thomas has been pushing for Langford Investments to move away from the aggressive acquisition model Victor built the company on, wants to transition toward sustainable investing and ethical business practices. Basically everything his father's empire was not built on. Daniel felt a grudging respect for Thomas despite having never met him. Appreciation for someone trying to build something better than what they'd inherited. Victor sees it as weakness, Maya continued. My source said there have been screaming matches at board meetings, threats from Victor to remove Thomas from his position, public disagreements about major deals. The relationship has deteriorated to the point where multiple people in the financial community don't think Thomas will inherit control even though he's the legitimate heir. So Victor needs backup heirs, Daniel said slowly, the full picture starting to come into focus. If he can't trust Thomas to continue his legacy the way he wants it continued, he needs other biological children who might be more malleable, more grateful for the opportunity, more willing to preserve the Langford empire exactly as Victor built it. The manipulation was breathtaking in its calculated cruelty. Victor wasn't offering Daniel and Sophie $50 million out of paternal love or guilt. He was recruiting them as replacements for the son who'd disappointed him, positioning them as alternatives who would compete with Thomas for control of the empire. But there's something else, Maya said, her expression darkening further. The company bylaws specify that heirs must be legitimate biological offspring to inherit without board approval, which technically disqualifies you and Sophie since you were born while Elaine was married to Mark. She pulled up the relevant legal documents. But if Victor can legally establish paternity and get Mark to formally disclaim parental rights, then you and Sophie could be legitimized retroactively through some complicated legal process that my source wasn't entirely clear on. The point is, Victor's not just offering you money, he's trying to position you as legal alternatives to Thomas in case their relationship continues to deteriorate. Daniel stood abruptly, pacing Maya's small living room as the full scope of Victor's manipulation became clear. He wasn't just a biological father reaching out to claim his children. He was a dying billionaire trying to maintain control of his empire from beyond the grave by creating competition between his legitimate and illegitimate offspring, leveraging Daniel and Sophie's financial desperation to build an insurance policy against Thomas's ethical objections. I need to talk to Thomas, Daniel said firmly, stopping his pacing to look at Maya. Need to hear his side of this, understand what Victor's told him about Sophie and me. Figure out if we're pawns in some larger family power struggle that has nothing to do with paternal feelings or genetic legacy. Maya nodded, already typing on her laptop. I can get you his contact information, but approaching him is going to be tricky. He probably sees you as a threat to everything he's worked toward. might not be willing to meet, or might just see it as an attempt by Victor to manipulate him further. She paused. But there's someone else you should talk to first. Someone who might have insights into Victor's character and motivations that could help you understand what you're really dealing with. Daniel sat back down beside her. Who? Maya pulled up a new screen showing a news article from 12 years ago. The headline reading, Langford Investments Accused of Hostile Takeover Tactics, with a photograph of a middle-aged woman standing in front of a factory that had clearly been shuttered. Catherine Wells, former CEO of Wells Manufacturing, Maya said. Victor acquired her family's company 15 years ago, promised to preserve jobs and maintain operations, then systematically stripped the company of assets and sold everything valuable before dissolving what remained. She lost her family's 80-year legacy, and 300 employees lost their jobs. The bitterness in the article was palpable even a decade later, and Daniel recognized the type of story he'd written about himself during his journalism internships. Corporate predation disguised as business strategy, lives destroyed by people who saw human beings as numbers on balance sheets. She's been vocal about Victor's business practices for years, Maya continued, pulling up more articles and blog posts where Catherine Wells had written scathing assessments of Langford Investments and called for greater regulation of hostile acquisitions. She testified before Congress about private equity abuses, wrote a book about corporate raiders that specifically called out Victor by name, basically made it her mission to expose exactly the kind of ruthless businessman your biological father really is. Daniel felt sick thinking about accepting $50 million from a man who'd destroyed hundreds of lives for profit. But he also thought about Sophie's medical bills and Mark's exhaustion and his mother's decades of carrying a secret that had poisoned their entire family. Give me her contact information, Daniel said. I'll call her this morning, see if she's willing to meet. If anyone knows what Victor Langford is really capable of, it's someone whose life he systematically destroyed. Maya sent the contact information to Daniel's phone, then pulled up one more screen, this one showing social media posts from the past week. There's one more thing you should know before you go deeper into this investigation, she said carefully, and Daniel braced himself for whatever revelation was coming next. Sophie's been researching Victor too. She's been posting questions on Reddit and other forums asking for information about him, sharing parts of your story anonymously, trying to get advice from strangers about whether to accept his offer. Daniel's heart sank at the thought of his 16-year-old sister navigating this impossible situation alone, trying to process the revelation of her paternity and the offer of life-changing money without the emotional tools or life experience to fully understand the implications. I need to talk to her, Daniel said, already pulling out his phone to call his sister. Need to make sure she understands what Victor's really offering, what strings come attached to that $50 million. His phone buzzed before he could dial, Sophie's name appearing on the screen with a message that made his blood run cold. Daniel, I need you to come home right now. Victor showed up at the house again, and Mom's letting him take me to breakfast. I don't want to go alone. Please. Daniel was already grabbing his jacket, Maya close behind as they rushed toward the door. I'm coming with you, Maya said firmly when Daniel looked like he might protest. You're not facing Victor Langford alone, especially. Not when he's trying to isolate Sophie and build a relationship with her separate from you. They made it to Newton in record time. Daniel's old Honda pushed to its limits as he navigated morning traffic with the kind of reckless urgency that made Maya grip the dashboard and pray they wouldn't get pulled over. Victor's black Mercedes was already parked in their driveway when they arrived, the expensive car looking out of place in their modest suburban neighborhood of sensible Toyotas and older Hondas. Elaine stood in the doorway looking anxious and defensive as Daniel and Maya rushed up the front walk, her hand raised in a placating gesture. Daniel, wait, it's not what you think, Elaine started, but Daniel pushed past her into the house where he found Victor sitting on their living room couch talking to Sophie like they were old friends, his commanding presence somehow making their modest home feel even smaller and shabbier than usual. Daniel, perfect timing, Victor said smoothly, standing from the couch with the easy confidence of someone who'd never been unwelcome anywhere in his life. I was just explaining to Sophie about the family estate in Martha's Vineyard. Thought she might enjoy spending a weekend there to get to know me better away from all this tension and complexity. Sophie looked at Daniel with an expression that mixed hope and fear and confusion. Her 16-year-old self clearly drawn to the attention and promises from this powerful stranger who claimed to be her father, but also terrified of what accepting that relationship might mean. Sophie's not going anywhere with you, Daniel said firmly, moving to stand between his sister and Victor. Not until we have some honest conversations about what you're really offering and what you expect in return. Victor's expression didn't change, but something flickered in those blue eyes. Annoyance maybe, or respect for Daniel's directness, or calculation about how to navigate this unexpected resistance. I'm offering my daughter a chance to know her biological father, Victor said calmly. Is that really so threatening to you? Maya stepped forward then, her journalist's instinct for cutting through bullshit overriding any intimidation she felt facing a billionaire in his element. You're offering her a transactional relationship where affection and acceptance are contingent on taking your name and conforming to your legacy, Maya said bluntly. You're a dying man trying to secure control of your empire by recruiting backup heirs to compete with the son who disappointed you. Sophie deserves to know that before she gets in a car with you. The silence that followed Maya's accusation was electric, dangerous, and Daniel saw Victor's carefully maintained facade crack slightly to reveal something harder and colder underneath. You've been busy, Victor said, his tone still calm but edged with something that might have been threat or warning. Investigating my medical records, talking to sources in the financial sector, building a narrative that I'm some Machiavellian villain manipulating his children for corporate gain. He took a step closer to Daniel, and despite being several inches shorter, Daniel held his ground. But here's what your investigation didn't tell you. I'm dying, yes, stage 4 pancreatic cancer with a prognosis of 6 to 18 months, depending on how aggressive the treatment is. And facing mortality makes you reevaluate what matters, makes you want to correct mistakes and claim relationships you previously avoided out of convenience or cowardice. The admission was so raw, so seemingly honest, that Daniel felt his certainty waver slightly. For 23 years, I watched you and Sophie grow up through photographs and report cards and quarterly updates, and I told myself that was enough, that providing financial support was a valid form of fatherhood, even if I never met you or held you or taught you anything meaningful, Victor continued, his voice taking on an emotional quality Daniel hadn't heard before. But dying strips away all the rationalizations and justifications, leaves you with the stark reality that you're about to disappear from existence without ever truly knowing your own children. And I decided I couldn't die without at least trying to build something real with you both, even if it's complicated by money and illness and all the terrible choices I made decades ago. Sophie stood from the couch, her young face showing the kind of empathy that teenagers possess before life teaches them to be more guarded. I want to get to know you, she said quietly, and Daniel's heart broke at hearing his sister's hope, her desire to believe that Victor's offer came from genuine paternal feeling rather than corporate strategy. Sophie, wait, Daniel started, but she shook her head. I know what you found in your investigation, Sophie interrupted, looking at Daniel with more maturity than her 16 years should have allowed. I've been doing my own research, reading about his business practices and his reputation, understanding that he's not some benevolent father figure. But he's also dying, Daniel, and if there's even a chance that he genuinely wants to know us before he's gone, don't I deserve the opportunity to explore that? The logic was sound even as Daniel's protective instincts screamed that it was dangerous, that Victor was too skilled a manipulator to trust even in the face of terminal illness. One breakfast, Sophie continued, looking at Victor. At a public place where Daniel and Maya can sit at a nearby table and watch the whole time. If you're genuinely interested in building a relationship, you shouldn't object to some oversight. Victor's smile was genuine for the first time since Daniel had met him, showing approval at Sophie's negotiating skills. Agreed, he said simply. The Paramount on Charles Street in half an hour. You and me at one table, Daniel and Maya at another, completely public and monitored so everyone feels safe. He looked at Daniel. I'm not your enemy, Daniel. Even if my methods are questionable and my motives are mixed. I'm just a dying man trying to know his children before it's too late, and I'm willing to work within whatever boundaries make that possible. The Paramount restaurant on Charles Street was crowded with the Saturday morning brunch rush, and Daniel sat at a corner table with Maya watching his 16-year-old sister have breakfast with a dying billionaire who might be a master manipulator or a genuine father seeking redemption. And the terrifying part was that Daniel honestly couldn't tell which. Victor had chosen well. The Paramount was public enough that nothing overtly threatening could happen, casual enough that the conversation wouldn't feel staged or formal, and crowded enough that Daniel and Maya's surveillance from 3 tables away wasn't obvious to other diners, but was clearly visible to both Sophie and Victor. Sophie sat across from Victor in a booth near the window, her blonde hair catching the morning sunlight in a way that made her look younger than 16. More vulnerable than Daniel wanted to acknowledge as he watched her laugh at something Victor said while spreading jam on her toast. Maya had her phone positioned to record audio using a directional microphone app she'd downloaded, though Daniel wasn't sure if that was legal and decided he didn't care. Protecting his sister mattered more than wiretapping laws when a billionaire with terminal cancer was potentially recruiting her for corporate warfare. "He's good," Maya murmured, watching Victor's body language through narrowed eyes. "Look at how he's mirroring her posture, maintaining eye contact without being aggressive, using open hand gestures that signal honesty and vulnerability. This is either genuine paternal connection, or he's studied psychological manipulation techniques to an expert level." Daniel couldn't disagree. Victor seemed genuinely interested in whatever Sophie was saying, leaning forward with attention that didn't feel performative, smiling at her stories about art class and her plans for college with what looked like authentic pride and pleasure. "I wish we could hear what they're saying," Daniel said, frustrated by the distance and the ambient noise of the restaurant that made their conversation inaudible even with Maya's recording app. As if sensing his frustration, Sophie pulled out her phone and texted Daniel. "He's asking about my art, my friends, normal stuff. Actually seems interested. Don't worry." The text should have been reassuring, but Daniel knew enough about manipulation to understand that building rapport was the first step in any con. Make the mark feel seen and valued, establish trust and connection, then leverage that relationship toward whatever goal you'd been planning all along. "Sophie just texted that it's going fine," Daniel said, showing Maya the message, and she nodded without taking her eyes off the booth, where Victor was now showing Sophie something on his phone, both of them leaning over the screen with expressions of shared interest. 20 minutes into the breakfast, Daniel's own phone buzzed with a call from an unknown Boston number, and he stepped outside the restaurant to answer it while Maya maintained surveillance. "Daniel Brooks?" a professional female voice asked. "This is Catherine Wells. Maya Rodriguez reached out to me yesterday, saying you wanted to talk about Victor Langford." Daniel felt his pulse quicken with the opportunity to speak with someone who'd experienced Victor's ruthlessness firsthand. "Yes, thank you for calling back," Daniel said, watching through the restaurant window as Victor and Sophie continued their apparently pleasant conversation. "I'm Victor's biological son, recently discovered, and I'm trying to understand what kind of man he really is before making decisions about accepting his offer to join the Langford family." Catherine Wells was silent for a moment, and when she spoke again, her voice carried the weight of someone who'd thought carefully about what she wanted to say. "Victor Langford destroyed my family's legacy, put 300 people out of work, and walked away with $200 million richer while calling it creative restructuring," she said bluntly. "But here's what you need to understand about him. He didn't do it because he enjoyed causing pain or because he was inherently cruel. He did it because he genuinely believed that efficiency and profit maximization were more important than human relationships or traditional notions of loyalty. The distinction felt important somehow, the difference between malice and cold calculation. He's not a villain in his own mind," Catherine continued. "He's a businessman who's internalized the logic of capitalism so completely that he can destroy lives and sleep soundly because the numbers justified the decision. And that makes him more dangerous than someone who's consciously evil, because he'll never see himself as the bad guy even when he's doing terrible things." Daniel watched Sophie show Victor something on her phone, saw his biological father's face light up with what looked like genuine delight at whatever his daughter was sharing. "So when he says he wants to build a relationship with his children before he dies, you think he means it?" Daniel asked. "Even if that relationship serves his larger goal of securing his business legacy?" Catherine laughed bitterly. "Oh, he absolutely means it. Victor is perfectly capable of genuine emotion and authentic connection. He just compartmentalizes those feelings from his business decisions in ways most people can't. He can love you sincerely while also calculating how to leverage that love for strategic advantage, and he won't see any contradiction between those two impulses." The conversation with Catherine Wells lasted another 15 minutes, during which she detailed Victor's business practices with the precision of someone who'd spent years studying her enemy, understanding his patterns and methods and psychological makeup. By the time Daniel returned to the restaurant, Sophie and Victor were finishing their breakfast, and the easy rapport between them was undeniable. They moved in sync, laughed at each other's jokes, shared that indefinable connection that biological relatives sometimes recognized instinctively even without shared history. "How was the call?" Maya asked as Daniel slid back into his seat, her attention still primarily focused on the booth 3 tables away. Illuminating and terrifying in equal measure, Daniel said, watching as Victor paid the check with a black credit card that probably had no limit. Catherine Wells confirmed that Victor's capable of genuine feeling, while simultaneously using people for strategic purposes. Which means everything he's doing with Sophie could be both authentic paternal connection and calculated manipulation. And those two things aren't mutually exclusive in his mind. Maya nodded slowly, her journalist's instinct for complexity appreciating the nuance, even as her protective instinct for Sophie worried about the implications. Victor and Sophie stood from their booth, and Daniel tensed as they approached his table rather than heading for the exit. "That was nice," Sophie said, her face flushed with happiness in a way Daniel hadn't seen since before her diagnosis. "Victor was telling me about the art collection at the Martha's Vineyard house, and he wants me to come see it next weekend. There are original Rothkos and Pollocks, Daniel, paintings I've only seen in textbooks." The excitement in her voice was genuine and heartbreaking. The enthusiasm of a teenage artist being offered access to masterworks by a man who could afford to own them. "Sophie, we need to talk about this as a family before you commit to spending a weekend," Daniel started, but Victor interrupted smoothly. "Which is why I'm inviting all of you," Victor said, his commanding presence somehow making the invitation feel less like a request and more like a statement of intent. "The Martha's Vineyard estate has 8 bedrooms, plenty of space for you, Sophie, your mother, even Maya if she'd like to come as Daniel's guest. I think it would be good for all of us to spend time together away from the tension and history of the Newton house, somewhere neutral where we can get to know each other without the weight of Mark's absence, making everything more complicated." The mention of Mark sent a spike of anger through Daniel's chest. The casual way Victor dismissed the man who'd raised them. The implication that Mark's presence was an impediment to their real family bonding rather than a vital part of who Daniel and Sophie were. "Mark's not an absence, he's our father," Daniel said firmly, standing to face Victor at eye level. "And no amount of Rothkos or oceanfront property changes that fundamental truth." Victor's expression didn't change, but Daniel saw something flicker in those blue eyes. Respect maybe, or acknowledgement that Daniel wasn't going to be as easy to win over as Sophie. "I'm not asking you to replace Mark," Victor said carefully. "I'm asking for the opportunity to build something new alongside what you already have, to be another resource and relationship in your life rather than a replacement for the man who raised you." He glanced at Sophie. "Your sister seems open to that possibility. Are you really going to deny her the chance to explore her biological heritage because of your loyalty to Mark?" The manipulation was expertly done, framing Daniel's hesitation as selfishness that would deny Sophie opportunities, positioning acceptance as the generous choice and refusal as petty vindictiveness. One weekend, Daniel finally conceded, seeing Sophie's hopeful expression and knowing he couldn't be the reason she missed experiencing world-class art that might inspire her own creative development. But Maya comes, and we're not signing anything or making any commitments about name changes or public announcements. This is just a family visit to get to know each other better. Victor smiled, and Daniel saw where Sophie had inherited her ability to light up a room with genuine happiness. "Agreed," Victor said, extending his hand for a handshake that felt more like a business deal than a family arrangement. "Next weekend, Friday through Sunday, I'll send a car to pick everyone up Friday afternoon." His grip was firm without being aggressive, the handshake of someone accustomed to sealing billion-dollar deals with nothing more than their word and a gesture. As Victor left the restaurant, Daniel watched him go with the unsettling feeling that he'd just agreed to something far more significant than a weekend trip. That accepting even this small invitation was the first step down a path that would eventually lead to the choice he was still trying to avoid: Brooks or Langford, loyalty or opportunity, the father who raised him or the billionaire who created him. "You did the right thing," Maya said quietly, squeezing his hand. "Sophie needs this, needs to know who Victor is firsthand rather than just through investigation and second-hand accounts. And you need to see them interact more, understand their dynamic before making any final decisions about his offer." Daniel nodded, but the knot in his stomach suggested that his instincts were screaming warnings his rational mind wasn't fully processing yet. Sophie was animated on the drive back to Newton, talking nonstop about Victor's stories of building his business empire, his descriptions of the Martha's Vineyard estate with its private beach and art studio, his promise to introduce her to working artists he'd invested in who could mentor her development. "He said I have real talent," Sophie gushed, her pale face more alive than it had been since the diagnosis. Not just you're good for 16, but actual professional potential. He wants to fund a summer program at RSD next year if my treatment goes well, connect me with gallery owners who could show my work, support my artistic development in ways we could never afford otherwise. Each word was a knife in Daniel's chest because they were all true. Victor could provide opportunities that Mark's teacher salary and their mother's accounting work could never match, could open doors that remained locked to suburban kids from modest families no matter how talented they were. Just remember that gifts from people like Victor always come with strings, Maya said gently from the passenger seat, her protective instinct for Sophie overriding her usual diplomatic approach. He's offering you these opportunities because he wants something in return, your loyalty, your name, your public acknowledgement that he's your father. And you need to be clear-eyed about that transaction even while appreciating the generosity. Sophie's enthusiasm dimmed slightly, but she nodded with more maturity than her 16 years. I know, she said quietly. I'm not naive enough to think he's doing this just because he suddenly developed paternal feelings after 23 years. But does it matter why he's offering if the opportunities are real and valuable? The question had no easy answer, and Daniel found himself thinking about what Catherine Wells had said about Victor's ability to hold genuine emotion alongside calculated manipulation, to love sincerely while leveraging that love for strategic advantage. They arrived home to find Elaine sitting at the kitchen table with papers spread in front of her. Legal documents that made Daniel's stomach drop when he recognized the letterhead of Victor's law firm. What are those? Daniel asked, moving to the table while Sophie headed upstairs to her room, still lost in dreams of art studios and gallery showings. Elaine looked up with an expression that mixed guilt and defiance, her hands protecting the papers like she expected Daniel to try to take them. Victor dropped these off while you were at breakfast, she said carefully. They're the formal trust documents for you and Sophie, $50 million each, held in irrevocable trusts that transfer full control when you turn 25, with provisions for early distribution for education, medical expenses, and business ventures that meet certain criteria. She pushed one set of documents toward Daniel. All you have to do is sign, along with an agreement to legally change your surname to Langford within 90 days and participate in a public announcement of paternity within 6 months. Daniel picked up the documents, feeling the weight of them both literally and metaphorically. Thick legal paper, expensive binding, language so dense with legal terminology that it would take hours to fully parse. He's moving fast, Maya observed, reading over Daniel's shoulder. Pushing for commitment before you've had time to fully process or investigate, using Sophie's enthusiasm and your mother's financial desperation to create momentum toward acceptance. Elaine's face flushed with anger at Maya's characterization. Or he's a dying man who doesn't have time to waste on extended negotiations, she shot back. Victor has maybe a year left, probably less, if he wants to know his children and establish them as his heirs before cancer takes him. Can you really blame him for moving quickly? I can blame him for manipulating a 16-year-old cancer patient with promises of art programs and mentorship, Daniel said, his voice rising with anger he'd been suppressing since watching Sophie's face light up at Victor's attention. I can blame him for using our financial desperation as leverage, for timing this whole thing to coincide with Sophie's diagnosis, so we can't refuse without feeling like we're denying her medical care. I can blame him for being exactly the kind of calculating businessman who sees his own children as corporate assets to be positioned strategically rather than human beings with feelings and relationships that matter. Elaine stood abruptly, her chair scraping against the tile floor. And I can blame you for being so focused on Mark's hurt feelings that you're willing to sacrifice your sister's future and your own opportunities out of misplaced loyalty to a man who isn't even your biological father, she shouted, and Daniel felt the words like a physical blow. The kitchen fell silent except for the hum of the refrigerator and the distant sound of Sophie's music playing upstairs, both Daniel and Elaine staring at each other across a chasm that had opened wider with every revelation since the hospital. Mark raised us, Daniel said quietly, his voice shaking with suppressed emotion. He changed our diapers and nursed our fevers and helped with homework and attended every school event. He chose to be our father every single day for 23 years, and that choice matters more than whatever genetic material Victor contributed in a hotel room he paid for. Elaine's anger crumbled into something that looked like despair. And I'm grateful for everything Mark did, truly grateful, she said, her voice breaking. But gratitude doesn't pay Sophie's medical bills. doesn't fund your future, doesn't erase the fact that I made a deal 24 years ago that's finally coming due, and we have to decide whether to honor it or reject it, knowing the consequences of that choice. Before Daniel could respond, his phone rang with a call from another unknown number, this one with a Boston area code that Maya's journalist instincts immediately tried to trace. Daniel Brooks? A younger male voice asked, cultured and educated like Victor's, but with an edge of something that sounded like barely controlled anger. This is Thomas Langford, your half-brother, apparently, and we need to talk about our father's latest manipulation before you sign anything that affects my inheritance and the company I've spent 5 years building. Daniel stepped out onto the back porch, away from his mother's presence and the suffocating weight of the legal documents on the kitchen table. "How did you get my number?" he asked, though he suspected Victor had provided it, probably calculated this exact call as part of whatever larger game he was playing. "I have resources," Thomas said, and Daniel could hear him moving, footsteps echoing like he was pacing in a large space. "More importantly, I have information about Victor's true condition and his real reasons for suddenly claiming you and your sister. And trust me when I say it's worse than whatever you've already discovered in your investigation." The promise of more revelation should have been tempting, but Daniel found himself exhausted by secrets, by the layers of manipulation and hidden agendas that seemed to multiply every time he thought he understood the situation. "Why would you help me?" Daniel asked. Why would Victor's legitimate son warn his illegitimate competition about their biological father's schemes? Thomas's laugh was bitter and familiar, the sound of someone who'd learned cynicism through painful experience. "Because I spent 28 years thinking I knew who my father was, believing that working hard and proving myself would earn his respect and eventually his trust to carry on his legacy," Thomas said, his voice thick with emotion. "And then he gets a terminal diagnosis, and suddenly I'm not good enough anymore. Suddenly he needs backup heirs who might be more willing to preserve his ruthless empire exactly as he built it. And I'll be damned if I let him replace me with children he's never met just because I refuse to destroy lives for quarterly profits." "Meet me tomorrow," Thomas said urgently. "There's a coffee shop near Boston Common called Thinking Cup. I'll be there at 10 a.m. with documents and information that will change how you see Victor's offer completely." He paused. "And Daniel, don't tell Victor or your mother that we're meeting. If my father knows I'm trying to undermine his plans, he'll accelerate his timeline and you'll be forced into making decisions before you have all the facts." The call ended before Daniel could respond, leaving him standing on the back porch in the gathering dusk wondering how many more revelations he could survive before his sense of identity and family crumbled completely beyond repair. Maya joined him outside, her presence a comfort in the chaos. "Thomas?" she asked, and Daniel nodded. "He wants to meet tomorrow, says he has information about Victor's real motivations that's worse than what we've already found," Daniel said, staring at the suburban backyards that stretched behind their house, the modest homes of teachers and accountants and middle managers who would never understand the kind of wealth and manipulation that had invaded their neighborhood. "Which means we're meeting him," Maya said firmly. "Because whatever Thomas knows, you need to hear it before signing anything or committing to that Martha's Vineyard trip." Daniel thought about Sophie upstairs dreaming of art programs and gallery shows, about his mother at the kitchen table with $50 million in trust documents, about Mark alone in Vermont trying to rebuild a life after 23 years of lies, about Victor dying somewhere in a hospital or penthouse apartment planning his legacy with the precision of a businessman who'd never learned that people weren't assets to be managed and manipulated. Thomas Langford looked nothing like the polished corporate headshot from his LinkedIn profile. Sitting in Thinking Cup coffee shop on Sunday morning, he was disheveled in expensive clothes that looked slept in, his blonde hair uncombed, his blue eyes red-rimmed from what appeared to be a night without sleep or possibly crying or both. Daniel and Maya arrived exactly at 10 a.m. to find Victor's legitimate son already occupying a corner table with a laptop, multiple folders, and 3 empty espresso cups that suggested he'd been there for hours preparing for this meeting. Thomas stood when he saw Daniel approach, and the physical similarity between them was startling despite different coloring. They had the same height, the same athletic build, the same way of carrying themselves that must have come from Victor's genetic contribution. "You look like him," Thomas said bluntly, extending his hand for a shake that felt more like a test than a greeting. "More than I do, actually. Same bone structure, same intensity in the eyes when you're thinking hard about something. If I saw you on the street, I'd know immediately that we were related." Daniel shook his hand, surprised by the firm grip and the genuine emotion in Thomas's voice, the lack of hostility he'd expected from a legitimate heir being threatened by illegitimate competition. "Thank you for agreeing to meet," Daniel said, sitting across from Thomas while Maya took the chair beside him, her phone already positioned to record the conversation. "Your call yesterday suggested Victor's manipulations go deeper than what we've already discovered." Thomas laughed bitterly, a sound Daniel recognized from his own throat over the past week. The laugh of someone whose worldview had been shattered by revelations they never saw coming. "Deeper doesn't begin to cover it," Thomas said, opening his laptop to display a document that looked like a legal contract. "But before I show you what I've found, I need to know, has Victor told you anything about his relationship with my mother?" Daniel shook his head, realizing that in all his investigation and all of Victor's conversations, the billionaire had never mentioned Thomas's mother or explained the circumstances of his legitimate son's birth. "He's never talked about her," Daniel admitted. "I didn't even know you existed until Maya found your LinkedIn profile 3 days ago." Victor presented himself as a man who'd avoided family commitments his whole life, not someone who'd had a son and raised him in the business. Thomas's expression hardened with something that looked like old pain resurfacing. "That's because my mother, Elizabeth Carrington, died when I was 8 years old," he said quietly, each word carefully controlled, like he was trying not to break down while delivering information Daniel needed to hear. "Ovarian cancer, stage 4, diagnosed when I was 6. She fought for 2 years, and Victor paid for every possible treatment, flew in specialists from around the world, spent probably $10 million trying to save her because he genuinely loved her." The revelation that Victor was capable of that kind of devotion shocked Daniel more than it probably should have, given what he'd learned about the billionaire's compartmentalized emotional life. "So he can commit to someone," Maya said, leaning forward with her journalist's instinct for the story's real shape. "He loved your mother enough to try to save her life regardless of cost, which makes his arrangement with Elaine seem even more calculated and cold in comparison." Thomas nodded, pulling up photographs on his laptop that showed a younger Victor with a beautiful dark-haired woman and a small blonde boy. A family that looked genuinely happy in ways that contradicted everything Daniel knew about his biological father's character. "My mother was Victor's only real relationship," Thomas continued, his voice thick with emotion. "They met when she was a financial analyst at Morgan Stanley, one of the few people who could match his intelligence and strategic thinking. He proposed after 6 months, they married quietly, and she got pregnant with me almost immediately." He scrolled through more photos showing the family at various stages, vacation pictures and holiday gatherings that looked like the kind of normal wealthy family life Daniel had assumed Victor was incapable of creating. "And then she got sick, and I watched my father transform from someone who could balance love and business into someone who consumed himself entirely with trying to save her, while simultaneously growing his empire, because that's how he processes fear and helplessness, by controlling and dominating everything he possibly can." Daniel felt unexpected sympathy for the young Thomas who'd watched his mother die and his father retreat into corporate ruthlessness as a coping mechanism for grief. "When she died, Victor withdrew from everything except work," Thomas said, closing the photo album with a decisive click. "I was 8 years old, and suddenly I had a father who was physically present but emotionally absent, who'd show up to school functions and polo matches, but couldn't talk about anything except business strategy and market trends. He turned parenting into a professional development program, and I became a project to be managed rather than a son to be loved." The bitterness in Thomas's voice was palpable, 20 years of emotional neglect compressed into a few sentences. "He told me from the time I was 10 that I would inherit Langford Investments, that building and protecting his legacy would be my life's work, that everything he did was to ensure I had an empire to inherit. And I believed him, dedicated my entire life to becoming the son he needed me to be. And then everything changed," Maya prompted gently, sensing they were approaching the crucial revelation that had motivated Thomas to reach out to Daniel. Thomas pulled a folder from his stack, opening it to reveal medical records that he pushed across the table toward Daniel. 6 months ago, Victor was diagnosed with stage 4 pancreatic cancer," Thomas said, his voice flat now, emotionally exhausted. "They caught it late because he'd been ignoring symptoms for over a year, too focused on finalizing some major acquisitions to worry about stomach pain and weight loss. By the time he finally saw a doctor, it had already metastasized to his liver and lymph nodes." Daniel skimmed the medical records, seeing the grim prognosis laid out in clinical language that translated to Victor having maybe 6 to 12 months left depending on how aggressive his treatment was. I was devastated, Thomas continued. Not just because my father was dying, but because I realized I'd spent 20 years trying to earn the love of a man who'd never fully recovered from losing my mother, trying to build a relationship that would never match what he'd had with her. And now I was going to lose him before we'd ever really connected beyond business strategy discussions. His voice cracked slightly. But then something changed about 3 months ago, right around the time your sister's genetic testing would have revealed the truth about her paternity. Victor started questioning my vision for the company, started pushing back on the ethical investing initiatives I'd been developing, started treating me like I was betraying his legacy instead of carrying it forward. Daniel felt the pieces starting to fall into place, seeing the shape of Victor's manipulation from a new angle. He started looking for alternative heirs, Daniel said slowly, and Thomas nodded with grim satisfaction that someone finally understood. Not just alternative heirs, replacement heirs, Thomas corrected. Because I'd committed the unforgivable sin of suggesting that maybe maximizing quarterly profits wasn't the highest purpose of human existence. That maybe Langford Investments could build wealth, while also considering the human cost of our business practices. Thomas pulled out another document, this one a legal filing that Daniel recognized as an amended version of Langford Investments' corporate bylaws. 2 months ago, Victor had the board approve changes to the company's succession planning, Thomas explained, pointing to specific clauses that had been modified. The old bylaws stated that as his biological son and designated successor, I would inherit controlling interest in the company upon his death, with the board serving in advisory capacity. Pretty standard stuff for a family-held investment firm. He flipped to the amended section. The new bylaws state that in the event of Victor's death, controlling interest passes to qualified biological heirs who demonstrate commitment to the founder's vision and principles. Which sounds reasonable until you understand that qualified is determined by a test of business philosophy administered by a panel Victor personally selected, and commitment to the founder's vision means willingness to continue his ruthless acquisition strategies without ethical considerations. The implications were staggering. Victor had essentially created a mechanism to disinherit Thomas based on ideological differences, while positioning Daniel and Sophie as potential alternatives who might be more willing to preserve his legacy exactly as he'd built it. So he's using us as leverage against you, Daniel said, feeling sick at the realization of how thoroughly they'd been manipulated. Creating competition between his children, forcing you to either abandon your ethical principles or risk being replaced by illegitimate siblings who might be more grateful and therefore more compliant. Thomas's smile was grim and appreciative. Now you're starting to understand how Victor Langford thinks, he said. It's not enough for him to have heirs. He needs heirs who will perpetuate his specific worldview, who will treat Langford Investments as a vehicle for accumulating wealth and power rather than as an opportunity to build something better. Maya had been quiet through most of Thomas's explanation, but now she spoke with the directness that came from years of cutting through corporate PR to find real stories. So what do you want from Daniel? She asked bluntly. Why are you sharing all this information? Are you trying to get him to refuse Victor's offer so you remain the only heir, or are you proposing some kind of alliance against your father's manipulation? Thomas looked at Maya with respect for her skepticism. Honestly, 6 months ago, I would have been trying to eliminate competition, he admitted. I would have seen Daniel and Sophie as threats to my inheritance and done whatever it took to undermine Victor's attempts to legitimize them. But watching my father systematically destroy the relationship we'd spent 28 years building has taught me that being his heir isn't worth sacrificing who I am or. Daniel picked up the letter, Victor's bold handwriting filling the page with the kind of brutal honesty that was almost harder to read than manipulation would have been. Thomas, it began, your mother would be ashamed of what you've become. Not because you lack intelligence or capability, but because you've chosen to waste those gifts on sentiment and ethical posturing that has no place in the world of serious business. I built Langford Investments through ruthless efficiency and strategic aggression, through recognizing that wealth creation requires the willingness to make hard choices that softer men can't stomach. You've decided that being good matters more than being effective, that feeling morally superior is worth sacrificing the empire I spent 40 years building. So I'm giving you a choice. Abandon your ethical investing fantasy and recommit to the principles that made this company successful, or accept that I will find heirs who understand that legacy matters more than popularity, that power and wealth are their own justification, that the strong have an obligation to dominate rather than apologize for their strength. I recently discovered that I have 2 other biological children who may prove more worthy of inheriting what I've built. Time will tell whether they have the strength you lack, whether they understand that being my heir means more than DNA. It means having the courage to be who I raised you to be instead of the disappointment you've chosen to become. The letter was signed simply, Victor, without any paternal warmth or acknowledgement of their relationship beyond biological and corporate connection. Daniel set the letter down carefully, feeling like he might be sick as the full scope of Victor's manipulation became clear. This wasn't a dying father seeking redemption or connection with his children. This was a corporate titan treating his offspring like portfolio companies to be evaluated, compared, and potentially discarded based on their willingness to perpetuate his specific vision of success regardless of human cost. He's not trying to build relationships, Daniel said quietly, the realization settling over him like a shroud. He's conducting a competition, seeing which of his biological children will prove themselves worthy of inheriting his empire by demonstrating the same ruthless principles he values, using our desire for his approval or his money as leverage to turn us into versions of himself. Thomas nodded slowly, vindication and sadness mixing in his expression. And the worst part is that he probably does love us, in his own compartmentalized way, Thomas said. He can genuinely care about his children while simultaneously treating us as assets to be managed, can feel authentic paternal emotion while calculating how to leverage that emotion for strategic advantage. It's not hypocrisy in his mind. It's just how he's learned to navigate a world where everything and everyone is a resource to be optimized. Maya had been photographing the documents throughout the conversation, building a file that Daniel suspected she planned to use for a story if this situation exploded publicly. "So what's your play here?" she asked Thomas directly. "You've shown us Victor's true character and warned Daniel about what accepting the offer really means. But what are you going to do? Are you going to let your father disinherit you? Or are you going to fight back?" Thomas's expression hardened into something that reminded Daniel uncomfortably of Victor's shark-like focus when pursuing a goal. "I'm going to force my father to choose between his principles and his pride," Thomas said, pulling out his phone to show them a document he'd clearly been working on. "This is a proposal I'm presenting to the Langford Investments Board next week, a complete restructuring of the company's investment strategy toward ESG principles, divesting from industries that rely on exploitation or environmental destruction, transitioning toward sustainable wealth creation that considers long-term social impact alongside quarterly returns." The proposal was comprehensive and well-researched, clearly the work of months of development and strategic planning. If the board approves it over Victor's objections, then I've proven that his way isn't the only path to success, that Langford Investments can evolve beyond his founder's vision, Thomas continued. "And if they reject it because he's convinced them that only his ruthless approach works, then I'll resign from the company publicly, explaining exactly why I can't in good conscience perpetuate his legacy, which will create a media firestorm about Victor Langford's business practices and potentially damage his reputation enough that his attempts to legitimize you and Sophie become tainted by association." The strategy was elegant and ruthless in its own way, using the threat of public scandal and corporate restructuring to force Victor into an impossible choice. "But here's where you come in," Thomas said, looking directly at Daniel. "Victor's leverage over me is the threat of disinheritance, replacing me with more compliant heirs who'll preserve his vision. But that threat only works if those alternative heirs actually exist and are willing to play the role he's assigned them." He leaned forward. "If you and Sophie publicly refuse his offer, decline to take the Langford name or participate in his legacy, then I'm his only option. And he'll have to choose between his ethical objections to my vision and his need to have some heir rather than letting his empire dissolve into board control after his death." Daniel felt the weight of what Thomas was asking. Refuse $50 million in Sophie's guaranteed medical care, sacrifice opportunities and financial security, all to strengthen Thomas's negotiating position against Victor by eliminating the alternative heirs that gave the billionaire leverage over his legitimate son. "You're asking me to use my sister's illness as a bargaining chip in your family power struggle," Daniel said, anger rising in his chest. "Sophie needs that money for treatment, needs the connections Victor can provide to the best specialists. And you want me to refuse it so you have better leverage against your father?" Thomas had the grace to look uncomfortable, but didn't back down. I'm asking you to consider that accepting Victor's offer means becoming exactly what he's trying to create. Compliant heirs who'll perpetuate his ruthless legacy because we're too grateful or desperate to question his methods, Thomas said firmly. Your sister is 16 years old. Do you really want her growing up as Victor Langford's daughter, being shaped by his values and his worldview, learning that wealth and power justify any means of acquisition? The question hit harder than Daniel wanted to admit because he'd been worrying about exactly that. What accepting Victor's offer would mean for Sophie's development, whether financial security was worth the cost of her soul. But there's another option, Thomas continued, his voice taking on a different tone that suggested he'd been building toward this reveal. What if instead of you refusing Victor's offer to help me, we formed an alliance? All three of Victor's children working together to reshape his legacy into something that honors the best parts of what he built while rejecting the ruthless principles that destroyed so many lives. He pulled out one final document, this one clearly drafted by expensive lawyers. This is a proposal for a three-way partnership where upon Victor's death, you, Sophie, and I would share control of Langford Investments equally, with decisions requiring majority approval and specific commitments to ethical investment principles written into our operating agreement. The proposal was staggering in its implications. Thomas was essentially offering to share his inheritance equally with the illegitimate siblings who threatened his position, to transform competition into collaboration, to build something better than Victor had created by uniting his children against his ruthless vision. Why would you share control when you could potentially keep it all by fighting harder? Maya asked, her journalist's skepticism making her question generosity that seemed too good to be genuine. Thomas's expression was surprisingly vulnerable when he answered. Because I'm 28 years old, and I've spent the last 2 decades watching my father destroy relationships and companies and lives in service of building wealth that never made him happy, that never filled the void my mother's death created, he said quietly. And I realized that if I spend my life fighting to control his empire the same way he built it, through competition and domination and treating people as assets, then I've become exactly what he wanted me to be even while rejecting his principles. He looked at Daniel with something that might have been hope or desperation. I don't want to be Victor Langford 2.0, and I don't want you and Sophie to become versions of him either. I want us to take what he built and transform it into something that creates value without destroying people, that builds wealth while also building community, that proves you can be successful without being ruthless. The idealism in Thomas's voice was genuine and compelling, and Daniel found himself wanting to believe in this vision of collaborative legacy building that honored their biological father's business acumen while rejecting his ethical bankruptcy. I need to think about this, Daniel said finally, gathering the documents Thomas had shared. Need to talk to Sophie and Maya and probably Mark about what this alliance would mean, what we'd be committing to if we signed your partnership agreement. Thomas nodded, standing to shake Daniel's hand again. Take the week, he said. But know that Victor's moving fast, that Martha's Vineyard trip next weekend isn't just a family bonding experience. It's a recruitment event where he'll be making his final pitch for why you should join his legacy unconditionally, without allies or conditions or ethical constraints on how his empire operates after he's gone. Daniel and Maya left the coffee shop with a folder full of documents, a recording of the entire conversation, and more questions than answers about how to navigate the impossible situation Victor had created. What are you thinking? Maya asked as they walked through Boston Common, needing the open air and autumn sunshine after the intense conversation in the coffee shop. I'm thinking that Thomas might be genuinely trying to build something better, or he might be manipulating us just as skillfully as Victor does, but with prettier rhetoric about ethical investing, Daniel said, watching families enjoy the park on a Sunday morning. Normal people living normal lives that didn't involve billionaire fathers and corporate warfare, disguised as family drama. I'm thinking that every option feels like a trap. Refuse Victor's offer and Sophie suffers while Mark and Mom struggle financially. Accept Victor's offer unconditionally and become pawns in his legacy game. Or join Thomas's alliance and potentially just trade one form of manipulation for another. Maya squeezed his hand. Or there's a fourth option you haven't considered, she said carefully, and Daniel looked at her with hope that she'd found some path he'd missed. What if you negotiated your own terms? Maya suggested. Take Victor's money for Sophie's treatment and your trust funds, but refuse the name change and public acknowledgement, refuse to participate in his corporate succession planning. Essentially accept the financial support while declining to become Langford heirs in any meaningful way. The idea had appeal, getting the resources they needed without surrendering their identities or becoming players in Victor's game. But Daniel suspected the billionaire wouldn't accept such one-sided terms when his real goal was securing ideologically committed heirs rather than just providing for his biological children financially. "I need to talk to Sophie before making any decisions," Daniel said as they walked toward where his car was parked. "She's the one who's sick, who needs Victor's money most desperately. I can't agree to Thomas's alliance or refuse Victor's offer or negotiate alternative terms without her being part of that decision." Maya nodded in agreement. "And probably Mark too," she added. "He gave you permission to accept Victor's offer, but that was before you knew about the competition between heirs or Thomas's alliance proposal. He deserves to know what you've learned so he can revise his advice if needed." The thought of calling Mark and explaining all of this made Daniel's chest hurt with anticipatory guilt. But Maya was right. The man who'd raised him deserved to be included in major decisions, even if he was no longer their legal father in the eyes of biology or law. They drove back to Newton in thoughtful silence, Daniel's mind cycling through scenarios and outcomes, trying to game out the consequences of each possible choice, while knowing that Victor had probably already calculated all of these options and positioned himself to benefit regardless of which path Daniel chose. The house was quiet when they arrived, Elaine's car gone from the driveway suggesting she was at the grocery store or possibly avoiding the tension that had permeated every room since the hospital revelation. Sophie was in her bedroom when Daniel knocked, and when she opened the door, he saw immediately that something had changed in the few hours since breakfast with Victor. She looked pale again, drawn, like the brief respite of excitement about art programs and gallery shows had been replaced by the reality of her illness. "Are you okay?" Daniel asked immediately, his protective instincts overriding everything else as he took in his sister's deteriorated appearance. Sophie smiled weakly. "Just tired. Had some pain this morning after you left. Took my medication, but it made me nauseous," she said, moving back to her bed where she'd clearly been resting before Daniel's knock. "Nothing serious, just the usual stuff the doctors said to expect." But Daniel knew his sister well enough to recognize when she was downplaying symptoms to avoid worrying him. Could see in the careful way she moved that the pain was worse than she was admitting. "We need to talk about Victor," Daniel said, sitting in her desk chair while Maya perched on the windowsill. "I met with Thomas this morning, your half-brother, Victor's legitimate son, and he shared some information that changes everything about Victor's offer." Over the next 30 minutes, Daniel laid out everything Thomas had revealed. The letter from Victor calling his son a disappointment, the corporate bylaws designed to create competition between heirs, the alliance proposal that would give all 3 children equal control while committing them to ethical investing principles. Sophie listened quietly, her young face processing information that would have overwhelmed many adults, and Daniel was struck again by how much his sister had matured through this ordeal. "So Victor doesn't really want us," Sophie said when Daniel finished, her voice small and hurt. "He wants backup options in case Thomas doesn't become the heir he wants. We're just leverage, insurance policies against his legitimate son's disappointing ethics." The pain in her voice was worse than any physical symptom. The emotional devastation of learning that the attention and promises that had made her so happy yesterday were strategic moves in a corporate power struggle rather than genuine paternal affection. "He might genuinely care about us too," Daniel said carefully, not wanting to completely destroy Sophie's hope even while being honest about Victor's manipulation. "Thomas thinks Victor's capable of authentic emotion alongside strategic calculation, that he can love his children while also using them for corporate purposes, and he doesn't see any contradiction between those two things." Sophie wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, a gesture Daniel remembered from childhood when she'd fallen and scraped her knees and refused to cry even though it hurt. "Does it matter?" she asked quietly. "If his love comes with conditions and expectations, if being his daughter means participating in corporate warfare and proving myself worthy of his legacy, what's the difference between that and not being loved at all?" The question had no good answer, and Daniel felt the inadequacy of his role as older brother trying to protect someone from pain that couldn't be avoided or fixed with platitudes. "What do you want to do?" Daniel asked. "Thomas's alliance proposal gives us an option where we take Victor's money but share control with someone who wants to transform the company's ethics. Does that feel better than accepting Victor's terms unconditionally or refusing the offer entirely?" Sophie was quiet for a long moment, staring at her hands while Daniel and Maya waited patiently for her to process. "I want the medical treatment," she finally said, her voice steady despite the tears still glistening in her eyes. "I want access to the best specialists and the experimental therapies that insurance won't cover, and the peace of mind that comes from knowing a medical crisis won't bankrupt our family." She looked up at Daniel. "But I don't want to become Victor's daughter in any way that matters. I don't want his name, don't want to be shaped by his values, don't want to participate in his corporate empire. So if Thomas's alliance lets us take the financial resources while maintaining our own identities and ethics, then that feels like the best option." Daniel felt relief wash over him at Sophie's clarity, her ability to separate what she genuinely needed from what Victor was offering, her recognition that financial resources didn't have to come with identity surrender. "Then we'll tell Thomas we're interested in his alliance proposal," Daniel decided. "We'll go to Martha's Vineyard next weekend like we agreed, see how Victor operates in his own environment. Use that time to better understand what he's really offering. And then we'll make our final decision based on complete information rather than fear or desperation." Sophie nodded, looking more at peace than she had since Daniel entered her room. "But Daniel," she said as he stood to leave, "promise me that whatever we decide, we don't lose Mark in the process. He's still Dad, still the person who raised us and loved us and deserves our loyalty even if biology says otherwise." The request made Daniel's throat tight with emotion. "I promise," he said, meaning it with everything he had. "Mark will always be our father in every way that matters. Accepting Victor's money, or taking his name, or participating in his legacy doesn't change who raised us or who we are at our core." He pulled Sophie into a hug, feeling how thin she'd gotten, how fragile she felt in his arms, and renewed his determination to get her the medical care she needed regardless of what it cost in terms of family complications or ethical compromises. Victor Langford's Martha's Vineyard estate was less a house and more a compound. 8,000 square feet of modernist architecture perched on a bluff overlooking the Atlantic, with private beach access, an art studio that would make any professional painter weep with envy, and enough bedrooms to house an entire extended family that Victor had never bothered to create until terminal cancer forced him to confront his legacy. The black Mercedes SUV that had picked them up from Newton on Friday afternoon pulled through security gates that wouldn't have been out of place at a government facility, and Daniel watched Sophie's face light up despite her exhaustion as the house came into view through the trees. Elaine sat in the front passenger seat looking nervous and excited in equal measure, dressed in expensive casual clothes that she'd clearly bought specifically for this trip, and Daniel realized with uncomfortable clarity that his mother was trying to impress the billionaire who'd bought her body and her silence 24 years ago. Maya squeezed Daniel's hand from her seat beside him, both of them wearing the kind of comfortable casual clothes that marked them as outsiders in this world of generational wealth and designer wardrobes. Victor met them at the front door himself, dressed in linen pants and a cashmere sweater that probably cost more than Daniel's car, his commanding presence somehow even more imposing in his personal space than it had been in their modest suburban home. "Welcome," Victor said, his voice warm with what might have been genuine pleasure or might have been practiced hospitality honed through decades of entertaining business associates and potential investors. "I'm glad you all could make it. Sophie, wait until you see the art studio. It has north-facing windows and equipment that most professionals can't afford. Daniel, I thought you might enjoy the library. I have first editions of Hemingway and Fitzgerald that your journalism background might appreciate." A staff member appeared to take their bags, and Daniel felt deeply uncomfortable with the level of service that Victor clearly considered normal. People whose job was literally to carry luggage and anticipate needs before they were spoken, living symbols of the wealth inequality that made men like Victor possible. The interior of the house was stunning in its minimalist elegance, white walls displaying museum-quality art, furniture that looked simultaneously comfortable and expensive, floor-to-ceiling windows offering panoramic ocean views that probably added millions to the property's value. "I've put you and Maya in the East Wing," Victor said to Daniel, gesturing toward a hallway. "Sophie, you're in the West Wing near the art studio so you can access it easily. Elaine, you're in the guest suite on the second floor." The careful separation of rooms felt strategic, preventing Daniel and Sophie from easily conferring privately while giving Victor maximum access to both of them independently. "The chef will have dinner ready at 7, Victor continued, moving through the space with the easy confidence of someone who'd never questioned their right to occupy beautiful environments. "I thought we'd eat on the terrace tonight since the weather's perfect. And tomorrow I'm hoping Sophie will let me show her the studio properly, while Daniel and I can talk about his future career options if he's interested." The weekend's agenda was being established without input or negotiation. Victor's assumption of control so ingrained that he probably didn't even recognize he was doing it. Sophie had already wandered toward the wall of windows overlooking the ocean, her artistic eye drawn to the way afternoon light played across the water. And Daniel saw Victor watching her with an expression that might have been pride or possession or both. Maya pulled Daniel aside while Victor showed Elaine the kitchen's custom Italian fixtures, her voice low enough that they wouldn't be overheard. "This place is designed to overwhelm and seduce," she whispered, her journalist's eye catching details Daniel had missed. "Look at how he's isolated us in different wings, how he's structured the weekend to give him alone time with both you and Sophie separately, how every inch of this house screams wealth and power and the life you could have if you just accept his terms." Daniel nodded, seeing the manipulation more clearly through Maya's analysis. "We need to be careful not to get so dazzled by the art and the ocean views that we forget why we're really here," he said quietly. "Victor's making his final pitch this weekend, showing us the life we're rejecting if we refuse his offer or accept Thomas's alliance instead of unconditional surrender to his vision." They were interrupted by Sophie's excited voice calling from the windows. "Daniel, come look at this. You can see all the way to the horizon. There are sailboats and everything." The genuine joy in her voice made Daniel's chest ache because his sister deserved this kind of beauty and opportunity, deserved access to spaces and experiences that most people only saw in magazines. And Victor was offering all of it in exchange for loyalty that would compromise who they were at their core. Dinner that evening was professionally catered seafood served on the Ocean View terrace, the kind of meal where Daniel couldn't identify half the ingredients, but knew each course probably cost more than a week's groceries at their Newton house. Victor held court at the head of the table, telling stories about building his empire and the lessons he'd learned, his voice carrying the practiced cadence of someone who'd given this performance countless times at business dinners and investor meetings. "The key to building lasting wealth isn't just identifying opportunities," Victor was saying, his blue eyes moving between Daniel and Sophie like a professor addressing particularly promising students. "It's having the courage to act on those opportunities even when conventional wisdom or ethical hand-wringing suggests you should hesitate. Because hesitation is how mediocre men stay mediocre while the bold reshape the world." Daniel noticed how Victor framed ruthlessness as courage, how he positioned ethical concerns as weakness rather than wisdom, how every story he told reinforced the worldview that power and wealth justified any means of acquisition. "I remember one deal early in my career," Victor continued, "a manufacturing company that was undervalued because of union contracts and pension obligations that made it look unprofitable on paper. But I saw that beneath those liabilities was valuable real estate and equipment that could be liquidated for significant return." Daniel recognized this story from his investigation. It was probably Catherine Wells's family company, the one Victor had stripped and dissolved, putting 300 people out of work. "Everyone told me I was making a mistake, that the human cost was too high, that destroying an 80-year-old family business was wrong," Victor said, and Daniel saw Sophie's face fall slightly as she began to understand what her biological father was really describing. "But I understood something they didn't. That business isn't about preserving the past or making everyone happy. It's about efficiently allocating capital to its most productive uses, even if that allocation disrupts lives and traditions." The clinical language stripped away humanity, made destroying people's livelihoods sound like mathematical optimization rather than moral failure. "That company's liquidation funded my first major real estate acquisition," Victor concluded, "which became the foundation of everything I built afterward. So you could say that 300 people losing their jobs was the necessary price for creating the wealth that now benefits thousands of investors and, potentially, my own children." The logic was airtight within its own framework, Daniel realized. If you accepted that wealth creation was the highest good and that human relationships and traditions were just obstacles to efficiency, then Victor's entire worldview made perfect sense. But if you believed that people mattered beyond their economic productivity, that communities and legacies had value that couldn't be measured in quarterly returns, then everything Victor had built was morally bankrupt regardless of how profitable it had been. "I don't think I want to hear any more business stories tonight," Sophie said quietly, setting down her fork even though she'd barely touched the expensive seafood on her plate. "I'm tired, and I think I'll go to bed early if that's okay." Victor's expression flickered with something that might have been disappointment or concern, but he nodded graciously. "Of course, you've had a long day and your treatment makes you tire easily," he he said, his paternal tone sounding almost genuine. Sleep well, and tomorrow we'll focus on art instead of business, things you actually care about rather than my boring corporate philosophy. Sophie left the terrace, and Daniel noticed how she avoided looking at Victor as she went, the excitement from earlier in the evening replaced by something that looked like disillusionment. The dinner continued with Maya skillfully redirecting conversation toward safer topics: Martha's Vineyard history, the contemporary art market, Daniel's journalism work. Anything that wouldn't force them to directly confront Victor's ruthless worldview while still maintaining the polite fiction that this weekend was about family bonding rather than recruitment. Later that night, Daniel and Maya lay in bed in their assigned room in the East Wing. The sound of waves crashing against the bluff below creating white noise that should have been soothing but felt ominous instead. "He's losing Sophie," Maya said quietly, staring at the ceiling where moonlight created patterns through the expensive window treatments. She came here excited about art studios and gallery connections, and he spent dinner essentially bragging about destroying people's lives for profit. Even a 16-year-old can see through that kind of tone-deaf manipulation. Daniel nodded in the darkness. "The question is whether he'll adjust his approach or double down," he said. "Will he recognize that Sophie needs a softer sell focused on paternal connection rather than corporate philosophy, or will he decide she's too soft like Thomas and shift his focus entirely to recruiting me as the more promising heir?" The thought of Victor writing off Sophie the way he'd essentially written off Thomas was enraging. But Daniel knew his biological father was capable of exactly that kind of cold calculation. "We should check on Sophie," Maya suggested. "Make sure she's okay emotionally after that dinner. She looked pretty devastated when she left the table." They slipped out of their room and down the hallway, navigating the massive house's unfamiliar layout until they found the West Wing where Sophie's room was supposed to be. But when Daniel knocked softly on her door, there was no answer. He tried the handle, unlocked, and opened it to find the room empty, bed still made, Sophie's overnight bag sitting unopened on the chair where staff had placed it hours ago. "Where is she?" Daniel asked, trying to keep panic out of his voice as he quickly checked the adjoining bathroom, also empty. Maya was already pulling out her phone to call Sophie's cell, but it went straight to voicemail like the phone was turned off or dead. "Maybe she's in the art studio?" Maya suggested, though her voice carried doubt. She was excited about seeing it. Maybe she couldn't sleep and went to explore? They made their way through the dark house toward where Victor had indicated the studio was located. Daniel's protective instincts screaming that something was wrong even as his rational mind tried to argue that Sophie was fine, probably just exploring the property or getting fresh air on the beach. The art studio was empty when they arrived, expensive equipment and perfect northern light windows revealing nothing but shadows and silence. "We need to search the property," Daniel said, his voice tight with worry. "She could have gone down to the beach, or maybe she's in one of the other common areas, but we need to find her now." They split up to cover more ground, Maya checking the main living areas while Daniel headed outside toward the private beach access, his heart pounding with the kind of fear that only comes when someone you love is vulnerable and missing. The path down to the beach was steep and poorly lit, and Daniel nearly slipped twice on loose gravel as he descended toward the sound of crashing waves, calling Sophie's name into the darkness with increasing desperation. He found her at the bottom of the path, sitting on the sand with her arms wrapped around her knees, staring out at the dark ocean with tears streaming down her pale face. "Sophie," Daniel called out, relief and anger mixing as he ran toward her. "You scared the hell out of me. Why didn't you answer when we knocked? Why is your phone off?" Sophie looked up at him with an expression that broke his heart. Not just sad but fundamentally shaken, like something inside her had cracked during that dinner. "I needed to think," she said quietly, her voice barely audible over the waves. "Needed to process what Victor was really saying tonight, what kind of man my biological father actually is beneath all the charm and the promises of art programs and gallery connections." Daniel sat beside her on the cold sand, putting his arm around her thin shoulders. "I'm sorry," he said, though he wasn't sure exactly what he was apologizing for. Bringing her here, letting Victor into their lives, not protecting her from the truth about the man whose DNA she carried. "He destroyed hundreds of lives, and he's proud of it," Sophie continued, her voice shaking. "He talked about people losing their jobs and their family legacy like it was a chess move to be celebrated, like human suffering was just the cost of doing business. And he expected me to be impressed, expected me to admire his courage and strategic thinking, instead of being horrified." She wiped her eyes roughly. And the worst part is that he genuinely doesn't understand why anyone would react differently, why ethical concerns are anything other than weakness. He's not evil, he's just completely disconnected from normal human empathy in ways that make him almost scarier than if he was consciously cruel. Daniel held his sister while she cried, feeling helpless and furious in equal measure. Furious at Victor for being exactly who he'd always been. Furious at himself for hoping the billionaire might have hidden depths or genuine paternal feelings that transcended his corporate sociopathy. Furious at the whole situation that had forced them to confront the reality that their biological father was fundamentally broken in ways that $50 million couldn't fix. "I don't want his money," Sophie said suddenly, pulling away to look Daniel in the eyes. "I know we talked about Thomas's alliance and taking the financial resources while maintaining our ethics, but I don't want anything from Victor. Not his money, not his name, not his art programs or gallery connections or any of it." The declaration was heartbreaking in its finality. "Sophie, you need that money for treatment," Daniel said gently. "The medical bills alone. Then I'll die owing medical debt like millions of other Americans do every year," Sophie interrupted, her voice fierce despite the tears. "I'll get whatever treatment our insurance covers and we'll figure out the rest. But I won't spend the rest of my life knowing that every opportunity one have, every door that opens for me, comes from a man who built his wealth by destroying people and feels no remorse about it." The 16-year-old courage in her voice made Daniel want to both protect her from that choice and support her right to make it. "Let's not make any final decisions tonight," Daniel said carefully. "You're exhausted and emotional, and we're sitting on a beach in the dark. Let's get you back to the house, get some sleep, and talk about this tomorrow when you're thinking more clearly." Sophie nodded reluctantly, letting Daniel help her stand though she winced slightly with the movement, and Daniel noticed for the first time how she was holding her side like something hurt. "Are you okay?" Daniel asked immediately, medical worry overriding everything else. "Did you hurt yourself coming down here?" Sophie shook her head but didn't look convincing. "Just the usual pain from the anemia," she said, but Daniel saw her wince again as they started walking back toward the path. "Maybe worse than usual, but it's probably just stress making it more noticeable." They'd made it halfway up the steep path when Sophie suddenly gasped and doubled over, her hand pressed against her side with real agony written across her face. "Daniel," she managed to say before her legs buckled, and Daniel caught her just before she would have fallen onto the rocky trail. "Sophie, what's wrong? What hurts?" Daniel asked urgently, supporting her full weight as she sagged against him. "Everything," Sophie whimpered, and Daniel saw with rising panic that she was pale beyond even her usual illness-induced pallor, her lips tinged with blue in the moonlight. "Can't breathe right, chest hurts, side hurts. Daniel, I think something's really wrong." Daniel's phone was already out, calling 911 while supporting Sophie's weight and trying not to panic as his sister's breathing became increasingly labored and shallow. "I need an ambulance at the Langford estate on Martha's Vineyard," he said urgently when the dispatcher answered. "My sister has aplastic anemia and she's having some kind of crisis. She's pale, having trouble breathing, severe abdominal pain." He gave the address while Maya appeared at the top of the path, having heard the commotion, her face going white when she saw Sophie's condition. Maya helped Daniel get Sophie back to the house, where Victor met them at the door with an expression Daniel had never seen on the billionaire's face before. Genuine fear and concern that transcended any strategic calculation or corporate thinking. "What happened?" Victor demanded, immediately taking some of Sophie's weight from Daniel. "The guest room on the first floor," Victor directed, his commanding voice now focused entirely on managing a medical crisis. "It's closest to where the ambulance will arrive." Between the three of them, they got Sophie to the guest room and onto the bed, where she curled on her side, still clutching her abdomen and breathing in short, pained gasps. Elaine appeared in the doorway, woken by the commotion, and let out a cry of distress when she saw her daughter's condition. "The ambulance is coming," Daniel assured everyone, though he had no idea how long emergency response would take on Martha's Vineyard or whether the local hospital would be equipped to handle Sophie's specialized condition. "She needs to get to Massachusetts General," Elaine said urgently. "That's where her treatment team is, where they know her case. The island hospital can stabilize her and we'll arrange transport to Boston once she's stable," Victor said with the kind of decisive authority that came from decades of managing crises. He was on his phone now, apparently calling private medical contacts. "I'm getting a helicopter ready to transport her as soon as the local EMTs clear her to move. She'll be at Mass General within 2 hours maximum." The efficiency with which Victor mobilized resources was impressive and frightening, a reminder of the power that came with his level of wealth. When Sophie needed emergency transport, he could literally call in helicopters, while most families would be stuck hoping their insurance covered ambulance rides. The local ambulance arrived within 20 minutes, EMTs rushing into the house with equipment and professional calm that should have been reassuring, but somehow made everything feel more terrifying. 16-year-old female, diagnosed aplastic anemia currently in treatment, presenting with severe abdominal pain, shortness of breath, tachycardia. The lead EMT rattled off after quick assessment. Possible internal bleeding or splenic crisis. We need to transport to Martha's Vineyard Hospital immediately for imaging and labs. They loaded Sophie onto a gurney with practiced efficiency, and Daniel felt his world narrow to his sister's pale face and labored breathing. Everything else, Victor's manipulation, Thomas's alliance, the Martha's Vineyard estate and its seductive wealth, becoming meaningless background noise to the fundamental terror of watching someone you love suffer and being unable to fix it. "I'm coming with her," Daniel said, climbing into the ambulance before anyone could argue. Elaine pushed in beside him, and Victor moved to follow before the EMT held up a hand. "Family only," the EMT said firmly, and Daniel saw Victor's face twist with something that might have been genuine pain at being excluded, at having his wealth and power mean nothing in the face of hospital protocols designed to protect vulnerable patients from crowds. "I'm her father," Victor said, and the words hung in the air with all their complicated truth and falsehood. "Biologically, yes," Daniel said coldly, "but legally and practically, you're a stranger who met her a week ago. So you'll follow in your own car and you'll accept that right now, when Sophie's life is in danger, your money and your DNA don't give you the right to be here." The harshness of his words visibly struck Victor, and Daniel saw the billionaire actually step back like he'd been physically pushed. The ambulance doors closed, and they sped away toward Martha's Vineyard Hospital, sirens wailing through the quiet island night, and Daniel held Sophie's hand while Elaine sobbed, and the EMTs worked with calm professional efficiency to stabilize her vital signs. "You're going to be okay," Daniel told his sister, though he had no idea if that was true. "You're going to get through this, and we're going to get you back to your regular doctors, and everything's going to be fine." Sophie's eyes fluttered open, focusing on Daniel with difficulty. "Tell Mark," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the ambulance's engine and equipment. "Tell Dad I love him, and I'm sorry we came here instead of being with him." "Don't talk like that," Daniel interrupted, his voice breaking. "You're going to tell him yourself. You're going to be fine." But Sophie's eyes had closed again, and the heart monitor's beeping seemed to be getting more erratic, and Daniel realized with crushing certainty that he'd brought his sister to Martha's Vineyard to be seduced by a billionaire's wealth, and instead he might lose her on an island where the nearest major hospital was a helicopter ride away. The Martha's Vineyard Hospital emergency room was small but professionally equipped, and within minutes of arrival Sophie was surrounded by doctors and nurses running tests and starting 4 lines and speaking in medical terminology that Daniel couldn't fully follow but understood meant his sister's condition was critical. Significant internal bleeding, likely ruptured spleen from the combination of her blood disorder and recent physical stress. A doctor was explaining to Elaine while Daniel stood nearby feeling completely helpless. "We need to get her to a trauma center with hematology specialists immediately. Her platelet count is dangerously low, and she needs blood products we don't stock here." Victor appeared in the ER waiting room still dressed in his expensive linen dinner clothes, his commanding presence incongruous in the small island hospital. "The helicopter is ready," he said immediately. "Mass General is standing by with her treatment team assembled. We can have her there in 90 minutes. The efficiency of Victor's crisis management was undeniable. Within 20 minutes, Sophie was being loaded onto a private medical helicopter with a flight nurse and equipment that looked better than what the island hospital could provide, and Daniel found himself climbing aboard while Elaine coordinated with Victor about meeting them in Boston. "Thank you," Daniel forced himself to say to Victor before the helicopter lifted off, the words feeling like glass in his throat, but necessary because his sister's life was being saved by resources only a billionaire could marshal. Victor's expression was unreadable as he nodded. "She's my daughter," he said simply, and for the first time, Daniel heard no calculation or corporate thinking in those words. Just the stark reality of a father watching his child's life hang in the balance and using every resource at his disposal to save her. The helicopter ride to Boston was the longest 90 minutes of Daniel's life. Sophie unconscious and intubated while the flight nurse monitored vital signs that seemed to fluctuate alarmingly despite the medical interventions. Maya had called Mark, who was already driving from Vermont to meet them at Mass General, and Daniel found himself desperately wishing that the man who'd raised them was there instead of Victor. That the father who'd actually earned that title through 23 years of love and sacrifice was the one coordinating Sophie's care instead of the billionaire whose genetics had contributed to her illness, but whose presence in her life had been purely transactional until terminal cancer made him reconsider his choices. They landed on the Mass General helipad at 2 a.m. to find Drive Patricia Chun and a full trauma team waiting. And Sophie was rushed into surgery before Daniel could even properly say goodbye or tell her one more time that she was going to be okay. The surgical waiting room became Daniel's entire world for the next 6 hours. Uncomfortable chairs, old magazines, coffee that tasted like chemicals, and the crushing weight of waiting to find out if his sister would survive the emergency splenectomy and blood transfusions that were supposedly saving her life. Mark arrived around 3 a.m., still wearing pajama pants under his jacket from the hasty drive from Vermont, and Daniel felt something in his chest crack open when his father, the man who'd raised them, who'd earned that title, pulled him into a tight hug that smelled like home and safety and unconditional love. "How is she?" Mark asked, his voice rough with fear and exhaustion. "In surgery," Daniel said, his own voice breaking. "They said the next few hours are critical, that if they can stop the bleeding and stabilize her blood counts, she should be okay. But Mark, I'm so sorry, I never should have agreed to that Martha's Vineyard trip. Never should have let Victor." "Stop," Mark interrupted firmly, pulling back to look Daniel in the eyes. "This isn't your fault. Sophie has a serious medical condition, and complications can happen anywhere, even in our own house in Newton. You didn't cause this by taking her to visit Victor." But Daniel couldn't shake the feeling that Sophie's crisis was somehow connected to the emotional stress of the weekend. The disillusionment of learning what kind of man her biological father really was. The crushing weight of choosing between wealth and integrity that no 16-year-old should have to carry. Victor and Elaine arrived 30 minutes after Mark, still dressed in their expensive Martha's Vineyard dinner clothes, and the tension in the small waiting room became almost unbearable as the two fathers faced each other for the first time since the hospital revelation that had destroyed their family. "Mark," Victor said, extending his hand like they were business associates meeting for the first time. "I don't believe we've been formally introduced. I'm Victor Langford." The absurdity of the formal introduction, the pretense of civility while Sophie fought for her life in surgery, made Daniel want to scream or laugh or both. Mark didn't shake Victor's hand, just looked at it like it was contaminated with something toxic. "I know who you are," Mark said, his teacher's voice cold in a way Daniel had never heard before. "You're the man who bought my wife and got her pregnant while I thought I was raising my own children. You're the man who spent the past week trying to buy my son and daughter with money and opportunities one could never provide. So no, I won't shake your hand or pretend we're anything other than what we are. You're a stranger who shares DNA with my children, and I'm the father who raised them when you were content to watch from a distance and send quarterly checks." The harsh truth of Mark's words hung in the waiting room like a challenge, and Daniel saw Victor's carefully maintained composure crack slightly to reveal something raw underneath. "You're right," Victor said quietly, lowering his unshaken hand. "About all of it. I made choices 24 years ago that I'm only now beginning to understand the full consequences of, and I've spent the past week trying to engineer a legacy and recruit heirs when what I should have been doing is simply getting to know the children I helped create but never raised." The unexpected honesty seemed to surprise everyone in the room, including Victor himself. "Sophie's crisis tonight was my fault," Victor continued, and Daniel saw Elaine start to protest before Victor raised his hand to stop her. "Not medically. Her condition created a risk that would have existed regardless. But I pushed too hard, tried to impress her with stories about business strategy and wealth creation when what she needed was just a father who could see her as a person rather than as a potential heir to be shaped and molded." He looked at Mark directly. "You knew how to be that father, knew how to love children without conditions or calculations. And I'm only learning now, at 52 with terminal cancer, what you understood instinctively from the moment Daniel and Sophie were born." The vulnerability in Victor's voice was more effective than any amount of wealth or manipulation could have been, and Daniel saw Mark's expression soften slightly despite his anger and hurt. "They're good kids," Mark said quietly. "Smart and ethical and caring. And if you're capable of recognizing that, of valuing who they are instead of trying to reshape them into corporate heirs, then maybe there's hope for you actually building something genuine with them in whatever time you have left. It wasn't forgiveness, wasn't acceptance or approval, but it was acknowledgement that Victor might be capable of growth and genuine feeling beneath his corporate sociopathy. Dr. Chin appeared in the waiting room doorway around 8 a.m., still in surgical scrubs, her expression tired but relieved. "Sophie's out of surgery," she said, and Daniel felt like he could breathe properly for the first time in hours. "We removed her spleen, and she received 4 units of blood. Her vitals are stable, and she's being moved to ICU for monitoring, but barring complications, she should make a full recovery." The relief in the room was palpable, all 4 adults sagging with the release of tension that had been building for hours. "Can we see her?" Daniel asked immediately, and Dr. Chin nodded. "She's still unconscious from anesthesia, but she's stable. Immediate family can visit briefly in ICU." The phrase "immediate family" created an awkward pause where nobody was quite sure who qualified. Biologically, Victor had as much right as Mark, but practically and legally Mark had been her father for 16 years, while Victor had known her for a week. "Mark should go first," Victor said, surprising everyone. "He's her father in every way that matters. I'll wait." The gracious concession seemed to cost Victor something, but he made it anyway, and Daniel felt a grudging respect for the billionaire's recognition that DNA didn't automatically grant rights that needed to be earned through presence and love. Mark went into the ICU alone, and Daniel watched through the window as his father sat beside Sophie's bed and took her small hand in his work-roughened one. Watched Mark's shoulders shake with silent crying while Sophie slept peacefully, unaware of the drama and emotion swirling around her hospital bed. "I'm withdrawing my offer," Victor said suddenly, and Daniel turned to look at him in shock. "The trust funds, the name change, the public acknowledgement, all of it. I'm withdrawing the offer, and I'll pay for Sophie's medical care with no strings attached, no conditions, no expectations of becoming Langford heirs or participating in my legacy." Elaine gasped, and Daniel felt like the ground had shifted beneath him as he tried to process what Victor was saying. "I watched my daughter nearly die tonight because I was too focused on engineering relationships instead of building genuine ones," Victor continued, his voice thick with emotion. "And I realized that offering her $50 million to take my name was just another form of the manipulation I've practiced my whole life. Treating people as assets to be acquired rather than human beings to be loved unconditionally." He looked at Daniel. "You were right to keep me out of that ambulance, right to point out that wealth and DNA don't make me her father. Mark earned that title, and I need to respect what he built even if it means accepting that I'll never have the relationship with you and Sophie that I wanted." Sophie woke up 3 days after her emergency surgery to find 5 people sitting in her ICU room. Her mother Elaine looking exhausted and guilty, her father Mark reading a worn paperback in the uncomfortable hospital chair he'd apparently been sleeping in, her brother Daniel dozing against Maya's shoulder, and Victor Langford standing by the window staring out at the Boston skyline like he was trying to memorize every detail before it disappeared forever. The first thing Sophie noticed was how much pain she was not in. Whatever medications they had her on were doing their job, creating a pleasant fog that made everything feel distant and manageable. The second thing she noticed was that Victor looked somehow smaller than he had at Martha's Vineyard, his commanding presence diminished by 3 days of hospital vigils and the reality that all his wealth couldn't fix what was broken in their family. "Hey," Sophie said, her voice rough from the breathing tube they'd removed the day before, and immediately everyone in the room snapped to attention. Mark was at her bedside first, taking her hand with tears streaming down his weathered face. "Thank God," he said, his voice breaking. "Sophie, sweetheart, you scared 10 years off my life. Don't ever do that again." Sophie smiled weakly, squeezing his hand with what little strength she had. "Sorry, Dad," she whispered, and she saw Mark's face crumple slightly at the title, at her instinctive use of the name that affirmed everything he'd been to her regardless of biology. Daniel was there next, carefully hugging her around all the 4 lines and monitors, and Sophie could feel him shaking with relief and residual fear. "You're okay," Daniel kept repeating like a mantra. "You're going to be okay." Elaine approached more hesitantly, her guilt written across every feature, and Sophie felt a complicated mixture of love and anger toward the mother who'd created this impossible situation 24 years ago with choices that were still destroying their family. "I'm sorry," Elaine said quietly, and Sophie wasn't sure if she was apologizing for the emergency surgery or for the 23 years of lies that had led them all to this moment. I never wanted any of this to hurt you. I thought I was protecting our family, ensuring your future, but all I did was create a situation where everyone got hurt in different ways. Sophie wanted to be angry, wanted to rage at her mother for the choices that had destroyed their sense of family security, but she was too exhausted and medicated to sustain that kind of emotion. We'll talk about it later, Sophie said, which wasn't forgiveness but wasn't complete rejection either, just acknowledgement that complicated conversations would have to wait until she could breathe without pain. Victor finally turned from the window, approaching Sophie's bed with an expression she'd never seen on his face. Genuine uncertainty, like he didn't know what role he was supposed to play or what he was allowed to say. I'm glad you're okay, Victor said simply, keeping his distance like he recognized he hadn't earned the right to touch her or claim any paternal privilege. And I want you to know that I've withdrawn my offer. The trust funds, the name change, all of it. Your mother and I have arranged for a medical trust that will cover all your treatment expenses with no conditions attached, no expectations of relationship or acknowledgement. Sophie processed this through her medication fog, trying to understand what it meant. Why? She asked directly, too tired for diplomatic phrasing. You spent a week recruiting us to be your heirs, showing us wealth and opportunities, making it clear that being your children came with benefits we'd be foolish to refuse. So why withdraw the offer now? Victor was quiet for a long moment, and Sophie saw him struggle with how to articulate something that clearly went against every instinct of his corporate-trained mind. Because I realized that trying to buy relationships or engineer legacy through manipulation is exactly the kind of thinking that's made me successful in business, but devastated in actual human connection, Victor finally said. I watched you nearly die and understood that if the last conversation we'd had was me bragging about destroying people's livelihoods for profit, if you died thinking of me as just a ruthless businessman who saw you as a corporate asset, then all the wealth I'd accumulated would have been completely meaningless. He moved slightly closer, his blue eyes, Sophie's blue eyes, meeting hers with unexpected emotional honesty. Your brother was right when he said DNA doesn't make me your father. That Mark earned that title through 23 years of presence and love, while I was content to send money and receive quarterly updates like you were investments I was monitoring from a distance. Victor's voice cracked slightly. I don't know how to be a father without conditions or expectations, don't know how to build relationships that aren't transactional. But I'm dying, and I'd rather spend whatever time I have left trying to learn how to love my children without leveraging that love for corporate advantage, even if it means accepting that you might never see me as more than the stranger who created you. The raw honesty in Victor's words seemed to surprise everyone in the room, including Victor himself, as if he was discovering feelings he hadn't fully acknowledged until he spoke them aloud. Sophie felt tears sliding down her own cheeks, though whether from emotion or medication or exhaustion she couldn't entirely tell. I don't know how to have a father who's a stranger, she said honestly. Mark raised me, taught me everything I know about being a decent person, showed me what love looks like when it's not conditional on achievement or obedience. And you're offering to be someone different, someone who shares my DNA but doesn't share my history or my values or my understanding of what matters in life. She paused, gathering strength. But I also don't know if I want to completely reject the possibility of knowing you, of understanding where I come from biologically and what parts of me come from your genetics versus Mark's influence. So maybe we could try something that's not all or nothing. That's not either refusing your existence completely or accepting $50 million to become Sophie Langford. Victor nodded slowly, hope and trepidation mixing in his expression. What did you have in mind? Sophie glanced at Daniel, who'd been quiet through this whole exchange, seeking his support for what she was about to propose. What if we just spent time together as people instead of as father and heirs in training? Sophie suggested. No money beyond the medical trust you mentioned, no name changes or public acknowledgements or corporate expectations. Just you getting to know me and Daniel as the people Mark and Mom raised us to be, and us getting to know you as the person you are beneath all the business strategy and wealth accumulation. She took a shaky breath. And maybe, if we actually like each other and build genuine connections, we can figure out what relationship looks like that honors both you as our biological father and Mark as our real dad. Something that doesn't require choosing between you or pretending that genetics don't matter at all. The proposal was elegant in its simplicity, rejecting the transactional nature of Victor's original offer while not completely closing the door on relationship, creating space for connection without conditions or corporate entanglements. I would like that very much, Victor said quietly, and Sophie saw his hands shaking slightly as he processed what she was offering. Not the heir he'd been trying to engineer, but possibly something more valuable if he was capable of accepting it. Mark stood from his chair, and everyone in the room tensed slightly, uncertain how the man who'd been most hurt by Victor's existence would respond to Sophie's proposal. "I think that's wise," Mark said, surprising everyone including himself. "Not because I'm comfortable with it or because I've forgiven what happened, but because you deserve to know all the people who contributed to making you who you are, even if Victor's contribution was primarily genetic rather than practical." He looked directly at Victor. "But understand this, if you hurt my children again, if you try to manipulate them or use your wealth as leverage or treat them as anything other than human beings worthy of unconditional positive regard, I will spend whatever resources I have making sure the world knows exactly what kind of man you really are beneath the philanthropist billionaire image." The threat was delivered in Mark's calm teacher's voice, but the steel underneath was unmistakable. Victor met Mark's eyes and nodded with genuine respect. "That's fair," he acknowledged. "More than fair, actually. You have every right to protect them from me given my track record of treating relationships as transactions to be optimized." He extended his hand again, the gesture that Mark had rejected in the surgical waiting room days earlier. "I can't undo the past or erase the pain I've caused, but I can promise to try to be worthy of whatever limited relationship Sophie and Daniel are willing to build with me." This time Mark took the offered hand, the handshake brief and firm. Not quite friendship, but acknowledgement that they were both fathers to the same children in different ways and would need to find some way to coexist for Sophie and Daniel's sake. The tension in the room eased slightly, though nobody was naive enough to think that one hospital conversation had fixed everything that was broken in their complicated family situation. Dr. Chen entered during this moment of tentative peace, her professional demeanor breaking into a genuine smile when she saw Sophie awake and alert. "You gave us quite a scare," Dr. Chen said, checking Sophie's vitals and monitors. "But your recovery has been excellent. If you continue progressing at this rate, we should be able to discharge you in about a week, with close outpatient monitoring for your aplastic anemia treatment." She glanced at the assembled family members. "Though I'd recommend limiting visitors to immediate family for now. Sophie needs rest more than she needs emotional conversations about complicated family dynamics." The gentle rebuke was directed at everyone, and people began filtering out of the ICU room to give Sophie space to recover. Victor left first, pausing at the door to look back at Sophie with an expression that mixed gratitude and grief, and something that might have been genuine paternal love learning to exist without conditions. "Thank you," he said simply, and Sophie nodded, too exhausted to say more, but understanding that they'd reached some kind of beginning even if it was nothing like the relationship Victor had originally tried to engineer. Daniel lingered outside Sophie's room with Maya while Mark stayed inside with their sister, needing to talk through what had just happened and what it meant for their impossible situation. "That was unexpectedly mature of Sophie," Maya observed, her journalist's mind already analyzing the dynamics and implications. "Proposing a middle path that doesn't require anyone to completely surrender their position or deny their feelings. She might be more emotionally intelligent than any of the adults in this situation." Daniel nodded, feeling proud of his sister, and also somewhat ashamed that a 16-year-old had figured out a solution that none of them had been able to articulate. "The question is whether Victor's capable of accepting relationship without control," Daniel said. "Whether he can actually learn to be a father who just shows up and cares without trying to shape us into particular kinds of heirs or leverage our affection for strategic advantage." Maya leaned against the hospital wall, her hand finding Daniel's. "And whether you're capable of accepting him as part of your life without feeling like you're betraying Mark," she added perceptively. "Because Sophie's proposal only works if both sides are genuinely willing to build something new rather than fighting to win or prove they were right all along." Daniel knew Maya was correct. The hardest part wouldn't be Victor learning to love without conditions. It would be Daniel and Sophie learning to accept that love without feeling guilty about Mark or compromised in their own values and identities. His phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number, and when Daniel opened it, he found a message from Thomas Langford. "Heard about Sophie's emergency. Hope she's okay. My father called me this morning. Apparently he's had some kind of revelation about relationships and legacy. We should talk about what this means for the alliance proposal. Coffee next week." Daniel showed the message to Maya, both of them recognizing that Victor's transformation would have ripple effects beyond just his relationship with Daniel and Sophie, would affect Thomas and potentially reshape the entire Langford family dynamic in unexpected ways. Do you still want to pursue Thomas's alliance? Maya asked. Now that Victor's withdrawn his conditional offer and Sophie's proposed a relationship without corporate entanglements, does it make sense to form a three-way partnership to control Langford investments, or would that just recreate the same power dynamics Sophie's trying to avoid? Daniel had been wondering the same thing, trying to figure out whether rejecting Victor's corporate legacy entirely was the right move, or if there was value in trying to transform what he'd built into something more ethical with Thomas's help. I think I need to hear what Thomas has to say, Daniel decided. Need to understand whether his alliance proposal was genuine idealism about building something better, or if he was just using us as leverage against Victor. And now that Victor's changed his approach, maybe Thomas has changed his thinking too. Before they could discuss it further, Mark emerged from Sophie's room looking emotionally wrung out, but more at peace than Daniel had seen him since the hospital revelation weeks ago. She's sleeping, Mark said quietly. The nurses are kicking me out for a few hours so Sophie can rest without people hovering. I'm going to head back to Newton, shower, change clothes, maybe sleep in an actual bed for the first time in 3 days. He looked at Daniel. Want to come with me? I think we need to talk about what happens next, how we navigate this new family arrangement Sophie proposed. Daniel agreed immediately, recognizing that he and Mark needed time alone to process everything that had happened and figure out how to move forward without the constant presence of Victor and Elaine complicating every conversation. They drove back to Newton in Mark's old Subaru, the familiar suburbs passing outside the windows like a reminder of the normal life they'd had before genetic testing and billionaire fathers had exploded everything they thought they knew about their family. I'm proud of how you and Sophie handled this, Mark said as they pulled into their Newton driveway, the modest house looking somehow comforting after the grandeur of Victor's Martha's Vineyard estate and the clinical sterility of the hospital. You could have been seduced by the money and opportunities, could have rejected Victor completely out of loyalty to me. But instead you both found a middle path that honors everyone's feelings and realities without requiring anyone to pretend or compromise their core values. Daniel felt his throat tighten with emotion at Mark's approval. I'm sorry for everything you've been through, he said. Sorry that Mom's choices destroyed your sense of family. Sorry that Victor's existence undermines everything you built with us. Sorry that accepting any relationship with him probably feels like betrayal. Stop, Mark interrupted, pulling into the driveway and turning off the car. You don't need to apologize for circumstances you didn't create or choices you didn't make. Your mother and Victor made decisions 24 years ago that set all this in motion, and you and Sophie are just trying to navigate the aftermath as best you can. He turned to look at Daniel directly. And honestly, I've spent the past week watching Victor try to buy your affection and engineer relationships according to corporate strategy, and it's made me realize something important. I won the only competition that matters. Mark's voice was thick with emotion. Because regardless of DNA or money or opportunities, you and Sophie call me Dad. You come to me when you're scared or hurt. You value my opinion and my presence in ways that Victor's wealth can't purchase. And that's not something biology gives you. That's something you earn through 23 years of showing up and loving unconditionally. Daniel felt tears streaming down his face as Mark articulated what Daniel had been feeling but couldn't quite express. That accepting Victor as biological father didn't diminish Mark as real dad. That there was room in their lives for both men to play different roles without either one being rejected or replaced. They sat in the car for several minutes just crying together, releasing the accumulated stress and fear and grief of the past weeks, and when they finally went inside, the house felt simultaneously familiar and changed. Same furniture and family photos and lived in comfort, but now carrying the weight of secrets revealed and relationships redefined. Daniel's phone rang later that evening with Victor's name on the screen, and he almost didn't answer before deciding that Sophie's proposal of building relationship meant actually engaging rather than avoiding difficult conversations. Daniel, Victor said, his voice carrying none of its usual corporate command. I wanted to thank you for not immediately rejecting Sophie's proposal, for being willing to give me a chance to prove I can be more than just a calculating businessman. I know I haven't earned that grace from either of you. Daniel settled onto the couch in the living room where he'd spent countless childhood hours watching TV with Mark and Sophie, the normalcy of the setting contrasting sharply with the extraordinary nature of the conversation. I'm not doing it for you, Daniel said honestly. I'm doing it because Sophie deserves to know all the people who contributed to who she is. and because rejecting you completely would be letting your mistakes define our choices, rather than making decisions based on what's actually best for us moving forward. Victor was quiet for a moment. That's fair, he acknowledged. But I still appreciate it, and I want you to know that I meant what I said about withdrawing the conditional offer. The medical trust for Sophie is being established with no strings attached, and I won't pressure you or her to take the Langford name or participate in my business legacy unless, and until you decide that's something you genuinely want. The words should have been reassuring, but Daniel found himself suspicious of Victor's transformation, wondering if the billionaire was capable of genuine change or if this was just a more sophisticated manipulation strategy. What about Thomas? Daniel asked, testing Victor's commitment to this new approach. Your legitimate son who's been working toward inheriting your company for years. Does withdrawing your offer to Sophie and me mean you've reconciled with him and accepted his vision for ethical investing? There was a longer pause this time, and Daniel could practically hear Victor working through how honest to be. Thomas and I are talking, Victor finally said. I called him after Sophie's surgery and told him that I'd been wrong to try to replace him with more compliant heirs, that his ethical objections to my business practices weren't weakness, but integrity I'd failed to value properly. Victor's voice carried genuine regret. We're a long way from reconciled, and I don't know if he'll ever forgive me for the letter I sent or for the years of emotional manipulation disguised as corporate mentorship. But I'm trying to build something authentic with him too, trying to be a father who can be proud of his son's principles, even when they contradict my own legacy. Daniel felt unexpected respect for Victor's willingness to admit fault and attempt repair, even as he remained skeptical about whether a man could fundamentally change his worldview at 52 after a lifetime of corporate ruthlessness. Thomas reached out to me about meeting to discuss the alliance proposal, Daniel said. But I'm not sure it makes sense anymore given that you've withdrawn your offer and Sophie's proposed a personal relationship without corporate entanglements. Do you think there's still value in me and Sophie partnering with Thomas to reshape Langford Investments? Victor was quiet for so long that Daniel thought the call might have dropped. I think, Victor finally said carefully, that what you, Sophie, and Thomas decide to do with my company after I'm gone should be entirely your choice without my influence or expectations. If the three of you want to form an alliance to transform Langford Investments into something more ethical, I'll support that even though it contradicts everything I built. And if you want nothing to do with my corporate legacy and prefer to let the board dissolve everything I created, I'll support that too. The lack of control or manipulation in Victor's words was startling, suggesting that watching Sophie nearly die might have genuinely cracked through his transactional approach to relationships. They talked for another 20 minutes about logistics and medical updates and carefully neutral topics that let them practice being in relationship without the weight of corporate expectations or genetic destiny pressing down on every word. When Daniel finally ended the call, he felt exhausted but also slightly hopeful that maybe, possibly, they could build something that honored both Mark's role as real father and Victor's role as biological parent, without requiring anyone to surrender their identity or values in the process. Mark had been listening from the kitchen, not eavesdropping exactly, but present enough to provide support if Daniel needed it. And when Daniel looked up, his father was standing in the doorway with an expression that mixed concern and curiosity. How is it? Mark asked simply. Weird, Daniel admitted. Victor actually sounds like he might be capable of change, like watching Sophie nearly die broke through his corporate conditioning enough that he's genuinely trying to build relationships without manipulation. But I don't know if I believe it yet. Don't know if a man can fundamentally transform his worldview after 52 years of treating everything as a transaction. Mark came to sit beside Daniel on the couch, the familiar sag of the cushions and the comfort of his presence more valuable than any amount of Victor's wealth. People can change, Mark said thoughtfully. Not easily and not completely, but facing mortality has a way of clarifying what actually matters versus what we've convinced ourselves matters. Maybe Victor's transformation is genuine, or maybe it's just another phase before he reverts to type. He put his hand on Daniel's shoulder. The important thing is that you don't have to figure it all out right now, don't have to decide immediately whether to trust him or build relationship or accept any involvement with his corporate legacy. You and Sophie can take your time, see how Victor actually behaves over weeks and months rather than just in crisis moments, and make choices based on evidence rather than fear or hope. Over the next 2 weeks, a new pattern emerged that felt tentative but sustainable. Sophie recovered in the hospital with visitors carefully managed to prevent overwhelming her. Victor came by briefly each day, but didn't overstay or try to dominate conversation. Mark maintained his primary presence as the father who'd earned that role through decades of sacrifice. And Daniel and Maya worked on figuring out what their own futures looked like now that the immediate crisis had passed. Daniel met with Thomas at the coffee shop where they'd first talked, both of them recognizing that their alliance proposal needed rethinking in light of Victor's transformation and Sophie's medical crisis. "My father's dying," Thomas said bluntly over espresso, getting straight to the heart of things. "The pancreatic cancer is progressing faster than expected. His doctors are saying months now rather than a year, maybe less if the next scan shows more metastasis." The information hit Daniel harder than he expected. The reality that he'd only just met his biological father and might lose him before they'd built anything meaningful. "I'm sorry," Daniel said, meaning it despite all the complications. "For you especially. He's been your father your whole life, even if the relationship was complicated, and losing him must be devastating regardless of your disagreements about business ethics." Thomas nodded, his polished corporate demeanor cracking to show the grieving son underneath. "It is," he admitted. "And it's made me rethink what I want from his legacy and what kind of relationship I want with you and Sophie moving forward." He pulled out a revised version of the alliance proposal. "This is what I'm proposing now, not a partnership to control Langford Investments together, but an agreement that if any of us inherit significant portions of the company, we'll consult with each other before making major decisions. We'll prioritize ethical investing over pure profit maximization, and we'll try to transform what our father built into something that creates value without destroying lives." The revised proposal was less binding and more aspirational, creating framework for collaboration without requiring them to form a formal corporate partnership or commit to specific business strategies before they even knew what they'd be inheriting. "I like this better," Daniel said honestly, reading through the simpler agreement. "It honors the relationship between us as siblings without forcing us into business roles we might not want or be prepared for. And it gives us flexibility to figure out what we actually believe about wealth and ethics rather than just reacting against Victor's model." Thomas looked relieved. "That's what I was hoping you'd say," he admitted. "Because honestly, I don't know if I even want to run Langford Investments anymore. I've spent 5 years trying to prove myself to a father who valued ruthlessness over integrity, and now that he's finally acknowledging my worth, I'm realizing that maybe corporate empire building isn't what I actually want from life." The honesty was refreshing, and Daniel found himself genuinely liking Thomas in ways he hadn't expected when they'd first met as competitors for their father's legacy. "What about Sophie?" Thomas asked. "How's she doing, and does she have any interest in being part of this sibling alliance?" Daniel smiled thinking of his sister. "Sophie's recovering well, and she's made it clear that she wants minimal involvement with Victor's business empire. She's planning to focus on her art and her treatment, and maybe building a personal relationship with Victor that has nothing to do with Langford Investments or corporate legacy." He paused. "But I think she'd appreciate being included in any major decisions that affect the family, being consulted even if she's not actively participating in business operations. She's more mature than any of us gave her credit for." Thomas nodded, making notes on his copy of the proposal. "Then that's what we'll do, the three of us as siblings who happen to share a complicated biological father, trying to figure out how to honor the good parts of what he built while rejecting the ruthless principles that destroyed so many lives along the way." They signed the revised agreement right there in the coffee shop, no lawyers or witnesses or corporate formality. Just two brothers who barely knew each other committing to try to build something better than what their father had created. Daniel left that meeting feeling like maybe there was a path forward that honored everyone's complicated feelings and roles. Mark as the father who'd raised them, Victor as the biological parent seeking redemption in his final months, Thomas as the brother trying to reconcile family loyalty with ethical principles, and Sophie as the sister whose near death had catalyzed everyone's transformation. When Sophie was finally discharged from the hospital 3 weeks after her emergency surgery, the whole complicated family gathered at the Newton house for what Elaine had awkwardly called a welcome home celebration. Mark and Victor in the same room for more than a hospital waiting room crisis. Thomas meeting Sophie for the first time, Maya documenting everything with her journalist's eye for detail and emotional truth. "This is weird," Sophie observed from her position on the couch where everyone had insisted she rest despite her protests that she felt fine. "All of us together pretending to be a normal family when we're actually the most dysfunctional collection of relationships I've ever heard of." Her direct honesty made everyone laugh, breaking the tension that had. been building as they tried to figure out how to navigate this unprecedented situation. "We're not pretending to be normal," Victor said from his position near the window. He'd learned to take peripheral positions rather than dominating spaces, had started asking permission before offering opinions or resources. "We're acknowledging that we're deeply abnormal and trying to figure out if there's a way to build something functional out of the wreckage of choices made decades ago." Mark cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. "I have something I want to say," he began, his teacher's voice steady despite the obvious emotion underneath. "Victor and Elaine's choices 24 years ago devastated me in ways I'm still processing, destroyed my sense of family security, and made me question every memory and every assumption I'd built my life on." He looked at Victor directly. "But watching how you've responded to Sophie's crisis, how you've genuinely tried to change your approach to relationships and legacy, I've realized that holding on to anger and betrayal hurts me more than it hurts you. Keeps me trapped in the past rather than moving toward whatever future we're all trying to build." Mark's voice cracked slightly. "So I'm choosing to forgive, not because what happened was okay or because I've forgotten the pain, but because Daniel and Sophie deserve to have all their parents in their lives without the weight of unresolved grudges, making every interaction toxic." The grace in Mark's words seemed to shock everyone, especially Victor, whose carefully maintained composure finally crumbled completely as tears streamed down his face. "Thank you," Victor said, his voice breaking. "I don't deserve that forgiveness, and I know I can never undo the harm I caused, but I promise to spend whatever time I have left trying to be worthy of the grace you're offering." Elaine was openly crying now, and even Thomas looked moved by the unexpected moment of healing. Sophie reached for Mark's hand from her position on the couch. "You're the best dad anyone could ask for," she said simply, and Mark's face crumpled as he knelt beside the couch to hug his daughter carefully around her still-healing incision. "And Victor," Sophie continued, looking at the billionaire who was her biological father, "I'm willing to give you the chance to become someone I might eventually call family, but you have to earn it through consistency and genuine care rather than wealth and manipulation." Victor nodded, accepting the conditional offer with more gratitude than he'd probably ever shown for a billion-dollar business deal. The afternoon evolved into something that almost resembled a normal family gathering. People talking and laughing and navigating the complicated dynamics with more grace than any of them expected. Thomas and Sophie discovered a shared love of contemporary art. Victor and Mark had a surprisingly civil conversation about educational policy. Daniel and Maya observed everything with the recognition that they were witnessing something extraordinary and fragile being built from the wreckage of betrayal and manipulation. "Do you think this can actually work?" Maya asked Daniel quietly while they stood in the kitchen making coffee. "This weird arrangement where Mark is dad and Victor is biological father, and everyone just tries to coexist without destroying each other?" Daniel watched through the doorway as Sophie laughed at something Thomas said, as Victor listened to Mark explain his approach to teaching Shakespeare, as Elaine tentatively joined the conversation without the weight of secrets, making her seem perpetually guilty and defensive. "I think," Daniel said slowly, "that it's working right now in this moment, and maybe that's all we can ask for, not certainty about the future or guarantees that nobody will mess up or revert to old patterns, just the commitment to keep showing up and trying to." The gathering continued into the evening, and as people gradually prepared to leave, Victor approached Daniel privately in the hallway with an envelope that looked like it contained important documents. "I wanted to give you this," Victor said quietly, his commanding presence now tempered with genuine humility. "It's information about a journalism fellowship I fund at Columbia. Full scholarship for graduate school, living stipend, connections to every major media outlet in New York." He held up his hand when Daniel started to protest. "Before you refuse it as manipulation, let me explain. This fellowship exists regardless of our relationship. I've funded it for 15 years, and it goes to talented young journalists based purely on merit. Your application would be evaluated by an independent committee who doesn't know about our connection, and you'd earn the position through your own talent and hard work rather than because you're my biological son." Daniel took the envelope cautiously, reading through the fellowship details that would have seemed like an incredible opportunity if they'd come from anyone other than Victor Langford. "Why are you telling me about this?" Daniel asked. "If it's truly merit-based and has nothing to do with our relationship, why not just let me discover it on my own?" Victor's smile was sad and knowing. "Because I'm dying, and I wanted to make sure you knew about opportunities that exist independent of my interference. This fellowship, and about a dozen other programs and resources I've created over the years that talented people can access without owing me anything or compromising their integrity. He gestured to the envelope. You can apply or not apply, you can succeed or fail on your own merits, but at least you'll know the opportunity exists. And if you do get selected, it'll be because you're a talented journalist, not because you're Victor Langford's secret son. Daniel found himself moved by the gesture despite his lingering suspicion of Victor's motives. "Thank you," he said carefully, "for this and for actually listening when Sophie and I said we needed relationship without conditions. I know that goes against every instinct of your corporate training, and I appreciate the effort you're making even when it's clearly difficult." Victor's expression showed relief and something that might have been paternal pride. "You're a better man than I was at your age," he said simply. "You and Sophie both. You have Mark's integrity and ethical center combined with intelligence and strategic thinking that might have come from my genetics, but you've chosen to use those traits to build rather than to dominate, to create value rather than to extract it." He paused. "That's not something I can take credit for since I wasn't part of raising you, but it's something I'm grateful for even if I don't deserve to be." The acknowledgement that Mark deserved credit for who Daniel had become seemed to cost Victor something. But he made it anyway, and Daniel recognized that as genuine growth rather than strategic positioning. Thomas appeared then, clearly ready to leave, and the momentary awkwardness of three Langford men in the same hallway would have been comical if it weren't so loaded with complicated family history. "I should go," Thomas said, then looked at Daniel and Sophie, who'd come to say goodbye. "But I'm glad we're doing this, the sibling alliance thing, the attempt to build something better from what our father created. It feels more valuable than any amount of inherited wealth." Sophie hugged Thomas carefully, mindful of her healing incision. "Come back soon," she said simply. "I want to hear more about the artists you've invested in and maybe get your advice on RSD versus Pratt for college. You know, normal sibling stuff that has nothing to do with corporate empires or billion-dollar inheritances." Thomas's laugh was genuine. "I'd like that," he said, and Daniel saw real affection developing between his sister and their half-brother. The kind of sibling bond that had nothing to do with Victor's orchestration and everything to do with genuine connection. As people gradually left, Thomas to his Boston apartment, Maya to her place after extracting a promise from Daniel to call her later, Victor to whatever penthouse or mansion he called home, the Newton house settled back into something resembling normalcy. Mark, Daniel, Sophie, and even Elaine sat in the living room in comfortable silence, exhausted from the emotional intensity of the day, but also somehow more at peace than they'd been since the hospital revelation that had shattered their family. "I think that went well," Sophie finally said, breaking the silence with typical teenage understatement. "I mean, nobody yelled or cried too much. Victor didn't try to buy anyone's affection. Mark was incredibly gracious, and Thomas is actually pretty cool for a legitimate heir who had every reason to hate us." Mark chuckled despite himself. "Your bar 4. Went well is remarkably low," he observed. "But yes, I suppose by the standards of dysfunctional families trying to navigate impossible situations, we did okay." He looked at Elaine for the first time in weeks without obvious anger or pain. "We need to talk," Mark said to his soon-to-be ex-wife. "About the divorce, about financial arrangements, about how we co-parent even though the children aren't biologically mine. But maybe we can have those conversations without the weight of 23 years of lies making everything more painful than it needs to be." Elaine nodded, tears forming but not falling. "I'm sorry," she said for what must have been the 100th time since the revelation. "For all of it, for making the arrangement with Victor, for keeping the secret so long, for putting you all in this impossible position. I thought I was protecting our family and ensuring your futures, but all I did was create a situation where everyone got hurt." Mark was quiet for a long moment. "I'm sorry too," he finally said, surprising everyone. "For being so focused on my mother's cancer and my career that I didn't notice what was happening in my own marriage, for creating an environment where you felt like making a deal with Victor was the only option, for not being the kind of husband you could talk to about our financial fears and struggles." The mutual acknowledgement of fault felt like a beginning toward actual healing rather than just managing damage. "Can I say something?" Daniel asked, and everyone turned to look at him. "This whole situation has been terrible and traumatic, and it's destroyed a lot of what we thought we knew about our family. But it's also shown me that family isn't just about DNA or traditional structures or meeting some ideal of what a normal household looks like." He gestured around the room. Mark, you're my father in every way that matters because you showed up every day for 23 years and loved us unconditionally. Victor is my biological parent who's trying to build something genuine in the time he has left, and I'm willing to let him try even though I don't fully trust it yet. Thomas is my brother who I barely know, but who seems to share my values about building something ethical. And Mom, despite everything, you made impossible choices under desperate circumstances, and you've carried the weight of those choices alone for decades. So maybe, Daniel continued, instead of trying to fit ourselves into some category of normal or functional or undamaged, we just accept that we're this weird, complicated collection of relationships that doesn't make sense to anyone outside but works for us in this moment. And we keep showing up and trying and forgiving each other when we mess up, which we inevitably will because humans are messy and families are complicated regardless of whether billionaire genetics and secret arrangements are involved. Sophie started clapping, her teenage sincerity making the gesture both funny and touching. That was very wise, Daniel. Maybe you should write that down and save it for when we all inevitably mess this up and need to remember why we're trying. Her joke broke the tension, and everyone laughed, the sound filling the small living room with something that felt almost like hope. The evening wound down with practical conversations about Sophie's ongoing treatment schedule, about Mark's plans to stay in Newton versus moving to Vermont, about whether Elaine would keep the house after the divorce, or if they'd need to sell it and split whatever equity existed after Victor's money had paid off the mortgage years ago. I don't want Victor's money for the divorce settlement, Mark said firmly. Whatever you received from him over the years was payment for the arrangement you made, and I don't have any claim to it. I'll take my teacher's pension, and whatever we can split from our joint assets that we accumulated through our own work, and I'll build from there. The principled stance was very Mark, choosing integrity over financial advantage, even when he'd been the one most wronged by the situation. Elaine looked both relieved and guilty. I'll set up a trust for Daniel and Sophie's futures, she said. Separate from anything Victor provides, money that comes from what I earned and saved over the years. It won't be $50 million, but it'll be something they can access without feeling like they owe anyone their identities or their loyalty. As Daniel climbed the stairs to his childhood bedroom that night, exhausted from the emotional roller coaster of the past weeks, he paused to look at the family photos lining the hallway. Christmas mornings and birthday parties, soccer games and school plays, Mark teaching him to ride a bike and Sophie's first art show. A lifetime of normal family memories that Victor's revelation hadn't actually erased, even if it had complicated their meaning. Maya called as Daniel was getting ready for bed, her voice warm and concerned. How are you doing? Really doing, not just the brave face you put on for your family. Daniel sank onto his bed, the familiar comfort of his childhood room grounding him. I'm exhausted and confused and still processing everything, but I'm also oddly hopeful, he said, making it a question because he wasn't entirely sure himself. Like maybe we can actually build something functional from all this dysfunction. Maybe having multiple father figures and complicated biological realities doesn't have to destroy us if we're honest about it and keep choosing connection over pride or anger. Maya's approval was audible. I think you're right, she said. And I think Sophie's proposal of relationship without conditions was brilliant. It creates space for Victor to prove himself without requiring you to surrender anything. Let's Mark maintain his role as real dad while acknowledging biological reality, gives Thomas room to build sibling bonds without competing for inheritance. She paused. Though I have to ask, are you going to apply for that Columbia Journalism Fellowship Victor told you about? Daniel had been thinking about exactly that question since Victor handed him the envelope. I think I am, he decided. Not because Victor suggested it or because it's connected to him, but because it's genuinely a great opportunity, and I'd be stupid to not apply just because my biological father happens to fund it. He could hear the smile in Maya's voice. That's the right answer. Taking opportunities based on merit while refusing to let Victor's wealth dictate your choices or make you feel obligated. They talked for another hour about everything and nothing, Maya's work projects, Daniel's plans to return to his journalism internship now that Sophie's crisis had stabilized, their own relationship and how it had been tested by the Brooks Langford family drama but emerged stronger for having weathered it together. I love you, Daniel said as they were ending the call, the words feeling more significant after weeks of watching relationships crumble and rebuild around him. Thank you for being here through all of this, for being the stable presence when everything else was chaos. Maya's response was immediate and warm. I love you too, and I'm not going anywhere. You're stuck with me through whatever other family revelations might be lurking in the shadows, though hopefully there aren't any more billionaire fathers or secret siblings waiting to explode your sense of reality." Daniel laughed, hoping she was right. Sleep came eventually, and with it dreams that mixed Victor's Martha's Vineyard estate with their Newton house, Mark's worn leather briefcase with Thomas's corporate polish, Sophie's art with hospital equipment, all the complicated pieces of his life swirling together into something that didn't quite make sense, but also didn't feel wrong anymore. The next few months settled into a new rhythm. Sophie's treatment continued with positive results, her aplastic anemia responding well to the protocols her doctors had designed. Victor visited weekly, usually bringing art supplies or books rather than trying to impress with wealth, learning to be present without dominating, to listen without calculating, to build relationship through consistency rather than grand gestures. Mark remained the primary father figure, the one Daniel and Sophie called when they needed advice or comfort. But Victor's presence became less threatening as it became clear he wasn't trying to replace Mark, but rather to occupy a different role that honored biological connection without claiming parental authority he hadn't earned. Thomas became a regular presence in their lives, the brother who took Sophie to gallery openings and discussed ethical investing with Daniel, who provided a bridge between their Newton world and the Langford empire they were still deciding how to engage with. The sibling alliance they'd formed wasn't about controlling a corporate empire, but about having each other's backs as they navigated the complicated reality of being Victor Langford's children while refusing to be defined by his legacy. Daniel did apply for the Columbia Journalism Fellowship, and when he was selected based on his portfolio and writing samples evaluated by judges who didn't know about his connection to Victor, the victory felt earned in ways that accepting $50 million never would have. "I'm proud of you," Mark said when Daniel told him about the fellowship acceptance. "Not because you got selected, though that's wonderful, but because you applied on your own merits and succeeded without compromising your integrity or feeling like you owed anyone for the opportunity." Victor's response was more complicated when Daniel told him. "Congratulations," Victor said simply, his voice carrying genuine pleasure without claiming credit. "You earned that through your own talent. I'm just glad the fellowship I created gave someone worthy a chance to develop their craft." The careful distance Victor maintained, not taking credit while also not pretending he hadn't funded the opportunity, showed growth that Daniel recognized and appreciated even as he remained cautiously skeptical about how permanent the transformation would prove to be. 6 months after Sophie's emergency surgery, Victor's cancer progressed to the point where his doctors recommended hospice care, the reality that he had weeks rather than months settling over the newly formed family like a shadow. He chose to remain in his Boston penthouse rather than moving to a facility, hiring round-the-clock nurses and accepting that his carefully constructed empire would soon pass to others while he focused on the relationships he'd spent 52 years treating as secondary to wealth accumulation. "I'd like you all to come visit," Victor said during a family dinner at a neutral restaurant. These gatherings had become monthly events where Mark, Daniel, Sophie, Thomas, and even Elaine could spend time together without the weight of the Newton house or Victor's wealth creating uncomfortable dynamics. Not to discuss wills or inheritance or business succession. Just to spend time together while I still can let me get to know my children as people rather than as heirs to be positioned strategically. The vulnerability in Victor's request was genuine and heartbreaking. The dying billionaire finally understanding what mattered too late to fully repair the damage his earlier choices had caused. They went the following weekend. All of them together, Mark included because Sophie had insisted that having both her fathers present mattered more than worrying about awkward dynamics. Victor's penthouse was as impressive as expected, but somehow less intimidating than the Martha's Vineyard estate had been. Maybe because Victor himself seemed smaller, frilier, the commanding presence diminished by illness, and the recognition that death didn't care about wealth or power or carefully constructed legacies. They spent the afternoon just talking about art and teaching and journalism and business ethics, about Sophie's college plans and Daniel's fellowship, and Thomas's proposal to restructure Langford Investments around impact investing principles that Victor had finally endorsed. "I'm leaving the company equally to the three of you," Victor said at one point, the revelation delivered casually like it was less important than their conversation about contemporary art trends. "Not because I expect you to run it according to my vision, but because you're my children and you should have the resources and opportunities that come from what I built. What you do with those resources is entirely up to you." He looked at Thomas. If you want to transform everything I created into something more ethical, you have my blessing. If the three of you want to sell it all and donate the proceeds to causes I would have called naive or sentimental, that's your choice to make. The lack of control or conditions was stunning given everything that had come before, Victor's dying gift being not just wealth, but genuine freedom to build something better. Thank you, Thomas said quietly, and Daniel saw real reconciliation between father and legitimate son, the healing of wounds that had festered for years. For finally trusting that I can honor what was valuable in what you built while rejecting what was destructive. That means more than any amount of inherited wealth. Sophie, always the most emotionally direct, moved to sit on the arm of Victor's chair. I'm glad I got to know you, she said simply. Even though it's been complicated and sometimes painful, even though you'll never be dad the way Mark is. I'm glad I didn't reject the chance to understand where I came from biologically and what parts of me might have come from your genetics versus Mark's influence. Victor's hand trembled slightly as he reached up to touch Sophie's hair, the gesture tentative like he was afraid she might pull away. You're extraordinary, he said, his voice thick with emotion. Both of you, Daniel and Sophie and Thomas. You're better than I was, kinder and more principled and more capable of genuine human connection. He looked at Mark. Thank you for raising them to be people I'm proud to call my children, even though I don't deserve any credit for who they became. Mark's response was unexpected. He stood and crossed to where Victor sat, extending his hand for what would be their final handshake. You gave them life, Mark said simply. I helped them live it. And maybe that's enough. Maybe we don't need to compete or compare because we both contributed something valuable, even if in very different ways. The grace of Mark's words seemed to break something in Victor, and the billionaire who'd spent 52 years maintaining emotional control finally wept openly, grieving not just his approaching death, but all the years he'd wasted treating relationships as transactions and people as assets to be managed rather than loved. They stayed until evening, talking and laughing and sharing stories, building memories that would have to sustain them through whatever time Victor had left. As they prepared to leave, Victor pulled Daniel aside for a private moment. There's one more thing, Victor said, reaching into his pocket to pull out a small leather journal. I've been writing letters, to you, to Sophie, to Thomas, trying to articulate things I was never good at saying out loud, trying to explain choices I made and regrets I carry and hopes I have for your futures. He pressed the journal into Daniel's hands. Don't read them until after I'm gone. They're not deathbed manipulation or attempts to control from beyond the grave. Just a father trying to tell his children things he should have said while he was alive, but didn't have the courage or clarity to express. Daniel accepted the journal, feeling its weight both literal and metaphorical. Thank you, he said, for this and for everything you've tried to do these past months. It hasn't been perfect and it hasn't erased the pain of how this all started, but it's been genuine, and that matters more than I expected it would. Victor died 3 weeks later, peacefully in his sleep with Thomas at his bedside, having lived just long enough to see his children forming the kind of bonds he'd never managed to build himself. The funeral was a strange mix of corporate dignity and genuine grief. Business associates who'd known Victor as a ruthless titan, artists and nonprofits he'd funded anonymously over the years, and his 3 children who'd barely known him but were learning to grieve the loss of possibilities that would now never be fully realized. He was complicated, Thomas said during his eulogy, his voice steady despite obvious emotion. Capable of great generosity and terrible ruthlessness, of genuine love and calculated manipulation, of building extraordinary wealth while struggling to build basic human connections. But in his final months, he tried to become better than he'd been, and that attempt mattered even if it came too late to fully repair what was broken. Daniel spoke too, reading from Victor's journal the letter addressed to my children. I'm writing this knowing I'll be gone when you read it, knowing that death has a way of clarifying what actually mattered in a life spent chasing the wrong things. I built an empire, accumulated billions, dominated markets and competitors. And none of it means anything compared to the relationships I failed to nurture, the children I treated as assets rather than human beings, the love I was too afraid or too damaged to offer unconditionally. My greatest achievement isn't Langford Investments or the wealth I accumulated. It's that despite my failures as a father, despite starting 23 years too late and approaching relationships with corporate thinking that stripped away humanity, my children turned out to be extraordinary people with integrity and compassion I never managed to develop. That's not my doing. That's Mark's patience and Elaine's strength and your own choices to be better than the examples set before you. So my final gift isn't money or business empire or carefully constructed legacy. It's permission to reject anything and everything I built if it doesn't serve your values, to transform what was valuable and discard what was destructive, to build lives that honor love over profit and connection over domination. Be better than I was. Love more than I did. Choose people over wealth every time, because I chose wrong and I'm dying having realized too late what actually matters. There wasn't a dry eye in the room by the time Daniel finished reading, Victor's final words carrying more truth and vulnerability than he'd managed to express in 52 years of living. Sophie stood and took the podium, her young voice steady and clear. I only knew Victor Langford for 6 months, she began. 6 months of complicated, sometimes painful, ultimately valuable relationship where a dying billionaire tried to learn how to be a father and a 16-year-old girl tried to figure out how to accept biological connection without betraying the man who actually raised her. She looked directly at Mark, sitting in the second row with tears streaming down his face. Victor gave me DNA and medical issues and an inheritance I'm still figuring out how to ethically engage with. But Mark gave me everything that makes me who I am, everything I value about myself, everything that will sustain me through whatever challenges come. She turned back to the gathered crowd. So this isn't really a funeral for my father. It's a memorial for my biological parent who tried, at the very end, to become someone worthy of that title. And maybe that's enough. Maybe the attempt to change, even when it comes too late to fully succeed, deserves to be honored alongside the failures and regrets. The funeral concluded with the complicated grief of people mourning someone they barely knew or knew too well, celebrating a life that had created extraordinary wealth and extraordinary damage in equal measure. As people filtered out toward the reception, Daniel found himself standing with Sophie and Thomas, 3 siblings bound by biology and inheritance and complicated feelings about the man whose death had brought them together. What now? Sophie asked, the practical question that needed addressing. We've inherited billions of dollars and a corporate empire and the complicated legacy of a man who was brilliant and ruthless and finally, briefly, capable of genuine love. What do we do with all of that? Thomas pulled out his phone, showing them the restructuring proposal he'd been finalizing. The plan to transform Langford Investments into something that honored their father's business acumen while rejecting his ruthless principles. We build something better, Thomas said simply. We take the wealth he accumulated through morally questionable means and we use it to create actual value. Funding startups that solve real problems, investing in communities he would have exploited, building wealth in ways that strengthen rather than destroy. He looked at his siblings. But we do it together, as the alliance we formed, making decisions by consensus and refusing to let any one of us dominate the way Victor always did. Daniel felt the weight of that responsibility, billions of dollars and the opportunity to reshape a corporate empire, to prove that wealth and ethics weren't mutually exclusive, that you could honor someone's legacy while transforming what they built into something better. I'm in, he said, looking at Sophie who nodded her agreement. But I want Mark involved as an advisor. His judgment and principles matter more than any business expertise, and I think having someone who's not a Langford by blood helping guide our decisions will keep us honest. Sophie smiled. And I want to fund art programs, she said. Real opportunities for talented kids who can't afford elite educations. The kind of programs Victor promised me, but that shouldn't require having a billionaire father to access. Thomas was already making notes. Done and done, he said. We'll restructure with Mark as ethical advisor. We'll fund Sophie's art initiative. We'll transform Langford Investments into something our father would probably hate and we can actually be proud of. The plan wasn't perfect and the path forward would be complicated, but it felt right in ways that accepting Victor's original offer never had. The reception after the funeral was less somber than expected. People sharing stories of Victor that ranged from his ruthless business dealings to surprising acts of anonymous generosity, painting a picture of a complicated man who'd contained multitudes, even if he'd struggled to show his better impulses to the people closest to him. Mark approached Daniel during the reception, pulling him aside for a private conversation. How are you doing? Mark asked, the simple question carrying layers of concern. You just buried your biological father, inherited billions of dollars, and committed to transforming a corporate empire. That's a lot for anyone, let alone someone who's still figuring out their own identity and future. Daniel leaned against the wall, suddenly exhausted by the weight of everything. I don't know, he admitted. I'm sad about Victor even though I barely knew him, I'm overwhelmed by the responsibility of the inheritance. I'm excited about the possibility of building something ethical, but terrified we'll mess it up. I'm basically feeling everything at once, and I have no idea how to process any of it." Mark's hand on his shoulder was familiar and grounding. "That's normal," he said gently. "Grief is complicated even when the relationship was simple, and yours with Victor was anything but simple. You're allowed to feel sad and angry and relieved and guilty all at the same time without needing to make sense of it or resolve it quickly." He pulled Daniel into a hug. "And whatever you decide to do with the inheritance, whatever relationship you build with Thomas and Sophie around this corporate transformation, know that I'm proud of you for choosing ethics over easy wealth, for insisting on doing things right even when it would be simpler to just accept everything as Victor originally offered it." Daniel held on to his father, his real father, the one who'd earned that title through decades of presence, and felt some of the overwhelming weight ease slightly. The weeks after Victor's death settled into a new rhythm of grief and logistics. Meetings with lawyers about the inheritance, sessions with Thomas planning the corporate restructuring, conversations with Sophie about her college choices and art initiatives, time with Mark just being father and son without the weight of Victor's presence complicating every interaction. Daniel did eventually read all of Victor's letters in the journal, finding wisdom and regret and surprisingly vulnerable admissions about the billionaire's fears and failures. One letter stood out, dated just days before Victor's death. "Daniel, I'm writing this knowing you'll read it after I'm gone, probably while trying to figure out how to honor my legacy without perpetuating my mistakes. Here's what I learned too late. Wealth is meaningless without love, legacy is worthless if it's built on exploitation, and being biologically responsible for someone's existence is the smallest part of what makes you their parent. Mark was your real father because he showed up every day and loved you without calculating return on investment. I was just the man who contributed DNA and tried far too late to become someone worthy of the title I never earned. So don't feel obligated to honor my business vision or preserve Langford Investments as I built it. Tear it all down if that's what your ethics require, transform it completely if that serves your values, or walk away entirely if participating feels like compromise. The only legacy that matters to me now is that my children, you, Sophie, and Thomas, live lives guided by principles rather than profit, build relationships based on genuine connection rather than transaction, and choose love over wealth every single time. That's what I failed to do for 52 years, and watching you all choose differently has been the only redemption I'll get. Be better than I was. You already are." 3 months after Victor's death, the restructured Langford Investments, now formally renamed Langford Impact Ventures, to signal the transformation, launched its first major initiative, a fund specifically designed to support small businesses in communities that had been destroyed by Victor's earlier acquisitions, essentially using his wealth to repair some of the damage he'd caused. Catherine Wells, the woman whose family company Victor had stripped decades earlier, was hired as an advisor to help identify communities that needed support and ensure the new company's investments actually helped rather than extracted value. "This is extraordinary," Catherine told Daniel, Thomas, and Sophie, during their first board meeting as co-directors. "Your father destroyed my family's legacy, and now you're using his wealth to help rebuild what he tore down. There's justice in that even if it can't undo the original harm." The recognition that they were building something genuinely better, that Victor's final gift had been giving them resources to correct his mistakes, felt like the right way to honor both the man he'd briefly become and the values Mark had instilled in them. Sophie enrolled at RISD with a full scholarship from the Brooks Family Arts Initiative, funded by the inheritance, but named for Mark to make clear where the values behind the program originated. "I'm keeping the Langford money for medical expenses and practical needs," Sophie explained to anyone who asked why she hadn't taken Victor's name or publicly acknowledged him as her father. "But my identity is Brooks because that's who raised me, that's whose values I carry, that's the legacy I actually want to be part of." Daniel started his Columbia Journalism Fellowship that fall, moving to New York with Maya, who'd gotten a job at a media strategy firm, both of them building their careers and their relationship with the kind of intentionality that came from watching what happened when people made choices based on fear or desperation rather than genuine connection. "I'm writing about this eventually," Maya told Daniel one evening in their small Manhattan apartment, so different from Victor's penthouse or even their family's modest suburban homes. The story of the billionaire's secret children and what they chose to do with inherited wealth. "It's too important not to share," too instructive about family and ethics and what actually matters. Daniel had expected this. Maya was a journalist to her core, and their story was objectively compelling. "I know," he said. "And I trust you to tell it fairly, to include the complexity and the mistakes and the fact that we still don't have all the answers about how to ethically engage with wealth that was built on exploitation." He paused. "But maybe wait until Sophie's through her first year of college? She's still processing everything and dealing with her medical treatment. And I don't want her to become a tabloid story about the billionaire's secret daughter before she's had time to figure out who she is separate from all of that." Maya agreed immediately, her love for Sophie and understanding of timing making her willing to wait for the right moment to share their story with the world. Mark visited them in New York a month into the semester. Taking Daniel to dinner at a modest restaurant so different from the places Victor would have chosen that Daniel felt grateful all over again for the father who'd raised him to value substance over status. "I'm thinking about retiring early," Mark said over pasta that was delicious despite costing a fraction of what Victor would have spent on a meal. "The divorce is finalized, I have enough to live modestly, and I've been teaching for 25 years. I'm tired, Daniel, and I think I want to spend whatever time I have left doing things I actually enjoy rather than grading papers and managing classroom discipline." The admission surprised Daniel. Mark had always seemed defined by teaching, had structured his entire identity around being the patient educator who helped students discover literature and critical thinking. "What would you do?" Daniel asked. "If you weren't teaching?" Mark's smile was almost shy. "I'd write," he admitted. "I've always wanted to write about literature and teaching, maybe a memoir about what it means to dedicate your life to a profession that's chronically undervalued and underpaid, but profoundly important. And maybe, if I'm brave enough, about what it means to raise children who aren't biologically yours and have that role challenged by the revelation of secret arrangements and billionaire fathers." He met Daniel's eyes. "With your permission, obviously. I wouldn't write about our family without your and Sophie's consent, wouldn't exploit what happened for my own career or catharsis." Daniel felt his chest tighten with emotion and pride. "I think you should write it," he said firmly. "Your perspective on everything that happened, the betrayal and the grief and the eventual grace you found, that's valuable and important, and it deserves to be shared." He reached across the table to squeeze Mark's hand. "And honestly, reading your version of events might help me understand my own feelings better. Might give me language for the complicated reality of having two fathers who contributed different things to who I am." Mark's eyes filled with tears. "Thank you," he said simply, "for permission and for understanding and for still calling me Dad, even though you know the biological truth. That matters more than you can possibly imagine." They spent the rest of dinner talking about Mark's book ideas and Daniel's fellowship projects, about Sophie's art and Thomas's corporate transformation, about Elaine's slow process of building a new life after the divorce, about all the ways their family had broken and was slowly, imperfectly healing. A year after Victor's death, the three Langford siblings gathered at the Martha's Vineyard estate, which they'd decided to keep as a family retreat rather than selling, transforming it from a symbol of Victor's wealth into a space where they could build new memories together. "I still can't believe we own this place," Sophie said, standing on the same terrace where Victor had told stories about destroying companies and people's livelihoods. But now the space felt different, lighter, redeemed by new purpose and presence. "I keep expecting to feel guilty about it, like we shouldn't enjoy wealth that was built so ruthlessly. But maybe using it to build relationships and create positive impact is the best way to honor what Victor tried to become rather than what he was for most of his life." Thomas had been working on his own memoir about growing up as Victor's legitimate son, processing his complicated grief and anger and eventual acceptance. "I've been thinking about legacy," he said, joining his siblings on the terrace. "About what we inherit from our parents beyond DNA and money. Their values and their mistakes, their wisdom and their blindness, their capacity for love and their failures to express it." He gestured out at the ocean. "Victor gave us this place and the wealth to maintain it and the opportunity to transform his empire into something ethical. But more importantly, through his failures and his final attempts at redemption, he taught us exactly what kind of people we don't want to become." Daniel nodded, understanding what Thomas meant. "We learned about the dangers of treating relationships as transactions, about how wealth without ethics is just socially sanctioned exploitation, about how being biologically responsible for someone doesn't automatically make you their parent," he said. Those are valuable lessons, even if they came through pain and betrayal and watching someone fail at basic human connection for 52 years before trying to change. Sophie pulled out her phone, showing them photographs from the first art show she'd curated for the Brooks Family Arts Initiative. Talented teenagers from underserved communities displaying work that rivaled anything Sophie had seen in professional galleries, their futures expanded by opportunities that didn't require having a billionaire father to access. "This is Victor's legacy," Sophie said, her voice thick with emotion. "Not the ruthless acquisitions or the billions of dollars or the empire he built. These kids getting chances they wouldn't have had otherwise, communities being rebuilt with wealth that was extracted from them, investments that strengthen rather than exploit." She looked at her brothers. "We took what he gave us, and we made it mean something better than he ever intended. And I think that's the most we can do with complicated inheritance from flawed people we loved despite their failures." The three of them stood together watching the sunset paint the ocean in shades of orange and pink. Three siblings bound by biology and choice and the shared commitment to build something better than what they'd inherited. They'd been texting Mark throughout the weekend, sending pictures and updates, keeping him included even when he wasn't physically present because his role as father transcended biology and legal definitions. "I should probably head back soon," Thomas said as the light faded. "Board meeting tomorrow about the acquisition of a sustainable energy company. We're finally starting to transform the core business model rather than just creating impact funds on the side." He smiled. "Victor would probably hate what we're doing with his company, would call us naive idealists who don't understand real business. And that feels like the highest compliment we could receive." Daniel laughed, recognizing the truth in Thomas's observation. "To being the disappointing heirs," he said, raising an imaginary glass in a toast. "To choosing ethics over profit, love over wealth, and genuine connection over corporate strategy. Everything Victor spent 52 years getting wrong before he finally tried to get it right." They stayed at the estate through the weekend, talking and laughing, and building the kind of sibling relationships that had nothing to do with Victor's orchestration and everything to do with genuine affection and shared values. Sunday evening, as they prepared to leave and return to their separate lives, Thomas to Boston and corporate transformation, Sophie to RSD and her art, Daniel to New York and his journalism fellowship, they paused at the front door where Victor had greeted them that first disastrous visit over a year ago. "Do you think we'll ever figure this out completely?" Sophie asked, the question philosophical rather than desperate. "Ever reach a point where we fully understand how to honor both Mark and Victor? How to engage ethically with inherited wealth? How to be siblings when we barely knew each other a year ago?" Thomas and Daniel exchanged glances, both recognizing that the question didn't really have an answer. "I think we're figuring it out as we go," Daniel said carefully. "Making mistakes and correcting them, choosing values over convenience, showing up for each other even when it's uncomfortable. That's probably as close to figured out as complicated families ever get." Sophie nodded, satisfied with the acknowledgement that perfection wasn't the goal, that consistent effort and genuine care mattered more than having all the answers. They drove back toward Boston in convoy, 3 cars carrying 3 siblings who'd been strangers a year ago and were now family in ways that transcended biology or shared inheritance, bound by choice and commitment rather than obligation or manipulation. Daniel called Mark from the road, needing to hear his father's voice after a weekend immersed in Victor's legacy. "How was it?" Mark asked, and Daniel could hear the complex emotion in his voice. The man who'd raised them trying to be supportive of their relationship with Victor's memory, while also carrying his own pain about everything that had happened. "It was good," Daniel said honestly. "Complicated but good. We're building something together, the 3 of us, something that honors what was valuable in what Victor created while rejecting his ruthless principles." He paused. "But Dad, I need you to know that spending time at Victor's estate and working with Thomas and Sophie to manage his legacy doesn't change how I feel about you, doesn't diminish your role as my real father." Mark's voice was thick with emotion when he responded. "I know that, Daniel," he said. "And I'm proud of what you're building, proud of your commitment to transforming inherited wealth into something ethical, proud that you and Sophie managed to find a middle path that honors everyone's complicated feelings without requiring anyone to pretend or compromise their core values." He cleared his throat. "Your biological father gave you opportunities and resources I never could have provided, and I'm grateful for that even though the circumstances of how it all came about were painful. But you're choosing to use those resources in ways that reflect the values I tried to teach you, and that matters more than genetics or money or any of Victor's original intentions. Daniel felt tears streaming down his face as he drove, grateful for Mark's grace and wisdom, for a father who could acknowledge pain without letting it poison his love or turn him bitter and controlling. "I love you, Dad," Daniel said, the title deliberate and meaningful. "Thank you for showing me what it means to be a good man, for raising me with integrity and patience, for forgiving Mom and finding grace for Victor even when you had every right to be angry and resentful." They talked until Daniel reached his apartment in New York, Mark's presence through the phone line providing the same comfort and stability he'd offered throughout Daniel's 23 years of life, biological connection irrelevant in the face of 2 decades of consistent love and support. Maya had dinner waiting when Daniel finally made it upstairs, her presence and care reminding him that family wasn't just about parents and siblings, but also about chosen relationships built on genuine connection rather than obligation or biology. "How was the weekend?" Maya asked as Daniel collapsed onto their couch, emotionally exhausted but also somehow at peace. "Tell me everything. How's the estate? How's the sibling dynamic? Are you and Thomas and Sophie actually building something sustainable, or is this still in the honeymoon phase where everyone's on their best behavior?" Daniel laughed at her directness, one of the many things he loved about Maya's refusal to let him avoid difficult truths. "I think we're building something real," he said carefully. "Not perfect and not without complications, but genuine. We actually like each other beyond just being bound by shared biology and inheritance. We're aligned on values and ethics. We're committed to using Victor's wealth for positive impact rather than just perpetuating his model of extraction and accumulation." He pulled Maya close. "And having you here, having Mark's support, having Sophie's wisdom and Thomas's idealism, it feels like maybe we can actually do this, can actually transform a ruthless billionaire's legacy into something that creates value rather than destroying it." Maya kissed him softly. "I never doubted you could," she said simply. "You and Sophie and even Thomas. You're all better people than Victor was, more principled and more capable of genuine human connection, and that matters more than any amount of inherited wealth or business acumen." She pulled back to look at him directly. "But Daniel, you need to also make sure you're building your own life separate from Victor's legacy and the responsibility of transforming Langford Investments. You're a talented journalist with your own dreams and goals, and you can't let managing your biological father's redemptive wealth become your entire identity." The warning was necessary and appreciated. Maya's ability to see when Daniel was getting too consumed by family drama and inheritance responsibilities, one of the many ways she kept him balanced and focused on what actually mattered. "You're right," Daniel admitted. "I've been so focused on honoring Victor's transformation and managing the corporate restructuring and building relationships with Thomas and Sophie that I haven't been writing as much as I should, haven't been pursuing my own journalism projects with the intensity they deserve." He pulled out his laptop. "I'm working on an investigative piece about how inherited wealth perpetuates inequality, using my own experience as a case study, but broadening it to examine systemic issues with estate taxes and dynastic accumulation." He showed Maya his outline. It's part personal essay, part policy analysis, part call to action for people who inherit significant resources to consider their ethical obligations beyond just legal requirements. Maya read through the outline with her editor's eye, making notes and suggestions. "This is good," she said. "Really good. It takes your personal story and uses it to illuminate larger systemic issues, gives you authority as someone who's actually navigating these questions rather than just theorizing about them from outside." She paused. "But you need to include Mark more prominently. The contrast between the father who raised you in modest circumstances with integrity and the billionaire who created you as a transaction but offered wealth. That's the heart of what makes your story compelling and instructive." Daniel nodded, recognizing that Maya was right. Mark's role and sacrifice and eventual grace were as important to the story as Victor's transformation and wealth. 2 years after Victor's death, Mark published his memoir, The Father Who Stayed. Lessons from raising children who weren't biologically mine, to critical acclaim and surprisingly strong sales. Apparently lots of people were navigating complicated family structures and needed the wisdom of someone who'd faced ultimate betrayal and chosen grace over bitterness. "The question I'm asked most often," Mark read from a particularly powerful section, "is how I forgave my wife and the billionaire who'd essentially rented her body to produce children I raised as my own. And the answer is that forgiveness wasn't a single decision but a process, a choice I had to make repeatedly over months and years as new layers of hurt and betrayal revealed themselves. He looked up from the page to make eye contact with his audience. But the alternative to forgiveness was letting that hurt define the rest of my life, was allowing Victor Langford's choices and Elaine's deception to steal not just my past but also my future. And I refused to give them that power, refused to let their mistakes turn me bitter or prevent me from continuing to love the children I'd raised regardless of whose DNA they carried. The reading concluded to standing ovation, and Daniel felt overwhelming pride watching Mark receive recognition for his grace and wisdom, for the book that was helping thousands of people navigate their own complicated family situations. Sophie had designed the book cover, abstract art that somehow captured both the pain of betrayal and the possibility of healing. Her first major professional commission, and a way of honoring the father who'd raised her, while also acknowledging her own artistic voice. "I'm proud of you, Dad," Sophie told Mark at the book signing afterward, her use of the title deliberate and meaningful. "For writing this, for having the courage to be vulnerable about your pain and your process, for showing people that grace and forgiveness are possible even after devastating betrayal." Mark hugged his daughter carefully. She was fully recovered from her surgery now, her aplastic anemia in remission, thriving at RSD with a future that looked bright and unlimited. "I'm proud of both of you," Mark said, including Daniel in his gaze. "For how you've navigated impossible situations, for choosing ethics over easy wealth, for building relationships with Victor and Thomas without abandoning me or pretending I wasn't your real father. You've handled all this with more maturity than most adults could manage." The years continued to pass. Daniel's investigative piece about inherited wealth was published in The Atlantic and sparked national conversation about estate taxes and ethical obligations of billionaire heirs. Sophie graduated from RISD and began work as both an independent artist and director of the Brooks Family Arts Initiative, which had grown to serve thousands of talented young people across the country. Thomas successfully transformed Langford Impact Ventures into one of the leading ethical investment firms in the country, proving that wealth creation and social responsibility weren't mutually exclusive. Mark's memoir became required reading in social work programs and family therapy courses, his wisdom about forgiveness and chosen family resonating with professionals who worked with non-traditional families. And through it all, the complicated family that had been forged through betrayal and billionaire manipulation and near-death experiences and eventual grace continued to evolve. Not perfect, not without disagreements and hurt feelings and mistakes, but genuine and committed and bound by choice rather than just biology or obligation. 5 years after Victor's death, they all gathered again at the Martha's Vineyard estate. Mark included this time without awkwardness, Elaine tentatively rejoining family gatherings after years of rebuilding trust, Thomas bringing a partner who was meeting the extended family for the first time, Maya and Daniel now engaged and planning a wedding that would unite their own complicated families. "I've been thinking about Victor," Sophie said during dinner on the terrace, the same space where their biological father had tried to impress them with stories of ruthless business success. "About what his legacy actually is versus what he intended it to be. And I think maybe the greatest thing he did was fail so completely at relationships for 52 years that we all learned exactly what not to do, learned that wealth without love is meaningless and legacy without integrity is worthless." Thomas raised his glass. "To Victor," he said, the toast complicated but genuine, "who gave us DNA and wealth and opportunities, who failed spectacularly at love and connection for most of his life, who finally tried to change when faced with death, and gave us permission to build something better than what he created. May we honor his final wisdom by continuing to choose people over profit, love over wealth, and genuine connection over any legacy that requires compromise of our principles." They all raised glasses. Even Mark, who'd earned the right to toast the man who'd destabilized his life, but whose existence had ultimately led to this complicated, imperfect, genuine family gathered together on a terrace overlooking the Atlantic. "And to Mark," Daniel added, needing to balance the recognition, "who showed us what it means to be a real father through 23 years of presence and love and sacrifice, who forgave the unforgivable and chose grace over bitterness, who taught us that family is built through choice and consistency rather than biology and obligation. May we honor his example by showing up for each other the way he showed up for us, by loving without conditions the way he loved us even when he learned we weren't his biological children." The toast was met with emotion and agreement. Mark's eyes filling with tears at being honored alongside Victor rather than in competition with him, at his role being recognized as equally valuable even though it came without billions of dollars or genetic connection. "I have an announcement," Sophie said, her voice nervous but excited. "I've been accepted to a residency in Florence for next year. 6 months studying Renaissance art and working on a series of paintings about family and legacy and what we inherit beyond just DNA and money." She looked around the table. "And I wanted to ask if you'd all be willing to sit for portraits. Not formal stuffy things, but real representations of who you are and what you mean to me, what this complicated family has taught me about love and forgiveness and choosing connection even when it's difficult." Everyone agreed immediately, honored to be included in Sophie's artistic vision, excited to see how she'd capture the complicated dynamics and genuine love that had emerged from devastating betrayal and billionaire manipulation. The evening continued with conversation and laughter and comfortable silences, the kind of family gathering that would have seemed impossible when they'd first learned about Victor's arrangement and the truth about Daniel and Sophie's paternity. As people began heading to bed, the estate's 8 bedrooms finally being used for actual family rather than as symbols of Victor's wealth and isolation, Daniel found himself alone on the terrace with Mark, both of them looking out at the dark ocean and the stars visible now that the sun had set. "Thank you," Daniel said quietly, not sure he could fully articulate everything he was grateful for, but needing to try anyway. "For being my father in all the ways that mattered, for forgiving Mom and finding grace for Victor, for showing me that integrity and love are more valuable than any amount of inherited wealth. I wouldn't be who I am without you, and no amount of Langford DNA or money changes that fundamental truth." Mark put his arm around Daniel's shoulders, the familiar gesture that had comforted him through childhood nightmares and teenage heartbreaks and adult crises. "You and Sophie are my greatest achievement," Mark said simply. "Not because of anything I did specifically, but because I showed up consistently and loved you without conditions and tried to model integrity even when it was difficult. And you both turned out to be extraordinary people who are using inherited wealth to build something better than what Victor created, who are choosing ethics over convenience, who are building genuine relationships rather than transactional connections." He paused. "Victor gave you opportunities one never could have provided, and I'm grateful for that. But you're using those opportunities in ways that reflect my values more than his, and that matters more than biology or money or any measure of success he would have recognized." They stood there for a long time in comfortable silence, father and son bound by choice and love rather than biology, watching the waves crash against the shore far below, while behind them the house glowed with warmth and the sounds of their complicated, genuine, chosen family settling in for the night. Inside, Sophie was showing Thomas her portfolio on her laptop, discussing artistic technique and impact investing with equal passion. Maya and Mark's brother James, who'd come down from Vermont for the gathering, were debating education policy. Elaine was cleaning up from dinner, her redemption slow and ongoing but genuine. Thomas's partner was asking questions about the family's history, fascinated by the complicated dynamics that had produced this particular constellation of relationships. It wasn't perfect. It would never be perfectly uncomplicated or free from the pain of Victor's original manipulation and Elaine's decades of secrets. But it was real and it was theirs, and it was built on genuine love and chosen connection rather than biological obligation or corporate strategy. "I should probably head to bed," Mark finally said, squeezing Daniel's shoulder one more time before heading inside. "Early flight back to Vermont tomorrow. I'm teaching a workshop on memoir writing at the local library." He paused at the door. "But Daniel, I want you to know that regardless of what happens going forward, regardless of how your relationship with Victor's memory evolves or how the Langford legacy develops, you'll always be my son in every way that matters. Biology doesn't make family, presence and love do, and nothing can change the 23 years we built together before we learned the truth about your paternity." Daniel nodded, too emotional to speak, watching Mark disappear inside toward the bedroom where he'd sleep in a house bought with Victor's wealth, but filled now with the love and connection that Mark had taught them to value above all else. Maya joined Daniel on the terrace a few minutes later, wrapping her arms around him from behind and resting her chin on his shoulder. "You okay?" she asked softly, and Daniel leaned back into her embrace, grateful for her presence and support and love. "I'm good," he said, meaning it more than he ever had before. "Better than good, actually. I'm standing in a house my biological father bought with wealth accumulated through ruthless business practices. But I'm here with the father who raised me and the family we've chosen to build together, and we're using that wealth to create something better than Victor ever imagined. He turned to face Maya. And I'm marrying you in 6 months, starting a life that honors both where I came from and who I've chosen to become, building a future that reflects Mark's values more than Victor's legacy. And that feels right in ways I couldn't have imagined 5 years ago when all of this exploded. Maya kissed him softly. I love you, she said simply. For navigating impossible situations with integrity, for honoring Mark while accepting Victor, for building something genuine with Thomas and Sophie, for choosing to transform inherited wealth rather than just enjoying it or rejecting it completely. You're a good man, Daniel Brooks, and it has nothing to do with whose DNA you carry and everything to do with who raised you and the choices you make every day. They stood together on the terrace for a while longer, watching the stars and listening to the ocean and the distant sounds of their family inside, before finally heading to bed themselves. 10 years after the hospital revelation that had shattered and eventually rebuilt their family, Daniel Brooks stood in the same consultation room where he'd first learned the truth about his paternity. But this time he was there by choice rather than crisis, invited by Dr. Patricia Chun to speak to a medical ethics class about navigating family complications revealed through genetic testing. The room looked the same: sterile blue chairs, bland landscape paintings, box of tissues that had witnessed countless devastating conversations. But Daniel felt completely different than the shocked and angry 23-year-old who'd sat here learning that Mark wasn't his biological father. Thank you for coming, Dr. Chin said, introducing him to the dozen medical students who'd gathered to hear his story. Daniel has agreed to share his experience as an example of how genetic testing can reveal family secrets and how medical professionals can support patients through those revelations with sensitivity and care. Daniel settled into one of those familiar blue chairs, now 33 years old with a decade of perspective on events that had felt world-ending when they'd first exploded. I'm not here to provide easy answers, he began, looking at the eager young faces of future doctors who would inevitably deliver devastating news to families like his. I'm here to tell you what it felt like to learn that my entire understanding of my family was built on a secret arrangement, and how the years since that revelation have taught me that family is infinitely more complicated and more resilient than I ever imagined. He told them about the hospital waiting room and Sophie's diagnosis, about learning that he and his sister shared no biological connection to Mark, about Victor Langford's sudden appearance with offers of wealth and legacy. He told them about Mark's devastation and eventual grace, about Victor's manipulation and eventual transformation, about choosing a middle path that honored multiple truths simultaneously. The thing medical professionals need to understand, Daniel continued, is that genetic testing doesn't just reveal biological information. It can demolish entire family structures, can force people to reckon with betrayals and secrets that have been festering for decades, can create crises that go far beyond the medical condition that prompted the testing in the first place. He gestured around the room. Dr. Chin handled our situation with compassion and professionalism, but even so, the revelation destroyed my family as we knew it. My parents divorced, my sense of identity shattered, my relationship with my sister became complicated by questions about whether biology mattered more than shared experience. One of the medical students raised her hand. How did you rebuild after that? She asked. How did your family heal from such fundamental betrayal and disruption? Daniel smiled, recognizing that this was the question that mattered most. We rebuilt by accepting that we couldn't go back to what we were before, that the revelation had permanently changed us, and trying to pretend otherwise would just create more pain, he explained. Instead, we built something new, a family structure that honored both Mark as the father who raised us and Victor as our biological parent, that made space for complicated feelings and gradual healing, that prioritized genuine connection over any particular definition of what family should look like. He pulled out his phone, showing them a recent family photo, Mark and his new partner, Victor's empty chair represented by a framed photo since he'd died years ago, Thomas and his husband, Sophie and her girlfriend, Daniel and Maya with their 2-year-old daughter, Elaine with her new life rebuilt after the divorce. This is my family now, Daniel said, and the complicated constellation of relationships visible in the photo made several students' eyes widen. It doesn't look like a traditional family structure, doesn't fit neat categories of nuclear households or biological connections. But it's genuine and it's ours and it works because we all chose to keep showing up for each other even when it was painful and complicated. Dr. Chen added her perspective. What Daniel's describing is increasingly common as genetic testing becomes more widespread, she told her students. You will encounter situations where test results reveal infidelity, secret adoptions, switched at-birth scenarios, unexpected biological connections. And how you deliver that information and support patients through the aftermath matters enormously. She gestured to Daniel. His family managed to rebuild, but many families don't. They fracture permanently, relationships are destroyed, people spend years in therapy trying to process betrayals that genetic testing forced into the open. The sobering reality hung in the room as future doctors absorbed the weight of responsibility that came with their profession. After the talk, several students approached Daniel with questions about specific aspects of his experience. How he decided whether to take Victor's money, how Mark had managed to forgive, whether Sophie's medical crisis had been worsened by the emotional stress of the revelation. The honest answer to most of your questions is, it's complicated, Daniel told them with a rueful smile. There weren't clean decisions or perfect choices. We muddled through, made mistakes, hurt each. Daniel drove from the hospital to the Brooks Family Arts Initiative's Boston Gallery, where Sophie was preparing for her latest exhibition. A series of portraits she'd created during her Florence residency 5 years earlier, finally being shown publicly after years of the family debating whether they wanted their complicated dynamics displayed for the world to see. The gallery was stunning, Sophie's artistic vision having matured into something truly extraordinary. But it was the portraits themselves that took Daniel's breath away when he walked through the door. There was Mark, captured in oil paint with every weathered line on his face, telling the story of a man who'd sacrificed everything for children who weren't biologically his, who'd chosen grace over bitterness, who'd rebuilt his life after devastating betrayal and emerged somehow more whole than before. The portrait showed him in his Vermont cabin surrounded by books, his expression peaceful and wise. A man who'd learned that being a father was about presence rather than genetics. There was Victor, painted from photographs since he'd died before. Sophie could capture him in person, shown in his final months rather than his corporate prime. Friendlier and humbler, the commanding presence diminished by illness but somehow more human for it, his blue eyes, Sophie's eyes, showing both regret for a life lived wrong and gratitude for the brief chance at redemption. There was Thomas, captured mid-laugh during a sibling gathering, his corporate polish abandoned for genuine joy, the portrait showing both his resemblance to Victor and his fundamental difference from their father. The same intelligence and strategic thinking, but deployed toward building rather than extracting, toward healing rather than dominating. There was Elaine, portrayed with more compassion than Daniel would have expected given the pain her choices had caused. Shown not as a villain, but as a woman who'd made impossible decisions under desperate circumstances, who'd carried the weight of secrets for decades, who was slowly rebuilding trust and relationships through consistent effort and genuine remorse. The portrait captured her complexity without excusing her choices, honored her humanity while acknowledging her failures. There was Maya, painted with obvious love, Daniel's partner and eventually wife shown in their New York apartment surrounded by journalism awards and family photos, her strength and intelligence visible in every brushstroke. The woman who'd supported Daniel through impossible choices and complicated family dynamics without ever wavering. And there was Daniel himself, captured in a way that made him uncomfortable with its emotional honesty. Shown holding their daughter while looking at photographs of both Mark and Victor. The portrait explicitly addressing the complicated question of who he was when he carried DNA from one father, but values from another. When he'd inherited billions from a ruthless billionaire, but chosen to live according to principles taught by a modest schoolteacher. Sophie had titled that particular portrait, "The Man Who Carries Two Fathers." And it was simultaneously the most personal and most universal piece in the exhibition. "What do you think?" Sophie asked, appearing at Daniel's elbow. She was 30 now, her battle with aplastic anemia a distant memory, though she still had regular checkups. Her artistic career flourishing in ways that had nothing to do with Victor's wealth and everything to do with her own talent and vision. "I think you're extraordinarily gifted," Daniel said honestly, "and I think these portraits capture truths about our family that I couldn't articulate in words. The complexity and the pain and the eventual healing, the way we're all carrying multiple versions of ourselves and multiple definitions of family simultaneously." Sophie smiled, clearly pleased by his reaction. "I was nervous about showing these publicly," she admitted. "Our family's story is so personal and complicated, but I also realize that there are millions of people navigating non-traditional family structures, dealing with the aftermath of genetic testing revelations, trying to figure out how to honor multiple parental figures or build relationships after fundamental betrayals. She gestured at the portraits. So I decided that sharing our story through art might help other people feel less alone in their own complicated family situations, might show that healing is possible even after devastating revelations, might demonstrate that family can be built through choice and consistency rather than just biology and tradition. The exhibition opening that evening was packed, not just with family and friends, but with strangers who'd heard about the portraits and wanted to see how one family had navigated the kind of revelation that destroyed so many others. Mark arrived with his partner Sarah, a librarian he'd met at a memoir writing workshop who shared his love of literature and his capacity for grace. "These are extraordinary, Sophie," Mark said, standing in front of his own portrait with tears streaming down his face. "You captured something essential about who I've tried to be, not perfect, not without pain, but present and loving regardless of biological connection." He turned to look at the portrait of Victor. "And you were more generous to him than he probably deserved, showed his final transformation rather than his 52 years of ruthless corporate thinking. That's a gift you didn't have to give." Sophie hugged her father, her real father, the one who'd earned that title through decades of showing up. "You taught me that grace and forgiveness are more powerful than bitterness and grudges," she said. "So painting Victor with compassion felt like honoring what you modeled, showing that even people who fail spectacularly at love and connection for most of their lives can be seen with humanity rather than just judgment." Thomas arrived shortly after with his husband Michael, both of them dressed in the kind of understated expensive clothes that Victor would have approved of, but worn with none of the aggressive wealth signaling their father had practiced. "The portrait of Dad is perfect," Thomas said, standing in front of Victor's image. "You captured who he was trying to become in those final months, rather than who he'd been for most of his life. That's the legacy I want to remember, the man who finally understood that relationships mattered more than corporate empire, even if he only lived that truth briefly." He looked at his half-siblings. "And the portraits of you and Daniel show exactly what I hoped we'd become. People who share biological connection, but have built genuine sibling relationships that transcend genetics or inheritance, who support each other without competition or resentment." The evening continued with conversations and praise, with strangers approaching Sophie to share their own family complications and thank her for making them feel less alone, with critics recognizing the technical mastery and emotional honesty of the work. But for Daniel, the most meaningful moment came when a young woman approached him nervously, clearly having recognized him from the portraits. "I just went through genetic testing for a medical condition," she said quietly, her voice shaking. "And I found out that my dad isn't my biological father. My mom had an affair 20 years ago and never told anyone." She looked at the portraits, then back at Daniel. "How did you get through it? How did you maintain relationships with both fathers without feeling like you were betraying one or the other?" Daniel gestured to a quiet corner of the gallery where they could talk more privately, Maya joining them to provide support. "The honest answer is that it took years and it's still complicated," Daniel told the young woman. "There were times when I resented both of them. Mark for not being my biological father, even though that wasn't his fault. Victor for buying my existence, and then trying to engineer our relationship according to corporate strategy." He paused. "But gradually I realized that I didn't have to choose between them, didn't have to declare one more legitimate than the other. I could honor Mark as the father who raised me while also accepting Victor as my biological parent who tried, however imperfectly, to build something genuine in his final years." "But what about your siblings?" the young woman asked. "How did you navigate that relationship when you found out you weren't biologically related?" Daniel smiled, thinking of Sophie. "Biology doesn't define sibling relationships any more than it defines parenthood," he said firmly. "Sophie and I are siblings because we grew up together, shared experiences and memories, supported each other through crises. The fact that we don't share the same father genetically is just a detail compared to 23 years of actual lived relationship." He gestured back toward the gallery where Sophie was laughing with Thomas. "And discovering I had a biological half-brother in Thomas created an additional relationship rather than replacing what Sophie and I had. I didn't lose a sister when I gained a brother, I just expanded my definition of family to include more people." The young woman left looking slightly less devastated, carrying a gallery brochure and Sophie's contact information. And Daniel felt grateful that their family's pain could be transformed into support for others facing similar revelations. As the gallery opening wound down and people gradually filtered out into the Boston evening, Daniel found himself alone with the portrait Sophie had titled, "The Man Who Carries Two Fathers," studying his own painted face and recognizing truths about himself that he'd been too close to see clearly. He carried Mark's values and Victor's opportunities, Mark's integrity and Victor's strategic thinking, Mark's capacity for genuine connection and Victor's understanding of systemic power dynamics. He was a product of both men, one who'd raised him with love and one who'd created him as a transaction. And accepting that complicated duality had been the work of the past decade. Maya appeared beside him, their daughter. Emma sleeping against her shoulder after the excitement of the gallery opening. "Ready to head home?" Maya asked softly, and Daniel nodded, taking one last look at his portrait before following his wife toward the exit. But Mark stopped them at the door, clearly having something he needed to say. "I want you to know how proud I am of both of you," Mark said, including Sophie in his gaze. "Not just for these extraordinary portraits or for Daniel's journalism, or for the impact you're creating with the Brooks Arts Initiative and Langford Impact Ventures, but for navigating impossible situations with more grace and wisdom than I had at your ages, for building genuine relationships across complicated family structures, for transforming Victor's ruthless legacy into something that actually helps people rather than exploiting them." His voice grew thick with emotion. "You took the worst possible revelation, learning that your family was built on lies and secret arrangements, and you somehow turned it into something that strengthened you rather than destroyed you. That's not something I can take credit for even though I raised you. That's your own character and choices and resilience." Daniel felt his throat tighten. "We learned it from you," he said firmly. "The resilience and the grace and the ability to forgive the unforgivable. That all came from watching you process devastating betrayal and choose healing over bitterness. Choose to remain our father even when you learned we weren't biologically yours." He pulled Mark into a tight hug. "Every good thing about who I am comes from you. Victor gave me DNA and opportunities, but you gave me everything that actually matters." They stood like that for a long moment, father and son bound by choice and love rather than genetics, while Sophie and Maya and Mark's partner Sarah watched with tears in their eyes, bearing witness to the kind of relationship that transcended biology and proved that family was built through presence rather than just procreation. Later that night, back in their home in Cambridge where they'd moved after Daniel finished his fellowship, Daniel sat in his study writing his next piece. A reflection on 10 years since the revelation, on what his family had learned about love and loyalty and the complicated ethics of inherited wealth. What does it mean to be someone's child? Daniel typed, the question that had haunted him for a decade finally crystallizing into something he could articulate. Is it about DNA and biological connection, the genetic lottery that determines what physical traits and predispositions we inherit? Or is it about presence and consistency, about the person who shows up day after day to teach us how to be human, who models integrity even when it costs them, who chooses to love us regardless of whether we share their genetic material? "I spent years wrestling with that question," Daniel continued writing, "trying to figure out whether Mark or Victor deserved the title of father, whether biology or presence mattered more, whether accepting wealth from one meant betraying the love of the other. But I've come to understand that the question itself is flawed. I don't have to choose between them because they gave me fundamentally different things, both valuable, both part of who I am." He paused, thinking about how to articulate the complexity. "Mark gave me my values and my sense of self, taught me what it means to be a good person through 23 years of modeling integrity and compassion and unconditional love. Victor gave me opportunities and resources I would never have had otherwise, showed me through his failures what kind of person not to become, and in his final months demonstrated that change is possible even when it seems impossibly late." Daniel typed for another hour, the piece taking shape as both personal essay and broader meditation on family, inheritance, and the ethical obligations that come with unearned wealth. He wrote about Thomas's transformation of Langford Investments, about Sophie's art initiative creating opportunities for talented kids, about the ways they'd taken Victor's ruthless legacy and rebuilt it into something that actually created value rather than extracting it. "The question isn't whether to accept inherited wealth or reject it completely," Daniel wrote in his conclusion. "The question is what you do with that wealth once you have it. Do you perpetuate the systems that created it, enjoying privilege while ignoring the exploitation that made it possible? Or do you acknowledge the complicated origins of your resources and commit to using them in ways that actually help rather than harm, that build rather than extract, that strengthen communities rather than destroying them for profit. He saved the draft, knowing he'd revise it dozens of times before publication, but satisfied with the core argument. Maya appeared in the doorway of his study, having put Emma to bed, and settled onto the couch where she could watch Daniel work. "How's it going?" she asked, and Daniel turned to face her, grateful as always for her presence and support. "I think I'm finally ready to tell the full story," Daniel said. 10 years of perspective, all the complicated pieces finally fitting into something coherent. The betrayal and the revelation, Victor's manipulation and eventual transformation, Mark's devastation and grace, Thomas and Sophie, and the family we've built from the wreckage of lies and secret arrangements. "Are you going to include the parts about the money?" Maya asked. "About how you and Sophie and Thomas decided to transform Victor's wealth, about the ethical struggles and the guilt and the recognition that you can't completely separate yourself from resources that were built on exploitation, even if you use them for positive impact." Daniel nodded. "That's the most important part," he said. "Because there are millions of people who inherit wealth they didn't earn, who benefit from systems they didn't create, who have to figure out their ethical obligations without clear guidelines or obvious answers. And I think sharing how we've navigated that, with all the mistakes and uncertainties and ongoing complications, might help other people think through their own relationships with inherited privilege." He pulled up the draft to show her. "I'm calling it The Children of Two Fathers, a decade of navigating biology, inheritance, and chosen family. It's part memoir, part ethical inquiry, part love letter to Mark for showing us what it means to be a real father regardless of genetics." Maya read through what he'd written, making notes and suggestions with her editor's eye. "This is good," she said after several minutes. "Really good. You're not pretending to have all the answers or presenting some fairy tale version where everything worked out perfectly. You're honest about the ongoing complications and the ways you're still figuring things out even 10 years later." She looked up at him. "But you need to include more about Emma, about what it means to be a father yourself now, about what lessons you're taking from both Mark and Victor as you raise your own daughter, about how having a child has changed your understanding of the choices Elaine and Victor made and the grace Mark showed." Daniel felt something click into place. Maya was right. The story wasn't complete without addressing how becoming a parent himself had transformed his understanding of everyone involved. "You're right," he said, already making notes. "Becoming Emma's father has made me understand Mark's love differently. The way he chose to keep loving us even after learning we weren't his biological children. The way he put our needs above his own pain. The way he modeled grace even when he had every right to be bitter and resentful." He paused. "And it's also made me understand Victor's failures more clearly, made me see how he wasted decades treating relationships as transactions when he could have been building genuine connections with Thomas, how his corporate thinking prevented him from experiencing the kind of love that comes from being fully present with your children without calculating return on investment." Over the next few months, Daniel completed the piece, incorporating feedback from Maya and, with permission, sharing drafts with Mark, Sophie, Thomas, and even Elaine to ensure he was representing their perspectives fairly. Mark's response to reading the draft brought Daniel to tears. "You've captured something essential about what it means to be a father. Not the biological fact of creating a child, but the daily choice to show up and love them regardless of whose DNA they carry. I'm honored to be represented in your work. Honored that you still consider me your father despite knowing the biological truth. Honored to have raised someone capable of such insight and compassion." Thomas added his own thoughts. "Your piece captures both the best and worst of our father, his brilliance and his ruthlessness, his capacity for transformation, and his decades of failure at basic human connection. I think Victor would have hated being portrayed with such honesty, which is probably the highest compliment we can offer him." Sophie contributed thoughts about how the piece connected to her portrait series. "We're both telling the same story through different mediums. That family is infinitely more complicated than biology or traditional structures, that healing is possible after devastating betrayal, that we can honor multiple truths simultaneously without any of them erasing the others. I'm proud of you for having the courage to share our story so vulnerably." When the piece was finally published in The New Yorker, it sparked national conversation about genetic testing, family secrets, and the ethics of inherited wealth. Daniel did interviews on NPR and CBS, talking about how his family had navigated impossible situations and what they'd learned about love and loyalty and chosen family. The response was overwhelming. Thousands of people reached out to share their own stories of family complications, of learning through genetic testing that parents weren't who they thought, of navigating relationships after fundamental betrayals, of wrestling with inherited privilege and ethical obligations. "What you've written gave me language for my own situation," one email read. "I found out at 30 that my dad isn't my biological father, and I've been trying to figure out how to love both him and my biological parent without feeling like I'm betraying either one. Your article showed me that it's possible to honor multiple truths, to build relationships that transcend biology, to choose love over resentment even when it's complicated." Another reader wrote, "I inherited significant wealth from a grandfather whose business practices I find morally questionable, and I've been struggling with whether to accept the money or reject it completely. Your article about transforming Victor Langford's legacy helped me see a third option: accepting the resources while committing to use them in ways that repair some of the harm their accumulation caused. Thank you for showing that ethical engagement with complicated inheritance is possible." The article became required reading in medical ethics courses, family therapy programs, and wealth management seminars. Daniel's personal story illuminating larger questions about family, inheritance, and the obligations that come with privilege. A year after the article's publication, on what would have been Victor's 60th birthday, the extended Brooks Langford family gathered one more time at the Martha's Vineyard estate. But this time they gathered not for crisis or even celebration, but for a simple family weekend. No agenda beyond spending time together, no dramatic revelations or complicated negotiations, just the comfortable rhythm of a family that had learned to function despite its unconventional structure. Mark and Sarah were there, his retirement from teaching allowing him more time to write and travel and enjoy the life he'd rebuilt after divorce. Elaine came too, her presence less fraught now after years of slowly rebuilding trust through consistent effort and genuine remorse. Thomas and Michael brought their newly adopted daughter, 3-year-old Lily, whose addition to the family had been celebrated by everyone as Thomas became a father himself and began understanding from new perspective what Victor had failed to provide. Sophie and her girlfriend Rachel were preparing for a move to Los Angeles, where Sophie had been offered a prestigious museum residency. Daniel and Maya brought Emma, now 3 years old and fascinated by the ocean and the big house and the complicated constellation of adults who all claimed to be family in different ways. "I've been thinking about Victor," Thomas said during dinner on the terrace, the same space where their father had tried to impress them with corporate war stories a decade earlier. "About what he'd think of what we've done with his legacy. The corporate transformation, Sophie's art initiative, Daniel's journalism examining inherited wealth. The way we've built genuine sibling relationships he never managed to create." He raised his glass. "I think he'd be simultaneously proud and horrified, proud that we're successful and that his biological children are making impact in the world, horrified that we've rejected so many of his core principles and transformed his ruthless empire into something ethical." Mark added his own toast. "To Victor Langford, who gave my children biological existence and the opportunity to transform inherited wealth into genuine positive impact, who showed through his failures what kind of person not to become, and who in his final months demonstrated that change is always possible even when it seems impossibly late. May we continue to build on what was valuable in his legacy while rejecting the ruthless principles that defined most of his life." "And to Mark Brooks," Daniel countered, standing with his own glass raised, "who taught us everything that actually matters about being human: integrity and compassion and unconditional love, presence and consistency and grace in the face of devastating betrayal. The real father who showed us that biology is meaningless compared to choosing to love someone every single day for decades regardless of whose DNA they carry." The toasts acknowledged both men, the biological father who'd created them and the real father who'd raised them, honoring their different contributions without requiring anyone to choose between them or pretend that one was more legitimate than the other. Emma and Lily played on the terrace, too young to understand the complicated family history, but benefiting from the healing that had preceded their arrival, growing up in a world where family meant love and choice rather than just biology and tradition. "I want Emma to know both stories," Daniel said later that evening when most people had gone to bed and he and Maya sat alone on the terrace watching the stars. "Want her to understand that Grandpa Mark raised me with love even though I wasn't biologically his, and that Victor gave me opportunities through complicated arrangements I'm still processing. Want her to grow up knowing that family is about choice and presence and love rather than just genetics, that she comes from a long line of people who made mistakes and showed grace and built something genuine from the wreckage of betrayal and secrets." Maya squeezed his hand. She will, she assured him. Because you're going to model the same kind of present, loving fatherhood that Mark modeled for you. And she's going to grow up seeing how you honor both fathers without needing them to compete. How you've built relationships with Sophie and Thomas and your whole complicated family based on genuine connection rather than obligation or guilt. She rested her head on his shoulder. And when she's old enough to understand the full story, she's going to read your article and see Sophie's portraits and hear Mark's memoir and Thomas's corporate transformation story. And she'll understand that family is infinitely more complicated and more resilient than simple biology or traditional structures can capture. Daniel thought about his daughter growing up in a world where genetic testing was routine, where non-traditional family structures were increasingly common, where the definition of family was expanding to include chosen relationships alongside biological ones. I want her to know that it's okay for families to be complicated, Daniel said quietly. That discovering your family isn't what you thought it was doesn't have to destroy you. That healing is possible after devastating revelations. That you can honor multiple truths and multiple relationships simultaneously without any of them being less real or less valuable. He pulled out his phone, looking at the photo Sophie had sent earlier. Her portrait series had been acquired by the Museum of Modern Art, would be displayed permanently as part of their contemporary art collection. Their family's story becoming part of cultural history and artistic canon. We turned Victor's worst impulses into something beautiful, Daniel said, showing Maya the photo. His ruthless wealth accumulation into ethical impact investing, his corporate empire into opportunities for talented young people, his failure at genuine human connection into our commitment to build real relationships across complicated family structures. That feels like the right way to honor both the man he briefly became and everything Mark taught us about choosing love over bitterness. The weekend continued with the comfortable rhythms of family. Adults talking and laughing and navigating complicated dynamics with more ease than would have seemed possible a decade earlier. Children playing without awareness of the betrayals and secrets that had preceded their arrival meals. Shared on terraces overlooking oceans that had witnessed corporate manipulation and eventual transformation. On the final morning before everyone dispersed back to their separate lives, Daniel found himself standing in the same guest room where Victor had first tried to recruit him and Sophie into the Langford legacy with promises of $50 million and corporate empire. The room looked the same, expensive furniture and ocean views and the kind of luxury that most people only experienced in magazines. But Daniel felt completely different than the overwhelmed 23-year-old who'd stood here a decade ago, trying to decide whether to accept his biological father's conditional offer. "You ready to head out?" Mark asked from the doorway, and Daniel turned to see his father. His real father, the one who'd earned that title through decades of presence, watching him with understanding and love. "Just taking a minute to remember," Daniel said, gesturing around the room. "To think about who I was when I first came here and who I've become in the years since. How much has changed, how much we've all changed, how we took the worst possible revelation and somehow built something genuine from it." Mark entered the room fully, standing beside Daniel at the window. "You know what I'm most proud of?" Mark asked. "Not that you transformed Victor's wealth, or built relationships with Thomas and Sophie, or wrote important journalism about inherited privilege. Those are all wonderful accomplishments, but what makes me proudest is simpler than that." He put his hand on Daniel's shoulder. "I'm proud that you're a good man who loves his family, that you're a present father for Emma, that you've chosen to build a life based on integrity and compassion rather than wealth and power. You could have become like Victor, could have let his billions and his corporate worldview shape you into someone ruthless and calculating. But instead you took the best of what he offered while staying true to the values I tried to teach you." Daniel felt tears forming because Mark had captured exactly what mattered most. Not the money or the transformed corporate empire or the journalism awards or the relationships with his biological father's family, but the choice to be a good person, to love generously, to build a life that honored integrity over convenience. "Thank you," Daniel said, his voice thick with emotion, "for raising me to be someone capable of making those choices, for modeling grace and forgiveness even when you had every right to be bitter, for remaining my father even after learning I wasn't biologically yours. Everything good about who I am comes from you, and I need you to know that no amount of Victor's wealth or Thomas's brotherhood or Sophie's artistic wisdom changes that fundamental truth." They stood together at the window watching the ocean for a long moment. Father and son bound by choice and love and 23 years of daily presence that biology couldn't touch. "We should probably get going," Mark finally said, both of them aware that everyone was waiting downstairs to say goodbye before heading back to their separate lives. Yeah, Daniel agreed, but he paused at the doorway for one last look at the room where Victor had tried to buy his loyalty and identity 10 years earlier. He thought about the 23-year-old who'd stood here overwhelmed by impossible choices, trying to navigate between the father who raised him and the billionaire who'd created him as a transaction. He thought about everything that had happened in the decades since: Victor's death and Mark's grace, Thomas's transformation and Sophie's art, Maya's support and Emma's arrival, the slow, painful healing of relationships that had seemed irreparably broken. He thought about the choice he'd made, not choosing between Mark and Victor, but finding a way to honor both, not accepting Victor's conditional offer, but building something better with Thomas and Sophie, not rejecting inherited wealth entirely, but committing to transform it into something that actually helped rather than exploited. Coming, Maya called from downstairs, and Daniel smiled, leaving the guest room and heading toward the life he'd built. Complicated and imperfect and genuine, rooted in love and choice rather than biology and obligation. A family that had been broken by secrets and lies, but had somehow healed into something stronger and more authentic than what had existed before the revelation. Downstairs, his family waited. Mark and Sarah preparing to drive back to Vermont, Thomas and Michael packing up Lily's toys, Sophie and Rachel taking one last walk on the beach, Elaine quietly cleaning up from breakfast, Emma demanding that her father pick her up and show her the ocean one more time before they left. "Daddy Ocean," Emma shouted when she saw Daniel, her 3-year-old vocabulary limited, but her meaning clear. Daniel scooped up his daughter, carrying her to the terrace railing where they could look out at the Atlantic stretching toward the horizon. "That's the ocean, baby," Daniel said, pointing at the endless blue water. "It's been here forever, watching families come and go, watching people make mistakes and hurt each other and eventually heal. It doesn't care about biology or money or who raised who. It just keeps rolling in and out, consistent and present and eternal." Emma probably didn't understand the philosophical weight he was putting on ocean metaphors, but she smiled and pointed at the water with delight, and Daniel thought about how she would grow up knowing love and stability without the weight of secrets and betrayals that had shaped his own childhood. "She's lucky," Mark said, appearing beside them. "Lucky to have a father who's present and loving, who learned from both my example and Victor's failures, who's building a life based on what actually matters rather than what's profitable or strategic. She'll never doubt that she's loved or wonder whether her value is conditional on achievement or obedience." Daniel looked at his father, the man who'd taught him everything important about being human, and felt overwhelming gratitude for the choices Mark had made to stay, too. "I hope I can be half the father you were," Daniel said quietly, still holding Emma, who was now squirming to get down and explore. "Hope I can show up for her the way you showed up for me and Sophie. Hope I can love her as unconditionally and patiently as you loved us, even when you learned we weren't biologically yours." Mark's smile was warm and knowing. "You already are," he assured Daniel, "because you learned the most important lesson, that being a parent isn't about genetics or ownership. It's about choosing every day to prioritize someone else's well-being above your own comfort, to model integrity even when it's difficult, to love without calculating return on investment." He ruffled Emma's hair gently. "And Emma's going to grow up secure in that love, knowing that family means presence and choice rather than just biology, carrying forward the lessons we learned through pain into a future where hopefully those lessons prevent others from having to learn them the same hard way." They gathered on the driveway for final goodbyes, the same space where Victor's Mercedes had pulled up a decade ago to recruit Daniel and Sophie into his corporate legacy with promises of wealth and opportunity. But now the space held a different kind of richness. Genuine relationships built through choice and healing. A family that had been shattered by secrets and slowly rebuilt through grace and commitment. Love that transcended biology and traditional structures to create something more authentic than what had existed before. "Same time next year?" Thomas asked, the annual gathering having become tradition over the past decade. Martha's Vineyard in late summer, the whole complicated family together? Everyone agreed immediately. The tradition now established as the way they marked time and measured healing. The estate transformed from symbol of Victor's isolated wealth into space where genuine family could gather. "And maybe by next year, Lily and Emma will be old enough to play together properly," Michael added, watching the two toddlers interact with the parallel play distance of very young children who hadn't quite learned collaboration yet. "They can grow up as cousins who understand that family is complicated but love doesn't have to be. that having two grandfathers who both claim the title in different ways is normal in this family, that wealth and privilege come with obligations to help rather than exploit. Cars began pulling away one by one. Thomas and Michael heading back to Boston, where Langford Impact Ventures continued its transformation of ethical investing. Sophie and Rachel driving toward their new life in Los Angeles. Elaine returning to her modest apartment and the quiet life she'd rebuilt. After the divorce, Mark lingered longest, standing beside Daniel's car with Sarah waiting patiently in their Subaru. "I know I've said this before, but I need you to hear it one more time," Mark said, his voice carrying the weight of everything they'd been through together. "You are my son in every way that matters. Not because of biology or legal documents or any technicality, but because I chose to be your father every single day for 23 years before I knew the truth, and I've continued choosing to be your father every day since." He gripped Daniel's shoulder. "Victor gave you genetic material and wealth and opportunities, and I'm grateful for those things because they've expanded your life in ways I never could have provided. But I gave you your foundation, your values, your understanding of what it means to be a good person in a world that often rewards ruthlessness and selfishness." His voice cracked. "And watching you build a life that reflects those values while also honoring Victor's better impulses. Watching you raise Emma with the kind of present-loving attention I tried to model. Watching you transform inherited wealth into genuine positive impact. That's the legacy I'm proud of. That's what makes being your father the greatest accomplishment of my life." Daniel couldn't speak through the tears, could only pull Mark into a fierce hug that communicated everything words couldn't capture. Gratitude and love and recognition that this man had earned the title of father through decades of sacrifice and presence and unconditional love that biology could never match. "I love you, Dad," Daniel finally managed, the title deliberate and weighted with everything it signified. "Thank you for staying, for choosing us, for showing me what it means to be the kind of man I want Emma to grow up admiring and emulating." They finally released each other, both men wiping their eyes and laughing slightly at their emotional display, and Mark climbed into the Subaru where Sarah squeezed his hand with understanding and affection. Daniel watched them drive away, the old car that Mark had been driving for 15 years somehow more beautiful than Victor's expensive Mercedes had ever been, representing as it did consistent presence and modest integrity rather than flashy wealth and corporate power. "You okay?" Maya asked, appearing beside him with Emma balanced on her hip. "Yeah," Daniel said, meaning it completely. "Better than okay, actually. I'm standing in front of a mansion bought with billions accumulated through ruthless business practices. But I'm heading home to a life built on integrity and love, carrying lessons from two fathers who gave me different things and both mattered in their own ways." He took Emma from Maya's arms, settling his daughter against his chest where she immediately relaxed into sleep, exhausted from the weekend of excitement and family. "I used to think I had to choose," Daniel continued, looking at the ocean one last time before they left. "Had to decide whether Mark or Victor was my real father, whether biology or presence mattered more, whether accepting inherited wealth meant betraying the values I was raised with. But I've learned that the world is more complicated than either slash or choices, that I can honor multiple truths simultaneously, that building something good from complicated inheritance is possible if you're willing to do the work." Maya kissed him softly. "That's what you're going to teach Emma," she said. "Not that life is simple or that families fit neat categories, but that love and integrity and chosen commitment matter more than biology or money or traditional structures. And she's going to grow up so much more prepared for reality because of it." They loaded into their car and began the drive back to Cambridge, Daniel glancing in the rearview mirror at the Martha's Vineyard estate growing smaller behind them. The house where Victor had tried to buy their loyalty, where Sophie had nearly died, where their family had gradually rebuilt itself through grace and forgiveness and commitment to something better than what they'd inherited. The ferry ride back to the mainland gave Daniel time to reflect on everything that had happened over the past decade, from the devastating hospital revelation to Victor's death, from the corporate transformation to Sophie's artistic success, from his own journalism examining inherited wealth to becoming a father himself, and understanding both Mark's love and Victor's failures from new perspective. He pulled out his phone and drafted an email to Mark. "Dad, I know we just said goodbye an hour ago, but I needed to write this while the emotions are fresh. Thank you for being my father, not just for the past 33 years of my life, but specifically for the past 10 years when you could have walked away or let your hurt turn to bitterness, when you had every justification to reject me and Sophie and start over without the constant reminder of Elaine's betrayal. You chose to stay, chose to love us through the revelation and the complications and the gradual inclusion of Victor and Thomas in our family. That choice, more than anything else in my life, has shown me what love actually means. Not a feeling or a biological connection, but a daily decision to prioritize someone else's well-being even when it costs you something, to forgive the unforgivable, to build something genuine from the wreckage of betrayal. I hope I can be half as good a father to Emma as you were to me. I hope I can model the same grace and integrity and unconditional love. I hope when she's 33 and facing her own impossible choices and complicated family dynamics, she'll have the same foundation you gave me to build on. I love you, Daniel. He hit send before he could second-guess the emotional vulnerability, knowing Mark would appreciate the words even if they made both of them cry again. The response came back within minutes. Daniel, reading your email while Sarah drives safely. And crying so hard I can barely see the screen. You don't need to thank me for loving you. You made it easy by being exactly who you are, by turning into a man of integrity and compassion despite learning that your family was built on lies and secrets. I'm proud of you. I love you. You're my son forever. Dad. The ferry docked, and they drove the final stretch back to Cambridge, the familiar streets of their neighborhood welcoming them home after the intensity of the weekend gathering. Their house, modest by Victor's standards but comfortable and filled with love and the artifacts of their life together, felt perfect when they pulled into the driveway. Home, Emma announced groggily, waking from her nap with the toddler's ability to know exactly where she was. Yes, baby, we're home, Daniel confirmed, unbuckling her from the car seat and carrying her inside while Maya grabbed their bags. The house was filled with the comfortable clutter of their lives. Emma's toys scattered in the living room, Daniel's journalism awards on the bookshelf alongside copies of Mark's memoir and photos of their extended family, Maya's work materials spread across the dining table. Sophie's artwork on the walls, including a small portrait she'd done of Emma shortly after her birth. This was home. Not the Martha's Vineyard mansion or Victor's Boston penthouse, or even the Newton house where Daniel had grown up. But this Cambridge home they'd built together based on love and choice and the values Mark had instilled through decades of patient presence. Daniel settled Emma in for her afternoon nap, reading her favorite story about a family of bears who loved each other through all kinds of weather and challenges, and thought about how children's books often got family dynamics more right than adults expected. Love persisting through difficulty, commitment transcending biology, families coming in all shapes and configurations. She's down, Daniel said, joining Maya in the living room where she'd already started working through emails from her week away. And I've been thinking about the next piece I want to write. Maya looked up with interest. After the success of his article about the decade since the revelation, publishers had been clamoring for more of Daniel's perspective on family, inheritance, and ethics. What's the angle? She asked. I want to write about fatherhood, Daniel said. About what I learned from Mark and from Victor's failures, about what I'm trying to give Emma that goes beyond just genetic material or financial resources, about how becoming a parent myself has transformed my understanding of both my fathers and their different contributions to who I am. That could be a book, Maya suggested. Not just an article, but a full memoir about the decade since the revelation, about transforming inherited wealth, about building family across complicated biological and chosen relationships, about what you're learning as a father yourself. The Man Who Carries Two Fathers expanded into a complete narrative that includes Emma's arrival and Mark's memoir and Victor's death and Thomas's transformation and Sophie's art. Daniel felt the idea take shape. Recognizing that Maya was right, there was a book in their family's story, a full accounting of how they'd navigated impossible situations and what they'd learned about love and loyalty and the complicated ethics of inheritance. I'd want to structure it around Emma, Daniel said, the concept crystallizing as he spoke. Write it as letters to her, explaining her family's complicated history so that when she's old enough to understand, she'll have the full story, not sanitized or simplified, but honest about the betrayals and the pain and the eventual healing, honest about both grandfathers and what they gave her father, honest about the ongoing work of building ethical relationships with inherited wealth and chosen family. Maya was already making notes, her editor's mind organizing the structure and arc. You start with the hospital revelation, with Sophie's diagnosis exposing the secret that destroyed your family as you knew it, she outlined. Then you move through Victor's arrival and Mark's devastation, through your investigation of Victor's true character, through Sophie's medical crisis that catalyzed everyone's transformation, through Victor's death and the decision to transform his legacy, through becoming a father yourself and understanding both Mark and Victor from new perspective. She looked up. And you end with this weekend, with the annual gathering that's become tradition, with the whole complicated family together in the house Victor built, but you've transformed into space for genuine love and chosen connection. Full circle, but also forward-looking, acknowledging ongoing complications while celebrating the healing you've achieved. Daniel nodded, feeling the rightness of that structure. And I dedicate it to 3 people, he said. To Mark, the father who stayed and showed me what love means when it's chosen rather than obligated. To Victor, the father who gave me opportunities and showed through his failures what kind of person not to become. And to Emma, the daughter I hope to raise with Mark's integrity and Victor's opportunities, committed to building a life that honors love over wealth and presence over power. Over the following year, Daniel wrote the book in stolen hours between parenting Emma and teaching journalism at Boston University, a position he'd taken specifically because Mark's example of teaching had shown him the value of sharing knowledge rather than just accumulating it. The writing was difficult and cathartic in equal measure, revisiting the pain of the original revelation, documenting Victor's manipulation and eventual transformation, honoring Mark's grace while acknowledging his own struggles to accept biological reality, examining the ethics of inherited wealth with the honesty of someone still figuring it out rather than claiming to have all answers. He sent chapters to Mark for feedback, wanting to ensure he was representing their relationship accurately and fairly. Mark's responses were always thoughtful and generous, occasionally pushing back on Daniel's tendency to over-idealize him or under-acknowledge his own pain and anger during the worst periods of adjustment. I want you to include the parts where I wasn't gracious, Mark wrote in response to one chapter. The times I was bitter and resentful, the months where I could barely look at you without remembering the betrayal, the moments when I questioned whether I could continue being your father knowing the biological truth. That's part of the story too, and pretending I was perfectly gracious from the beginning does a disservice to how hard genuine forgiveness actually is. Daniel revised to include those difficult truths, recognizing that Mark was right. Healing wasn't instantaneous or easy, and showing the messy reality of the process would help other families navigating similar revelations more than presenting some sanitized version where everyone behaved perfectly. He sent chapters to Thomas too, wanting his half-brother's perspective on Victor's transformation and the corporate restructuring they'd undertaken together. Thomas added crucial details about Victor's final months, about conversations they'd had about legacy and regret, about the billionaire's growing understanding that ruthless wealth accumulation had cost him everything that actually mattered. He told me near the end that building Langford Investments was the easiest thing he'd ever done, Thomas wrote. Billions of dollars, corporate empire, reputation as a brilliant strategist. All of that came naturally to him because it just required intelligence and ruthlessness and willingness to treat people as numbers on spreadsheets. But learning to be a father, learning to love without conditions or calculations, learning to build genuine human connection. That was the hardest thing he'd ever attempted, and he only managed it briefly before death took him. I think he'd be proud of what we've done with his wealth, horrified by our rejection of his principles, and grateful that we're building something better than he ever could have imagined. Sophie contributed thoughts about the portrait series and how visual art could capture emotional truths that words sometimes couldn't reach. When I painted you holding Emma while looking at photos of both fathers, I was trying to show that you carry all of it simultaneously. Mark's values and Victor's opportunities, your love for Emma and your complicated relationship with inheritance, your gratitude and your guilt about wealth you didn't earn but benefit from, Sophie wrote. That's the truth I think people need to see, that we're all carrying multiple contradictory truths at once, and the goal isn't to resolve them into simple either/or answers, but to hold the complexity with integrity and compassion. The book took shape slowly over 18 months, the manuscript growing to encompass not just their family's story, but broader meditation on what families owe each other, what children inherit beyond just money, what it means to transform wealth built on exploitation into resources that actually help. Daniel interviewed Catherine Wells about her experience of Victor's ruthless business practices, interviewed other people who discovered through genetic testing that their families weren't what they believed, interviewed wealth managers and ethicists and therapists who worked with people navigating complicated inheritance. When the manuscript was finally complete, Daniel sent it to Mark first before anyone else, wanting his father's blessing before sharing their story with the world. Mark's response came via phone call rather than email, his voice thick with emotion. "I'm honored," Mark said simply. "Honored to be represented so honestly and lovingly, honored to have raised someone capable of such insight and compassion, honored to be called your father in a book that will help thousands of people understand that family is built through choice and presence rather than just biology." He paused. "The dedication made me cry. To Mark, the father who stayed. That's all I ever wanted, just to be recognized as your real father despite the biological truth, and you've given me that recognition in the most public and permanent way possible." Daniel felt his own tears forming. "You earned it," he said firmly. "Every day for 33 years, you earned that title through presence and love and unconditional acceptance. And I wanted the world to know that biology is meaningless compared to that kind of committed fatherhood." The book, titled The Man Who Carries Two Fathers, A Decade of Biology, Betrayal, and Chosen Family, was published the following spring to extraordinary response, spending weeks on the New York Times bestseller list, being selected for major book clubs, sparking national conversations about genetic testing and family secrets and the ethics of inherited wealth. Daniel did dozens of interviews and readings, always bringing the conversation back to Mark's central role and the lessons about chosen family that their story illustrated. At one particularly memorable reading in Boston, both Mark and Thomas attended, sitting in the front row while Daniel read the chapter about Victor's death and their decision to transform his legacy into something ethical. "My biological father gave me opportunities one never could have accessed otherwise," Daniel read. "But my real father gave me the values and integrity to use those opportunities in ways that actually help rather than harm, that build rather than extract, that strengthen communities rather than destroying them for profit. And that's the lesson I'm trying to teach my own daughter. Not that wealth or biology or traditional family structures matter most, but that presence and love and chosen commitment are what create real family, what sustain us through crises, what matter when everything else is stripped away." The audience gave a standing ovation, and Daniel saw Mark wiping his eyes while Thomas squeezed his shoulder in support. The legitimate son honoring the man who'd raised his half-brother with such grace and integrity. After the reading, a long line formed for book signing, people waiting to share their own stories of family complications and genetic revelations and the hard work of forgiveness and healing. "Thank you for writing this," one woman said, her voice shaking. "I found out last year that my father isn't my biological parent, and your book showed me that it's possible to honor both relationships, to build something genuine from devastating truth. I'm sending it to my dad with a note telling him that biology doesn't define fatherhood, presence does." Another reader, a young man about Daniel's age, approached with obvious emotion. "My family was destroyed by a genetic testing revelation 3 years ago," he said. "My parents divorced, my siblings chose sides. I've barely spoken to my father since we learned he wasn't my biological dad, and reading your book made me realize I've been punishing him for something that wasn't his fault, treating him like he was less legitimate because we don't share DNA." He wiped his eyes. "I'm calling him tonight, telling him I want to rebuild our relationship, telling him that he's my father regardless of biology. Your book gave me language for what I should have understood all along." Daniel signed the book with a personal message about grace and forgiveness, thinking about how Mark had modeled exactly what this young man was now trying to practice with his own father. The book tour continued for months, Daniel and Maya and Emma traveling to cities across the country, while Daniel shared their family's story and the lessons about love and loyalty they'd learned through pain and eventual healing. At each event, people approached with their own complicated family stories, seeking validation that their non-traditional structures were legitimate, that healing was possible after betrayal, that family could be built through choice rather than just biology. "You've created something extraordinary," Maya told Daniel one evening in their hotel room after a particularly emotional reading in San Francisco. "Not just a book, but a framework for understanding family that thousands of people are using to navigate their own complications, to forgive betrayals they thought were unforgivable, to build relationships across biological and chosen family lines." She gestured to Emma, asleep in the portable crib they'd been dragging across the country. "And you're doing it while being a present father yourself, modeling the lessons Mark taught you, showing Emma through daily presence what it means to prioritize family over career or wealth or any measure of success that Victor would have recognized." Daniel pulled Maya close, grateful for her support and love and the family they'd built together. Complicated by his history but not defined by it, rooted in choice and commitment rather than obligation or guilt. 2 years after the book's publication, Daniel received an unexpected call from Dr. Chun at Mass General. "I wanted to let you know about something," she said. "We've implemented a new protocol for genetic testing based partly on what I learned from your family's experience. We now require counseling before delivering any results that might reveal non-paternity. We connect families immediately with therapists who specialize in these revelations. We've created support groups for people navigating family secrets exposed by medical testing." She paused. "And we're using excerpts from your book in our training for medical students, teaching them how to deliver devastating news with compassion and how to support families through the aftermath. Your story has literally changed how we practice medicine. And I wanted you to know that your family's pain is preventing others from having to navigate these revelations alone and unprepared." Daniel felt moved beyond words. The idea that their decade of struggle and healing had created systems to support other families, that Sophie's medical crisis and Victor's death and Mark's grace had taught medical professionals how to better care for patients facing similar revelations. "Thank you for telling me," Daniel said. "That feels like the most meaningful legacy any of us could hope for. Not the wealth we inherited or the art we created or the journalism we published, but the practical ways we've made it easier for others to survive what we survived, to heal what seemed unrecoverable, to build family from the wreckage of betrayal." He shared the news with Mark first, knowing his father would appreciate the recognition that their story was helping others. Mark's response was characteristically humble. "We didn't do anything special," he insisted. "We just kept showing up, kept choosing love over bitterness, kept building relationships even when it was painful and complicated. If that helps other families navigate similar situations, then maybe all the pain had purpose beyond just our own healing." But Daniel knew better. What Mark had done was extraordinary precisely because it hadn't come easily, because every day of choosing grace over resentment had been a conscious decision, because forgiveness that profound required strength most people couldn't muster. Emma turned 7 that year, old enough finally to begin understanding her family's complicated history. Daniel and Maya had been gradually introducing pieces of the story. That Grandpa Mark wasn't technically Daniel's biological father, but was his real dad in all the ways that mattered. That there had been another grandfather named Victor who died before Emma was born, but whose wealth had created opportunities the family now used to help others. That family was about love and choice rather than just genetics. "So I have 2 grandpas?" Emma asked during one conversation, trying to work out the complicated family tree. "One who raised you and one who made you?" Daniel nodded, impressed by her 7-year-old logic. "Exactly right," he confirmed. "Victor gave me my DNA, which means you carry some of his genetic material too. But Grandpa Mark gave me everything important about who I am, which means the values and integrity you're learning from me actually come from him, even though you don't share his genetics." Emma thought about this seriously. "So it's like how my friend Aisha has 2 moms who both love her, even though only one of them is her birth mom?" she asked. "Family is about who loves you and takes care of you, not just about whose body you came from." "Yes," Maya said, delighted by Emma's understanding. "That's exactly right. Family is built through daily presence and unconditional love, through choosing to show up even when it's difficult, through prioritizing relationships over convenience or traditional definitions of what family should look like." Emma seemed satisfied with this explanation, returning to her drawing with the adaptability of children who naturally understand that families come in all configurations. When Emma's older, Daniel said to Maya that evening after their daughter was asleep, "I want to give her my book to read, want her to understand the full complicated story of where she comes from and what lessons we learned about family and forgiveness and chosen commitment." He paused. "And I want to write a follow-up specifically for her generation. The Children of Complicated Families, or something like that, examining how kids like Emma navigate family structures that don't fit traditional categories, how they benefit from the healing work their parents did while also facing their own challenges." The years continued to pass, Emma growing into a thoughtful child who understood intuitively that family was about love rather than biology, that she was lucky to have Grandpa Mark's presence and the opportunities Victor's wealth had created, that her complicated family history was a source of strength rather than shame. Sophie's career flourished, her portrait series inspiring other artists to explore non-traditional family structures through visual art. Thomas and Michael adopted a second child, a daughter they named Victoria in honor of Victor, but committed to raising with values that directly contradicted most of what their biological father had believed. Mark published a second memoir about the decade after his first book, about watching Daniel and Sophie build families of their own and transform inherited wealth into genuine positive impact. About becoming a grandfather to children who didn't share his genetics but called him Papa with absolute love and certainty. Elaine slowly rebuilt relationships with everyone, her patient work of making amends and earning back trust finally paying dividends as people recognized her genuine remorse and consistent effort to be better than the choices she'd made 24 years earlier. And the annual gathering at Martha's Vineyard continued, the tradition now established as the way the Brooks Langford family marked time and measured continued healing. The estate transformed from Victor's isolated monument to wealth into space where genuine love and chosen family could flourish. 15 years after the hospital revelation that had shattered everything, Daniel stood once again in that same consultation room at Mass General, but this time as a guest speaker for Dr. Chen's medical ethics class, showing a new generation of future doctors how one family had navigated the revelation that genetic testing had exposed. The lesson I want you to take from our story, Daniel told the assembled medical students, is that the information you deliver has power to destroy or to heal depending on how you deliver it and what support you provide afterward. He gestured to the room. This consultation room witnessed the beginning of my family's destruction 15 years ago, but it also witnessed the beginning of our eventual healing, because Dr. Chen delivered devastating news with compassion and connected us immediately to resources and support. Daniel pulled up photos on the screen. The whole extended family at last summer's gathering, Mark and his grandchildren, Thomas's transformed corporation, Sophie's art initiative, the complicated, beautiful constellation of relationships they'd built from wreckage. We transformed pain into purpose, Daniel said. Turned Victor's ruthless wealth into ethical impact, rebuilt family across biological and chosen lines, proved that healing is possible after betrayal if people are willing to do the work of grace and forgiveness. And none of that would have been possible without medical professionals who understood that genetic testing reveals more than just medical information, that family secrets can be more devastating than disease, that how you deliver truth matters as much as the truth itself. One student raised her hand. "Do you think genetic testing should be more carefully regulated?" she asked. "Should there be mandatory counseling before any tests that might reveal non-paternity? Should families be able to opt out of certain information?" Daniel considered the question carefully. "I don't think we should prevent people from accessing their own genetic information," he said slowly. "But I do think we need better systems to support people through revelations that destroy their understanding of family. Counseling, support groups, resources for navigating complicated family dynamics, education about how family is built through presence and choice rather than just biology." He paused. "If my family had known what we were risking when Sophie's genetic testing began, if we'd been prepared for the possibility of non-paternity revelation, if we'd been immediately connected to therapists and support systems, I think we still would have gone through tremendous pain, but maybe we wouldn't have spent months floundering alone. Maybe we could have started healing sooner. Maybe we could have prevented some of the worst damage to relationships that took years to rebuild." The class continued with questions about specific aspects of their family's journey. How Mark had managed to forgive, how Daniel had decided to accept Victor's wealth, how Sophie had maintained relationships with both fathers, how they'd all managed to build genuine love across complicated biological and chosen family lines. "The answer to most of your questions," Daniel said with a slight smile, "is that we muddled through, made mistakes, hurt each other even when we didn't mean to, and gradually figured out what worked through trial and error rather than through having some perfect roadmap." He grew more serious. "But the common thread through all of it was commitment. Mark's commitment to remain our father despite betrayal, our commitment to keep trying even when relationships seemed impossibly broken, our collective commitment to choose love and grace over bitterness and resentment every single day, even when that choice was exhausting and painful." He looked around the room at the future doctors who would inevitably deliver devastating news to families like his. "That's what you need to help your patients find when genetic testing reveals family secrets. Not immediate answers or perfect solutions, but commitment to keep trying, to keep showing up, to keep choosing connection even when it's complicated and painful. Because that's what transforms devastating revelations into eventual healing. What turns family destruction into family reconstruction. What proves that biology is far less important than daily presence and unconditional love." After the class, Dr. Chen walked Daniel out to his car, both of them quiet as they remembered that day 15 years earlier when she delivered the news that had destroyed and eventually rebuilt his family. "Thank you for coming back," Dr. Chen said. "For being willing to share your story so vulnerably, for helping train the next generation of doctors to handle these situations with more sensitivity and wisdom. That takes courage and generosity I deeply admire." Daniel smiled. "It's the least I could do," he said. "You were there at the beginning of our journey, delivered the news that shattered everything we thought we knew. It feels right to complete the circle by showing how that beginning led to healing and transformation, how pain can have purpose if we're willing to do the work of grace." He pulled out his phone, showing Dr. Chen a photo from last weekend. Emma and Lily, Thomas's daughter, playing together while Mark and Thomas watched from nearby chairs, 3 generations of the Brooks Langford family. Building relationships that transcended biology and honored love over genetics. "This is what you helped create," Daniel said. "Not directly, obviously, but by handling that initial revelation with compassion and connecting us to resources and support. You gave us the foundation to eventually build this, to transform devastating betrayal into genuine chosen family, to prove that healing is possible even after the worst kinds of betrayal." Dr. Chen wiped her eyes, clearly moved. "That's what we're all trying to do in medicine," she said. "Deliver truth with compassion, connect people to support systems, give them tools to navigate whatever diagnosis or revelation they're facing. Seeing that your family not only survived but thrived gives me hope that the work we do matters beyond just the immediate medical crisis." They said goodbye in the hospital parking lot where so much of this story had begun, and Daniel drove home through Boston streets that had witnessed his family's decade and a half of destruction and reconstruction, past the landmarks that had become part of their complicated history. Home was their Cambridge house, now filled with 15 years of accumulated family life. Emma's school projects on the refrigerator, photos of multiple generations covering every wall, Mark's memoirs on the bookshelf beside Daniel's books and Sophie's art catalogs, evidence of a life built through choice and commitment rather than just biology and obligation. "How was the lecture?" Maya asked when Daniel walked through the door, their comfortable domestic routine now including Emma's homework supervision and dinner preparation, and the 1,000 small tasks of raising a child with presence and love. "Good," Daniel said, pulling Maya into a kiss. "Emotional but good. Standing in that consultation room 15 years after everything exploded, seeing new doctors being trained to handle these situations better than we experienced, realizing that our pain had purpose beyond just our own healing. It felt like completion somehow, like the story that began in that room with devastation has come full circle to hope and wisdom and systems that will help other families survive similar revelations." Emma appeared demanding attention, her 7-year-old energy filling the house the way she filled their lives with joy and purpose and the continuation of lessons learned through pain. "Papa called," Emma announced, using her name for Mark. "He says he's coming to visit next weekend, and he's bringing Sarah, and they want to take me to the Children's Museum, and can I spend the night at their house?" The comfortable normalcy of the request, Mark as present grandfather, making plans, being part of daily life, represented everything they'd fought to preserve through revelation and complication. "Of course you can," Daniel said, thinking about how Mark's presence in Emma's life was gift beyond measure, how his daughter would grow up secure in love from a grandfather who'd proven that family was built through presence rather than genetics. That evening, after Emma was in bed, Daniel sat in his study working on the follow-up book he'd been planning, examining how the next generation navigated family structures their parents had fought to build and maintain, how children like Emma understood instinctively what adults had to learn through pain. But before he could write, his phone buzzed with a group text to the family chat that Thomas had created years ago. Annual gathering dates set for this summer. July 15th to 18th at Martha's Vineyard. Sophie's bringing Rachel. Mark and Sarah confirmed. Elaine's coming. Michael and I bringing both kids. Daniel, Maya, Emma, you in? The responses came rapid fire, everyone confirming attendance. The tradition now so established that the dates went into calendars immediately, lives arranged around this annual gathering that had become the heartbeat of their complicated chosen family. Daniel typed his confirmation. "We're in. Can't wait to see everyone. Emma's been asking when we go back to the big house by the ocean where Papa and Uncle Thomas and Aunt Sophie all gather." He paused, then added, "It's hard to believe it's been 15 years since the revelation that brought us all together." Victor would be proud of what we've built from his wealth and simultaneous horrified by how completely we've rejected his principles. Mark would say that's exactly right, using Victor's resources to build something that honors the values he taught us rather than the ruthlessness Victor modeled. I'm grateful for both of them, for what they gave us differently, for the family we've become. Sophie responded first. Beautifully said, brother. See you in July. Thomas added. To complicated legacies and chosen family. Victor gave us DNA and wealth. Mark gave us integrity and love. We're building something better than either of them could have created alone. Mark's response came last, and it was characteristically simple and profound. I'll be there. Love you all. Dad. Just Dad. The title he'd earned through 15 years of choosing grace over bitterness, presence over resentment, love over biological technicality. Daniel looked around his study at the photos documenting their 15-year journey. The hospital consultation room where it began, Victor's funeral where they'd mourned a man they barely knew, Sophie's art exhibition showing their complicated family through portraiture, Mark's book launch celebrating grace and chosen family, Emma's birth bringing new generation into relationships built through pain and healing, the annual gatherings at Martha's Vineyard where they continued building family. Across biological and chosen lines. This was his life, complicated and imperfect and genuine, built from the wreckage of betrayal and secret arrangements, transformed through grace and forgiveness and daily commitment to love without conditions. He'd inherited billions from a ruthless billionaire and values from a modest teacher, carried DNA from one father and integrity from another, built a family that transcended biology to honor presence and choice and unconditional commitment. And he was teaching his daughter that this was normal, that family came in all configurations, that love mattered more than genetics, that presence was more valuable than any amount of inherited wealth. Daniel returned to his laptop, beginning to write the conclusion to his follow-up book. 15 years after genetic testing revealed that my family was built on lies and secret arrangements, I've learned that family isn't about biology or traditional structures or meeting some ideal of what normal looks like. Family is about choosing to show up every single day, even when it's painful and complicated. It's about forgiving the unforgivable and building relationships across biological and chosen lines. It's about transforming inherited wealth into genuine positive impact and teaching the next generation that love matters more than genetics, that presence is more valuable than power, that integrity trumps inheritance. My daughter carries DNA from a ruthless billionaire she'll never meet and values from a modest teacher who chose to remain her grandfather despite learning she shares none of his genetic material. She's growing up understanding that family comes in all configurations, that healing is possible after devastating betrayal, that we can honor multiple truths simultaneously without any of them erasing the others. That's the legacy I'm building, not billions of dollars or corporate empire or carefully constructed public image, but a life lived with integrity and presence, relationships built through choice rather than obligation, family defined by love rather than biology. I carry two fathers, one who created me as a transaction and one who chose to raise me with unconditional love. And I'm teaching my daughter to carry them both, to learn from their different contributions, to build something better than either of them created alone. That's what it means to be the man who carries two fathers. That's what it means to transform devastating revelation into eventual healing. That's what it means to build family. Through grace and choice and daily commitment to love without conditions or calculations. And that's the story I'm honored to share, in hope that it helps other families survive their own impossible revelations and build their own complicated, beautiful chosen families from whatever wreckage they're navigating. Daniel saved the document, the conclusion feeling right and complete, the 15-year journey finally articulated in words that might help others understand that healing was possible, that family could be rebuilt, that love transcended biology when it was chosen daily with intention and grace. He closed the laptop and went to check on Emma one more time before bed, finding her sleeping peacefully with her favorite stuffed bear. The one Mark had given her on her 3rd birthday with a note that read, "From Papa, who loves you more than biology." Standing in her doorway watching his daughter sleep, Daniel thought about the past 15 years. The devastation and eventual healing, the betrayal and grace, the complicated legacy of two fathers who'd given him different things and both mattered in their own ways. He thought about Mark, who'd chosen to be his father every single day for 38 years despite learning the biological truth. He thought about Victor, who'd shown through his failures what kind of person not to become, and in his final months demonstrated that transformation was possible even when it seemed impossibly late. He thought about Sophie and Thomas, siblings bound by biology and choice who'd transformed their father's ruthless empire into something that actually helped rather than harmed. He thought about Maya, whose love and support had sustained him through impossible choices and complicated family dynamics. And he thought about Emma, the next generation who would grow up understanding instinctively what he'd had to learn through pain. That family was built through presence and love rather than just genetics, that healing was possible after betrayal, that grace and forgiveness were more powerful than bitterness and resentment. "Thank you," Daniel whispered, though he wasn't sure whether he was speaking to Mark or Victor, or the universe that had shattered his family and given him the opportunity to rebuild something better from the wreckage. He returned to bed where Maya was already sleeping, climbed in beside her, and fell asleep thinking about the Martha's Vineyard gathering in July where their whole complicated chosen family would gather once again. Mark and Victor's empty chair, Thomas and Sophie, and all the relationships they'd built across biological and chosen lines. Children who would never know the pain of revelation, but would benefit from the healing that had preceded their arrival. 15 years after the hospital revelation that had destroyed everything he thought he knew about his family, Daniel Brooks finally understood what it meant to be the man who carried two fathers, honoring both their contributions while building something better than either could have created alone, transforming pain into purpose, choosing love over bitterness every single day, proving that family was infinitely more complicated and more resilient than biology alone could ever capture. And that's where we leave the Brooks-Langford family. 15 years after the revelation that destroyed and eventually rebuilt them, living proof that healing is possible after devastating betrayal. That family can be built through choice and presence rather than just biology and obligation. That grace and forgiveness are more powerful than bitterness and resentment. Have you experienced something similar? Family secrets, genetic testing revelations, complicated parent situations? Share your story in the comments, because others need to know they're not alone. Subscribe if this story moved you, because storytelling like this takes hours of work, and your support makes it possible to create more content that explores real human complexity and healing.